The wounded being collapsed to the ground, covering it like a tattered veil of darkness. A moment later, the darkness rippled, and then something rose slowly from within it. From the distance, it looked as if an abominable shape was rising from the ground, still covered by the torn veil and pulling it up with it. But in truth, the eerie figure was not climbing out of the darkness. Instead, it was darkness itself, reforming itself into a new shape. Soon enough, a dreadful beast was standing on the obsidian dune, hundreds of meters tall, its 4 mighty paws digging into the black dust with sharp claws. Its maw was like that of a wolf, and billowing tendrils of darkness fluttered in the air behind it like a tattered mantle. The great beast gazed upon the desolation of the shadow realm with lightless eyes, and then raised its snout to the black sky, letting out a harrowing wail. Even from a distance, Sunny felt a dull pain assault his soul after the wail washed over him. Ah! He shifted his gaze, trying to understand what the rank and class of the appalling creature were. What was its nature? Was it a shadow, as well, or something else entirely? Was it infected by the vile curse of corruption, or not? Sunny was not sure that anything except shadows could enter the realm of death, or at least endure it for a while. Perhaps creatures of immense power, like condemnation had been, could, but those were few and far between. So, reasonably, the dark drifters had to be either shadows of the dead, like the shadow of condemnation was, or beings of shadow like him. However, there was something about them that made Sunny feel appalled and uneasy. Could they be nightmare creatures? He was not sure. Death had been created as a weapon against corruption, and by dying, those afflicted by corruption were cleansed of it. Therefore, the shadows of nightmare creatures were pure when they entered the shadow realm, and if beings of shadow were born from the shadows of the dead, then perhaps that was the reason why he had never seen one that succumbed to corruption. Perhaps that was the reason why he had never met a shadow being in the dream realm, as well. After all, after thousands of years of desolation, only those twisted by corruption population its harrowing expanse, the nightmare creatures. That said, nothing was truly immune to the profane influence of the primordial void, well, except for Nephi's. Even Weaver had been forced to cut off their arm when exposed to corruption, and so, Sunny was not going to bet his life on the notion that shadow beings could not be corrupted. Gazing into the very essence of the dark drifter, he saw something that he had not expected to see. He saw nothing. There was no light shining from the radiant soul cores. There was no vile corruption spreading from appalling nodes either. Instead, there was only darkness. Not the vile darkness he had seen in the souls of countless nightmare creatures, but the cold and impenetrable darkness that made it impossible for him to see anything within the monstrous beast. True darkness. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, stunned. Creatures of darkness? Before, his view of the world had been quite simple. There were humans, and there were nightmare creatures, and that was it. But as Sunny traveled the dream realm and saw more, he learned that the world was not that simple. There were other kinds of being out there, somewhere, as well. There were chaos creatures, the void beings, who existed in the void. There were also beings that were both divine and profane, and therefore did not fit either description, like the mysterious Nephilim. There were beings of nothingness, too, whom he had encountered in the mist above the hollow mountains. There were also beings of divinity other than humans, the noble creatures, as the ancient people of the dream realm had called them. Among those, there were beings of shadow like himself. So, if there existed shadow creatures, wouldn't it be only natural that darkness creatures existed, as well? Like the horror Nephis had met in her second nightmare. If the dark drifters were indeed beings born of true darkness, though, Sunny had three questions, actually. First, were they divine or profane? True darkness had been born from the blood of a slain void being, after all. So, these predatory horrors could be both or neither. They could even be considered born of the void, instead of only corrupted by its influence, like nightmare creatures were. Second, what were they doing in the shadow realm? Shadows and true darkness were natural enemies, so it was strange to see beings of darkness here, let alone see them preying on this shadow of condemnation, trying to devour it piece by piece. How would they even enter the realm of death without being dead themselves? Sunny was not sure, but his suspicion that these were the outskirts of the Shadow Realm grew. And lastly, the third and most important question. How was he supposed to kill them? If the Dark Drifters were indeed beings of true darkness, then slaying them would not bring Sunny the windfall of shadow fragments he had been expecting. Nevertheless, he had to slay them, for no other reason than to prevent them from destroying the shadow of condemnation, which he wanted to destroy himself. That is going to be tough. He was not even sure how strong these creatures were, but something told him that they were dreadfully powerful. Well, the only evidence he needed was witnessing how much the shadow of a cursed tyrant was struggling to escape their pursuit. And then there was the mysterious archer, as well. Even now that Sunny had observed the battle carefully, he could not see them, which was quite odd, really, considering that his gaze could pierce any shadow. He was wary of the archer even more than he was of the Dark Drifters. Damn it. Seeing another mote of light drift from beneath his armor, Sunny gritted his teeth and rushed forward. As Sunny rushed to reach the colossal shadow of condemnation, he almost turned into a shadow to increase his speed and hide himself from view, acting on instinct. However, he did not. Doing so would allow the Shadow Realm to ravage his soul and set him far back in the race against time. Of course, there was the other facet of Shadow Step, as well, the instant teleportation between shadows. However, Sunny was not sure that he could use it. Only now that he was in the Shadow Realm did he start to wonder how Shadow Step actually functioned. Did Sunny travel physically between shadows, or did he turn into a shadow when falling into their embrace, then was returned to his tangible form on the other side, all in an instant? There was one way to find out. Sunny dissolved into the shadows, then rolled out of them a few hundred meters further, pale and leaving a trail of essence particles in his wake. There was a pained grimace on his face. I guess that answers the question. Maybe? Using Shadow Step to teleport was even more harmful than turning into an incorporeal shadow. He had lost too many shadow fragments in that short moment. Muttering a stifled curse, Sunny jumped to his feet and continued running. Stripped of most of his powers, he felt like a caveman. But then again, cavemen had been great masters of violence themselves. He would just have to use simpler tools to accomplish his goal, and be more inventive about how he used them. As Sunny ran, the great beast of darkness lowered its wolf-like snout to the ground, and then suddenly exploded with motion. The long tendrils of darkness billowed behind it like a tattered mantle, and black dust flew into the air like mist from beneath its mighty paws. The Dark Drifter looked like a hound of the underworld who had caught the scent of its prey. That prey, without a doubt, was the mysterious archer. However, they were not easily caught. As the great beast flew across the desolate expanse of black dust, a dark arrow silently shot at it from the shadows. As astonishing as its speed was, the massive being was faster. It veered off to the side, raising a cloud of dust and causing a tall dune to collapse. However, that was a mistake. Just there, the ground crumbled beneath it, and the monstrous being fell into an enormous pit. On its bottom, jagged pillars of obsidian were embedded into the dust, facing upward with sharp tips. The great beast plunged into the pit and was impaled by the spikes, making the world quake and letting out another chilling wail. It was not dead by any means. But it did sustain several deep wounds, and more importantly, fell behind, for a few moments, at least. The shadow of condemnation marched forward, and the remaining Dark Drifters continued to dodge its attempts to crush them while tearing pieces of its titanic body with hungry maws. Sunny continued to chase them. The mysterious archer was doing the same, no doubt. The problem was that he still couldn't see the elusive hunter. I have to get these things off condemnation soon, though. At this rate, they'll swallow my prey whole. Just at that moment, the archer finally revealed themselves. A new arrow suddenly streaked across the darkness. This one was different from the previous ones, shining brightly as it soared into the black sky. Breaching several kilometers in an instant, it left a trail of turbulence in the great plume of essence emanated by the shadow of condemnation, and embedded itself in its shoulder. Unlike the black arrows, this one seemed to be carved from bone, its fletching fashioned out of beautiful, pristine white feathers. A moment later, a radiant silver string revealed itself in the trail left behind by the bone arrow, manifesting itself from pure essence. With one pull of the string, the mysterious archer sent themselves soaring into the sky. Sunny saw a vague silhouette flying across the darkness. It landed on the shoulder of the dark Colossus and straightened slowly, finally revealed against the swirling torrent of radiant silver essence. The graceful figure of the nebulous archer was human in shape, but vague and unclear, obscured by wisps of dark smoke that fluttered behind it like a ragged cloak. It was a shadow, without a doubt, but quite a special one, emanating a sense of far clearer will, far sharper intent, and far more solid personality than even the shadow of condemnation did. If Sunny had to describe the shadow archer with one word, it would be Slayer. Their figure was full of cold resolve, savage killing intent, and threatening grace. The archer spent a short moment standing on the shoulder of condemnation, then swiftly bent down to retrieve the radiant arrow and disappeared from view. In the next moment, there was a sharp whistle of the air being cut, and one of the dark drifters attached to the body of the colossal shadow suddenly shuddered and fell down in a torrent of darkness, flailing its severed tendrils as it fell. Sunny gritted his teeth. So much damn competition. It would be bad if the dark drifters consumed the shadow of condemnation. It would be even worse if the archer killed it, since as a shadow themselves, they would absorb all its power in an instant. But what was he supposed to do? Stripped of his powers as he was, Sunny was not confident of prevailing in a battle against the harrowing darkness creatures. He was even more wary of the archer, who seemed like a ruthless slayer forged by the desolate cruelty of the shadow realm into a deadly fiend. That horror must have spent a long time here, thousands of years, perhaps, slowly dissolving into pure essence while hunting down other shadows to prolong its existence. The mere fact that it still existed was a testament to how lethal the archer was. If the archer can do it, then I can too. Sunny's eyes glistened with dark resolve. His adversary must have been just as constricted by the nature of the shadow realm as he was. However, the archer was scrappy and resourceful. They scavenged the shadow realm for materials, crafted deadly implements from what was at hand, and prepared cunning traps to lure their prey into. So, Sunny could do that, too. Just as he thought that, his shadow sense detected something strange in the distance, just beyond the horizon. Looking up, Sunny lingered for a moment and smiled. A perilous idea entered his mind. Chapter 2103 The Ride of the Shadows Plus, Turn Off Reset. Sunny was up against enemies whose power was well beyond his own. He was not sure what their rank and class were, if they could even be defined by these concepts, but both the Dark Ones and the Nebulous Slayer seemed far more threatening than most foes he had encountered before. Perhaps Sunny would have been willing to attack them openly if his own powers weren't restricted, but with the Shadow Realm limiting what he could do, he was wary and apprehensive about engaging his competitors in a direct confrontation. But that was all right. There were many indirect ways to achieve his goal, as well. Sunny simply had to take a page from the mysterious archer's book and use all the resources available to him as tools. Tools, after all, were a force multiplier that allowed one to channel their power to a much greater effect than would have been possible otherwise. It was like Morgan of Valor had told him once, a long time ago, before the Battle of the Black Skull. At its core, war was simple. All there was to it was power, and application of power. The former was important, but the latter was paramount. The mysterious archer, for example, would not have been nearly as deadly without the arrows they had crafted from scavenged materials, which allowed them to apply all their dire power to a point as tiny as the arrowhead's tip. The problem was that there were not a lot of things around that Sunny could use. The Shadow Realm was a desolate land, after all. There was nothing here but an endless expanse of black hills. Or rather, there had not been. As the shadow of condemnation marched forward like a walking mountain, too immense to even be seen in its entirety from where Sunny chased after it, his senses detected something far ahead. An anomaly that was different from the monotone desolation of the dark, barren land, and therefore promised possibility. Sensing the strange, monumental shape ahead, Sunny recognized its nature and took a deep breath. He had long discarded his shield. The manifested shadows were not eroded by the shadow realm as fast as the shadows of living beings were, but sustaining their shape was still a losing game. They crumbled slowly, eventually dissolving into darkness and becoming one with the land of death. It was not entirely impossible to use shadow manifestation here, but Sunny had to change his approach. Instead of manifesting shadows once, he had to constantly rebuild the crumbling construct, using more of the surrounding darkness, and therefore more of his essence, to fuel it. Luckily, an unceasing torrent of spirit essence was flowing into his soul here, so he had plenty to spare. Running up the slope of a hill with astonishing speed, he closed his eyes for a moment and remembered the radiant figure of Nephice as she descended from the sky, beautiful wings shining behind her like a halo of white light. He also remembered the demonic visage of Revel, and the furious battle they had fought at Vanishing Lake. He remembered using Shadow Dance to peer into the essence of their being. Then, cresting the steep dune, Sunny opened his eyes and leapt into the air. As he soared above the desolate expanse of black dust, the shadows moved around him, embracing him like a dark mantle. And then, the mantle of shadows manifested into a pair of tenebrous wings, the raven-black feathers glistening in the silver light of swirling essence. As they swung, a powerful gale rose above the desolate expanse, and he was propelled into the air with great speed. I think, it's working. Human bodies were not exactly meant to fly with the help of wings. After all, humans weren't birds, their entire anatomy, down to the composition of their bones, was different. People like Nephice and Revel had been bestowed their wings by the mystical power of their aspects, and could therefore brave the skies with natural grace. But Sunny was different. He was quite adept at manifesting and controlling additional limbs with the help of his aspect. That was how he was able to weave intricate patterns of essence strings with 6 hands. He also knew how to create shells of flying creatures and was deeply familiar with the shape of a crow, so the anatomy of winged beings was not new to him. However, it was always easier and far more effective to build shells in the faithful image of actual creatures, not create strange chimeras by mixing and matching parts of different ones, like what he was doing now due to being unable to follow his preference and assume the form of a swift crow. Nevertheless, the experiment was successful. Sunny had managed to teach himself how to fly with the help of a pair of mighty wings by combining his experience of controlling manifested limbs, familiarity with the shape of a crow, and intimate knowledge of how Nephice flew when assuming partial transformation. As his black wings pushed ferociously against the wind, Sunny flew forward with astonishing speed. He had no problem maintaining balance and direction due to having spent plenty of time in the shape of a crow, as well, swiftly overtaking the colossal shadow of condemnation and the figures battling for the right to consume it. He rushed ahead. As he did, the dark drifter whom the mysterious archer had severed from the body of condemnation fell to the ground like a great tattered veil. Its vast form rippled, ready to slither back into the fight. Even though its tendrils had been severed, the creature did not seem severely wounded, already aiming to rejoin its feasting siblings. However, in the next moment, the gargantuan foot of the shadow of condemnation fell on it, making the world tremble and splitting the earth. The creature of darkness was instantly obliterated, dissolving into a pool of elemental darkness. Sunny left the titanic shadow behind. Flying forward, he shot above the silent expanse of obsidian dust like a ghost, his winged figure utterly indistinguishable from the darkness of the black sky. Soon, he saw a massive shape in the distance. It stood out against the desolate expanse of dark hills due to its ivory color, stretching for a dozen kilometers or more. At first glance, the shape was quite repulsive, resembling a gargantuan millipede. A long and twisting white body was elevated above the black dust, unmoving, with countless limbs protruding along its great length in symmetrical pairs. However, it was not a millipede. Instead, it was the bones of a great serpent. The twisting white body was its spine, and the countless pairs of limbs were its ribs. Somewhere far ahead, its immense skull rested on the black dust, partially buried in it. That was what Sunny was aiming for. Folding his wings, he smiled darkly and dove to the ground. Sunny landed on the obsidian dust in front of the gargantuan serpent's skull, which towered above him like an ivory mountain. The lower jaw of the immense creature was buried in the dust, but its upper jaw loomed above him like a dark portal, its arch adorned by a palisade of great, terrifying fangs. Sunny let his wings crumble and dissolve, then allowed himself a few moments of contemplation as he studied the ancient remains. He had a good idea of whom these bones belonged to. They were the bones of a soul serpent. Not the soul serpent, but one of its kin. It made sense that Sunny was not unique in having received the companionship of a shadow guide. In fact, Soul Serpent was too perfectly matched to someone who had received the blessing of the God of Shadows, so, Sunny suspected that all those marked by Shadow God were bestowed a Soul Serpent of their own. Just like those marked by the Lord of Shadows received a small shadow snake. However, if these remains indeed belonged to one of Soul Serpent's predecessors, then it had been a far more terrifying creature than Sunny's own loyal shadow. His Soul Serpent had grown to truly immense size, coiling around the entire great hall of the nameless temple when it slept. Its maw was large enough to swallow armored APCs whole, and its scales were like precious onyx, each the size of a tower shield. However, Serpent was easily dwarfed by the ancient skeleton, seeming like a tiny worm at best in comparison. The remains in front of Sunny were truly gargantuan, twisting as they stretched for no less than a dozen kilometers. Sunny was a transcendent terror, and since Serpent's power depended on his own, he cowered to imagine to whom this enormous creature had been a companion to, thousands of years ago. Was it the progenitor of all soul serpents, or simply an especially distinguished member of their kind? More importantly, had it been able to exist in the shadow realm without being consumed by it, or had it come here to die after its master perished? Depending on the answer, Sunny could try to find a way to summon his own soul serpent here without sacrificing it to certain annihilation. In any case, that was not the issue at the moment. The issue at the moment was that the shadow of condemnation was still marching despite having become a battlefield for the nebulous slayer and the harrowing dark drifters, and all of them would reach the skeleton of the ancient serpent soon. Sunny did not have a lot of time. Let's do this. What he needed right now were deadly tools to slay his enemies, not esoteric knowledge about the secrets of the past. Taking a deep breath, he called upon the surrounding darkness and commanded it to embrace him as a shell. The process was both familiar and strange. It had been a long time since Sunny ventured to construct a shadow shell in such a crude way, remaining in its depths as a corporeal being instead of turning into an intangible shadow and becoming its natural part. He was a little rusty. Nevertheless, the shell swiftly built itself, embracing his body and assuming the shape of the shadow Colossus. Sunny had to shift his way of controlling it, though, adjusting for the fact that the manifested shadows continued to crumble. They longed to dissolve and return into the essence of the shadow realm, and so, he had to pull and manifest new shadows to replace them constantly. From the side, that process looked quite spectacular. It was as if the shadow Colossus was wreathed in a billowing mantle of ghostly dark smoke that trailed behind him and obfuscated his figure. For a moment, Sunny felt dire strength permeate his being. Then, he smiled darkly deep within the shell and moved, delivering a devastating blow to one of the ivory fangs that barred the entrance into the ancient serpent's maw. No, yes. His strength was terrible enough that the great fang was dislodged, falling to the ground and raising a cloud of black dust into the air. The arm of the shadow Colossus crumbled from the dreadful blow, and he pulled his hand back, reforming it in the process. A few moments later, Sunny delivered another terrible blow, and then a third one, dislodging one more fang. Using his newfound strength to raise them from the ground and put them on his shoulders, he looked up, lingered for a heartbeat, and then leapt into the air. Landing on top of the ancient skull, Sunny pushed his towering shell forward and jumped again, landing on the gargantuan serpent's spine. From there, he could already see the shadow of condemnation lumbering in the distance. The beautiful trail of essence was drifting behind it like a radiant river, and a furious battle was raging on its immense body. He could not see the figure of the mysterious archer anymore, but could guess their location based on the movements of the dark drifters. There were only 3 of them left in the fight, while the 4th one, the wolf, was rushing across the desolate expanse of obsidian dust to catch up with its siblings. One of the dark drifters was sticking to the abdomen of condemnation, tearing into it with countless appalling maws. Sunny decided to call it the leech. One more was drifting in the air like a great veil. Suddenly, the veil shrunk and twisted on itself, enormous wings sprouting from its depths. Using them, the creature dodged back and avoided the grasp of the cursed tyrant. Sunny decided to call that one the vulture. Another one was like a mass of seething darkness, climbing the torso with countless tendrils that shot out of its body, pulled it up, and then were absorbed back. That one was obviously going after the archer, which was evident by the arrows falling upon it from Condemnation's left shoulder. Sunny had no idea what to call that abominable thing, so he simply designated it as the thing. Spending a moment to study the dire situation, Sunny put the fangs of the ancient serpent down and concentrated, manifesting more shadows. The mysterious archer seemed to be doing fine against the dark drifters with the bow and arrow. But the appalling creature still continued to devour pieces of Condemnation, undeterred by the ruthless enemy. Let me show you how it's done, then. Manifesting a great span of tangible shadows into a semblance of a chain, Sunny altered its composition to impart a measure of elasticity to it, and then controlled the ends of the chain to wrap themselves around the bases of the ancient serpent's rib. Then, knocking one of the fangs on the chain, he gathered all his titanic strength and slowly, arduously took a few dozen steps back, straining the elasticity of his improvised string. That way, he had turned the gargantuan remains into his slingshot, and the fang of the ancient serpent into a dreadful projectile. Taste that. Grinding his teeth from the strain, Sunny finally released the chain and allowed it to snap back with terrible momentum, sending the great fang barreling through the air like a missile shot by an enormous, dreadful siege engine. There was a roaring thunderclap, and in the next moment, the ivory comet tore through the black sky of the Shadow Realm, striking the vulture from the back, breaking its wings, and impaling the appalling creature on the body of Condemnation. The vulture was like a pitch-black rag that was violently pinned to the nebulous surface of the shadow of Condemnation, of course, if that rag was large enough to cover an entire stadium with its dark expanse, rippling eerily in a ghostly wind. The impact tore its wings and slammed the creature into the colossal shadow, the ivory fang piercing and impaling it like a giant javelin. Sunny was not sure if he had managed to deal a grievous wound to the dark creature, but he knew that it was hurt. More importantly, it was immobilized, even if it was only for a few fleeting moments. Already, the vulture was moving, its voluminous body rippling to produce countless tendrils of darkness. The tendrils extended forward, found purchase on the flesh of Condemnation, and then strained, trying to pull the creature of the ivory fang. Sunny was not paying too much attention to its movements, though. That was because he was already loading the second fang into his slingshot. There was a reason why he had chosen to use the fangs of the ancient serpent as projectiles instead of simply manifesting several great javelins, each the size of a siege ram, from the endless expanse of shadows around him. Even though the fangs weren't ideally shaped, as far as missiles went, he knew that they would be far more deadly. For two reasons. First of all, manifested shadows were less reliable here in the Shadow Realm than they usually were. They were firm and solid for as long as he actively rebuilt and sustained them, but only just barely. He could summon a pair of tenebrous wings or form a shadow shell, yet there was a limit to their usefulness. The arm of the Shadow Colossus, for example, had crumbled after one blow when he was dislodging the fangs of the colossal serpent. That level of solidity was not exactly suitable for battle. Secondly, Sunny was borrowing deadliness from the fangs themselves. He did not know how terrible the ancient serpent had been when it was alive, exactly, but it had definitely been a being of immense power. Even though it had perished countless years ago, its remains still carried an echo of that unfathomable power. There was a reason why the arrows crafted by the mysterious archer were so deadly, and while being imbued with killing will played a large role, the materials from which they had been fashioned were also of great importance. Glossy obsidian, dark wood, and black feathers, all collected here, in the realm of death, and thus bearing its mark. What could be more deadly than the bones of an ancient soul serpent, then? Since Sunny needed help eliminating the predatory spawns of true darkness, he could as well call upon the remains of a being who had personified the very essence of death. His gamble appeared to have paid off, considering how hurt by the ivory fang the vulture seemed. It struggled to free itself, arduously dragging its rippling body along the fang's length. But before it could, the second one slammed into it, smashing the creature back down and piercing it through. Sunny allowed himself to grin fiercely in the depths of his shell. The shadow of condemnation had drawn much closer by then, so hitting the vulture for the second time had not been an easy task. "Get away from my prey, you bastard." He could probably use his slingshot one more time. With the vulture wounded and temporarily immobilized, the mysterious archer would be free to deal with the thing without distractions, too. Sunny would not call their forced alliance a partnership, but they had to deal with the dark drifters before lunging at each other's throats. Otherwise, the shadow of condemnation was going to be consumed by the dark ones before either of them could kill it. Thailand body. The enemy of his enemy was. Before Sunny could finish the thought, something streaked across the black expanse of the sky, and an arrow pierced the chest of his shadow shell. Huh? In the next moment, a terrifying impact tore the shadow colossus apart. A geyser of darkness burst from its back as its torso exploded violently. Bits of the onyx mantle shot in all directions like shrapnel, and while the lower half of the shell was tossed down, the upper half flew high into the air, both mangled beyond recognition and bleeding shadows. The deformed remnants of the shadow colossus crumbled and dissolved into nothingness, while Sunny slid across the spine of the ancient serpent, crashing into the base of its skull. He shook his head in a daze, and then threw a hateful gaze at the shoulder of condemnation. That wretch. It seemed that the mysterious archer was not on board with the idea of a temporary alliance, no matter how necessary it seemed. They would rather just kill anything, and everything, that stood in their way. Or just happened to be nearby. No, but what kind of maniac instantly attacked someone who fought their enemies? Sunny rolled with a hiss and rose to his feet. By then, the shadow of condemnation had already reached the remains of the colossal serpent. The gargantuan being stepped over it, passing above Sunny, and continued on its way. It was as if a dark mountain stepped over him, covering him in its cold darkness for a few moments. The vulture was still impaled and struggling to free itself, the leech was still tearing into the abdomen of the shadow of condemnation with hundreds of maws. The thing had reached the shoulder of the gargantuan shadow and was now too high for Sunny to see, while the wolf was only a dozen seconds away from catching up with the cursed tyrant. Sunny gritted his teeth, seething with anger. "Alright, I'll just kill you all, bastards." Summoning a pair of black wings, Sunny raised a hurricane as he launched himself into the air. He was flying up, aiming to reach the shoulders of condemnation. It did not take Sunny a lot of time to soar into the sky and reach the shoulder of the shadow of condemnation, the opposite shoulder from where he had seen the mysterious archer last, that was, since the promise of getting another arrow driven into his heart did not seem alluring. But even that short amount of time was enough to let him truly fathom just how immense the shadow of the cursed tyrant was. Before, he had only seen condemnation from a distance, which had been awesome enough. But now that he had ascended its great height, from the mountain-like legs to the wide plateaus of its shoulders, Sunny saw the colossal shadow in an entirely different light. Walking across the dark expanse of the shadow realm, it was really like a world of its own. The black hills were barely visible from the great height, and the desolate land looked flat. There were no clouds to obscure the ground, but the great plume of silver essence bathed everything in pale radiance, making it seem like a different world from the lightless, lifeless desert below. There were hills and valleys of their own on the immense body of the shadow of condemnation, with a strange and alien terrain that only seemed more dreamlike because the entire immensity of it all was constantly moving. The great body of the cursed tyrant could have sheltered an entire city, with countless humans spending their entire lives without ever setting foot on the ground. Which only put into perspective how astonishing the feat of the King of Swords, who had slain this ancient deity, was. It was no different from a tiny ant slaying a towering elephant. Of course, the shadow of condemnation was different from how the cursed tyrant had been when it was alive. In fact, Sunny was starting to understand that this great body was nothing more than the vessel of the actual cursed one, who had been more of an insidious force than a physical presence. A force that absorbed what was around it, tearing parts from the world to make them parts of itself. Similarly, the shadow of condemnation had absorbed what had been around it, as well. However, the shadow realm was different from the Hollows and Godgrave, and therefore, its body ended up quite different from its past self. There was no soil, no stone ruins, and no jungle here. Instead, there was just dust, shadows, and silence. So, the shadow of condemnation was far less substantial than the actual cursed one had been. Its towering body was woven mostly out of immaterial things, shadows, dust, and distant light, with giant slabs of black obsidian floating in the dark abyss of its vast expanse like islands of solidity. Sunny had landed on one of these islands, released the effect of the feather of truth to return to his normal weight, and folded his wings, judging that it was too early to dismiss them. Wisps of ghostly smoke shrouded his figure, and a few black feathers drifted to the ground, dissolving in streams of darkness a few moments later. He glanced at the feathers and froze for a moment, suddenly remembering something that he would have preferred to forget, the terrible visage of Nether, the demon of destiny, which he had glimpsed reflected on the surface of the great river once, a long time ago. The figure of the prince of the underworld had been vague and unclear, shrouded in fog. But Sunny remembered one detail of his appearance vividly, two terrible black wings that seemed to devour the sky, drowning the world in howling mist. Sunny lingered for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the mangled breastplate of the onyx mantle. A sudden, embarrassing thought suddenly entered his mind. Here he was, a divine shadow, in the realm of Shadow God, and yet, he was wearing a suit of onyx armor forged by the Prince of Darkness, and sporting a pair of black wings. The underworld was where true darkness dwelled and had originated from, and true darkness was the natural enemy of shadows. Beings born from it were also here, acting like insatiable predators. So, had the mysterious archer mistaken him for a darkness creature, as well? If so, it was not that surprising that Sunny received an arrow in the heart instead of a greeting. But then again, that maniac seemed like the murderous sort regardless of circumstances. The shadow of condemnation had nothing to do with true darkness, and yet, the mysterious archer was here, fighting for the right to slay it, not at all different from the dark drifters or Sunny, intending to kill and consume condemnation. That was the only way to survive here, in the shadow realm. Maybe Sunny would have been greeted by an arrow even if he had been wearing a beautiful silk robe sewn by Shadow God's own hands. In any case, the mysterious archer had come dangerously close to costing Sunny an incarnation, and if there was one thing Sunny was good at, it was holding grudges. He was going to find and kill the wretch no matter the cost. The mysterious archer was a shadow creature as well. After all, the shadow of condemnation was not the only thing Sunny could consume to gain a treasure trove of shadow fragments. Who knew, maybe he would be able to not only form a Titan core, but also saturate the 7 cores to finality by the end of this expedition. But he would have to kill the 4 dark ones, the damned archer, and the shadow of condemnation first to achieve that. Step by step. The archer was currently tied up dealing with the thing, while the leech was in a feeding frenzy. The wolf had momentarily fallen behind. So, the best chance to even the odds Sunny had was to finish the wounded vulture. It was still impaled by the fangs of the great serpent, having yet to free itself. The fangs themselves were of value, as well, since Sunny could use them as weapons again. Let's hunt a dark one. He briefly considered summoning Saint. She was busy helping the Lord of Shadow clear the jungle, as well as keep an eye on old Jest, who had shown a tendency to wander into places he was not supposed to go as of late. More than that, while Saint was supposed to be immune to soul attacks, she would not necessarily be immune to the shadow realm, to shadow attacks. To whatever law ruled this desolate land, eroding shadows and turning them into pure essence. Sunny was not going to risk summoning his shadows until he found proof that they would not be destroyed as a result of entering the realm of death. The bones of a soul serpent offered some assurance, but they could be an anomaly. For now, he had to proceed alone. Smiling darkly, Sunny took a running start and jumped, leaping to the next slab of obsidian. There were many of them scattered around, drifting chaotically in the sea of shadows that the body of condemnation was composed of. For now, he had to reach the edge of the colossal being's shoulder and look down to evaluate the situation. Then, he had to kill. Chapter 21072 Horrors. Leaping from one drifting obsidian island to another and using his wings to glide across the wider gaps between them, Sunny swiftly reached a vantage point from where he could see the torso of the shadow of condemnation. Far below, the leech had burrowed into the side of the Colossus, having already consumed a vast swath of its nebulous body. The seething mass of darkness was twisting and rippling, hundreds of appalling maws biting hungrily into the shadow of the cursed tyrant. It seemed that the Dark One did not care what exactly it was devouring, pieces of obsidian, shimmering light, or deep shadows. Although it seemed as if the leech was feasting on the body of condemnation, what it was truly devouring was condemnation's essence, the very invisible, insidious force that held the great Colossus together. A bit higher, just under the chest of the Cursed One's shadow, the vulture had already extricated its body from one of the two enormous fangs, and was close to liberating itself from the second. The creature was separated from Sunny by a vertical drop of almost an entire kilometer, but due to its massive size, that distance did not seem significant at all. If anything, it felt negligible. Sunny hesitated for a moment. How am I even supposed to kill that thing? As the last resort, he could attack the vulture with his bare hands. Gods knew that the spiked gauntlets of the onyx mantle were lethal weapons in and of themselves. However, ripping the vast body of the appalling creature to shreds with bare hands seemed like a lot of work. And the vulture was not going to simply allow Sunny to attack it freely, either. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a thunderous thunderclap that slammed into Sunny like a physical wall, making him stagger and struggle to keep his balance. The thunderclap came from somewhere to his left. There, hidden from view by the massive neck of condemnation, the mysterious archer was currently battling the thing. Looking that way, Sunny saw pieces of shattered obsidian soaring high into the black sky before plunging down to rain upon the ground like a destructive hail. Cursing inwardly, he took a step forward and plummeted down, as well. Using both the dire might of his tenebrous wings and the feather of truth to accelerate his descent, Sunny pierced the radiance of the river of essence and fell upon the vulture like a black comet. Force equaled mass timed by acceleration, and he possessed plenty of both. More than that, he was a transcendent being, and therefore his existence pushed against the mystical laws of the world, not just the laws of physics. Perhaps using himself as a projectile was not the wisest of plans, but that way, the force unleashed by his impact against the Dark One was going to be truly devastating, as well as bring him close enough to tear at the appalling creature with his onyx claws. Sunny had tensed his body in anticipation of a bone-breaking collision, relying on bone weave to keep him whole. However, to his surprise, the actual impact was far less violent than he had anticipated and hoped for. The vast body of the vulture gave in and enveloped Sunny like a cold, porous cloth, surrounding him from all sides and suffocating him. Suddenly, he was embraced and blinded by darkness, bound by its chilling expanse, struggling to wrestle his body free. At first, the cold darkness was simply there, enveloping him like a dreadful cocoon. But then, it rippled and gave birth to countless tendrils that slithered across the surface of the onyx mantle, searching hungrily for a way in. Sunny shuddered. Usually, he would have only had to protect the visor of his helmet, but since the damned archer had mangled the breastplate of his armor, breaching it, the tendrils discovered an opening soon. Crap! Gritting his teeth, he feverishly searched for a solution. The image of Dark Dancer Revel flashed in his mind. A split second later, the onyx mantle shifted, covering the frame of his wings with a layer of fearsome stone-like armor. Straining with all his might, Sunny unfolded them and tore free of the suffocating darkness, shredding it with the bladed edges of his wings. Pushing himself away, Sunny shot through the swirling storm of essence particles and landed heavily on the surface of the ancient serpent's fang, 100 or so meters away. The fang was still embedded in the body of condemnation, protruding from it like a long and narrow ivory ledge. Rising slowly from his knees, Sunny looked up and pierced the vulture with a cold, murderous gaze. The Dark One gazed upon him, too. Thousands of lightless eyes opened on the surface of the rippling darkness, considering him with a chilling, silent, alien intent. Then, a spark of hunger ignited in them, making Sunny feel a sickening sense of primal fear. The vulture shifted on the body of condemnation, perching on its vertical slope like a giant moth. Then, forgetting about its colossal prey for a short moment, it surged forward to consume Sunny instead. The appalling creature was like a flood of darkness, its vast mass boiling as it exploded with countless monstrous tendrils, these ones dozens of meters long and ending in gruesome maws. It fell upon Sunny like an avalanche, threatening to bury him under its dark and dreadful expanse. Watching the flood of darkness descending upon him, Sunny scoffed coldly. The shadows around him stirred, embracing him like a great mantle. In the next moment, the vast expanse of flowing shadows was suddenly infused with transcendent essence, turning into a tangible mass. Sunny did not bother shaping this enormous shell, the largest one he had ever created, and allowed it to remain formless and shapeless. As the flood of hungry darkness fell upon him from above, the great mass of shadows rushed upward to meet it, countless tentacles shooting from its depths to rip apart the ghastly tendrils. The moment the two dark masses collided, there was a deafening thunderclap, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions, battering the ancient obsidian and making the ivory fangs crack. The shadow of condemnation shuddered, halting for a moment as it took another step. Chapter 21083's A party here in the realm of shadows. Sunny was at home. It was a dire and perilous home, but a home nonetheless. Not only was his body and aspect empowered by being here, but there was also a torrent of spirit essence flowing into his soul. That was why his ability to manifest shadows had become more powerful than it had ever been, and why he was able to summon such an enormous shell. The vast shell was formless, lacking a structure. But that was also a reason why he could build it, and make it span hundreds of meters, not at all inferior to the great expanse of the appalling darkness creature. Better yet, there was no risk of losing himself, since he was not delving into the essence of a foreign existence. Instead, he was simply adhering to the shapelessness that was inherent to all shadows. And as a shadow himself, Sunny was no stranger to that shapelessness himself. It was just a shame that his largest shell yet was dwarfed by most of what he had encountered in the shadow realm, almost making him feel like he had been robbed of an accomplishment. Damnation. Of course, Sunny had no time to feel such frivolous emotions, since mere moments after forming the shell, he clashed with the vulture in a harrowing display of primal fury. The rippling mass of darkness descended like a flood of hungry tendrils, and the seething mass of shadow rose to meet it midway. Their clash was both awesome and terrifying, bathed in the silver radiance of the river of essence, but seemingly devouring the light instead of being illuminated by it. They rolled across the vertical slope of condemnation's torso, clinging to it with dozens of tendrils and tentacles, and at the same time tearing into each other with countless more. Hundreds of hungry maws opened on the rippling body of the vulture, biting into the mass of seething shadows. In response, the shadows bit into the body of the dark drifter with thousands of bestial fangs, tearing it ferociously. Torrents of darkness rained down like blood. Even as his shell was being ripped apart and pierced by slithering tendrils, Sunny grinned darkly in its tumultuous depths. Ah, this is not good. There was one thing he had realized in the very first moment of his clash with the vulture. It was that the creature of darkness was an ancient evil, and much, much more powerful than him. The gruesome damage it dealt to the formless mass of shadows was incomparably more dire than the damage the shadows were dealing to it. And just as Sunny was savaging the eerie creature with abandon, the creature was savaging him much more. However, Sunny was in his natural element. Every wound he dealt to the vulture harmed the Dark One, while the Dark One was only damaging his shell. For as long as Sunny had essence, he could freely mend and rebuild his great and formless, horrifying body. He just had to make sure that the tendrils of darkness did not reach his actual self, and maybe, he would be able to destroy this harrowing abomination, after all. Or maybe he would be swallowed by one of the tendrils, hopefully dying in the process, instead of feeling the agony of his body and soul being slowly digested in the depths of the harrowing darkness first. No. I'll definitely kill this fiend. But why stop there? Smiling crookedly, Sunny allowed a part of his shell to be torn apart, then used the momentary lull in the onslaught of dark tendrils created by that sacrifice to launch a vicious attack of his own. The tentacles growing out of his vast shell shifted, turning into a forest of inky black arms, and hundreds of hands ripped into the body of the vulture with sharp claws, each bearing 7 fingers, holding it in place. The only tentacles that had not transformed then changed, as well, their ends turning into scythe-like blades. Those blades then slashed at the particular group of tendrils that attached the vulture to the body of the shadow of condemnation, severing them all. Sunny pushed both the Dark One and his shell away from the obsidian surface. The two intertwined horrors, one made of pure darkness, the other from a vast expanse of shadows, plummeted down. As they fell, a swarm of shadow chains shot from his formless shell, wrapping themselves around the two ivory fangs that were still stuck in the shadow of condemnation. The vulture tore into the mass of shadows, one of its terrifying tendrils penetrating the formless shell deep enough to come dangerously close to Sunny's body. At the same time, the Dark One attempted to free itself from his hold. However, Sunny poured more essence into the shell, rebuilding it almost as fast as it was being destroyed, albeit not quite, and steering their fall by using the ivory fangs as purchase. A few moments later, the two of them crashed into the massive body of the appalling leech, who had forgotten itself while gorging on the flesh of the shadow of condemnation. The more, the merrier. Sunny's bloodlust was more than insatiable enough to accommodate a pair of primordial horrors. Now, for the last act. As the leech momentarily switched the target of its hunger and Sunny's shell became enveloped by the appalling darkness from two sides, melting between them in an onslaught of countless teeth, he abandoned all pretense of trying to attack the Dark Ones, and instead put all the dreadful power of his shell into pushing all three of them into the black sky of the Shadow Realm. Sunny, the vulture, and the leech shot away from the body of condemnation, flying into the dark expanse of the sky. As they flew, the formless shell collapsed in on itself, turning into a battered sphere. The two ancient horrors were like tattered sails of darkness billowing behind it. Of course, they never stopped shredding it with countless maws and trying to tear it apart with appalling tendrils. As Sunny's shell dwindled, they passed through the silver radiance of the essence plume and were enveloped by the boundless darkness once again, flying further and further away from the shadow of condemnation. However, they did not fly for long. Because just a few moments later, they crashed into the palm of its colossal hand, which closed into a fist a moment later, crushing the sphere of shadows, and the two vast beings of darkness, in its obliterating grip. The titanic fist of condemnation snapped shut, crushing the formless shell and killing the two creatures of darkness. Of course, by the time it did, Sunny was already someplace else. After all, nothing prevented him from abandoning his shell while maintaining its existence. If it had been a more complicated construct, he would have lost the ability to control it with any measure of finesse after leaving, but that was beside the point in this instance, considering that the sphere of shadows had only needed to be durable enough to endure the violent onslaught of the leech and the vulture, and therefore, did not need to be controlled at all. So, mere moments before it slammed into the palm of the shadow of condemnation, Sunny opened a narrow breach in the wall of the sphere and held tightly to the chain of shadows that still connected it to one of the ivory fangs embedded in the body of the cursed tyrant. The chain drew taut. As a result, he was catapulted outside while the crumbling sphere of shadows, and the two appalling horrors that were tearing it apart, continued flying forward with great speed. To their doom. By the time the vulture and the leech perished in the crushing grasp of the shadow of condemnation, torrents of elemental darkness flowing between the gargantuan fingers, Sunny was already halfway back to the nebulous body of the cursed tyrant. Wind howled in his ears as he smiled wickedly. There. Go die, bastards. Leech, vulture, fools. You should have thought twice before making an enemy out of a cockroach. Then again, he would have killed them anyway, so it did not really matter whether the abominations had antagonized him or not. Reaching the abdomen of the shadow of condemnation, Sunny slammed into the cold obsidian and momentarily let go of the chain to grab onto the cracks in the black stone. Folding his wings, he pressed his body against it and carefully looked up. Just then, something flashed blindingly high above and dimmed the silver radiance of the swirling essence for a moment. Following the flash, something dark obscured the view. Sunny held tightly to the cold obsidian as a river of elemental darkness flowed slowly from above, trickling onto his armor and temporarily blinding him. If he was to hazard a guess, that was what remained of the thing, who must have been killed by the nebulous slayer on the shoulder of the shadow of condemnation. Soon enough, the darkness receded, having already flowed past him on its way to the dunes of obsidian dust far below. All that remained was silence. The world swayed slowly as the shadow of condemnation walked across the desolate expanse of the Shadow Realm, illuminating it with the pale light of swirling particles of soul essence. Sunny waited tensely, hiding in the shadows cast by the protruding ridge of glossy obsidian. He knew that his position was quite a bad one. After all, being far below a deadly archer on a vertical slope was not an ideal situation to find oneself in. When no arrow came crashing down a few seconds later, he gritted his teeth and started to climb up, sticking to the darkest and deepest shadows. The body of the shadow of condemnation seemed more solid here, but he still encountered wide gaps between the vast plates of obsidian. Instead of spreading his wings, Sunny simply used the chain to pull himself up and reach the next piece of black stone. He swiftly reached the ivory fong and climbed onto it, wondering what had happened to the archer. Was that damned maniac dead, as well? Or maybe had already moved on to trying to slay the shadow of condemnation? It did not seem like Sunny was in immediate danger. His face suddenly fell. I just had to think that aloud, did I? In the next moment, a black arrow fell from above, almost piercing his eye. This time, however, Sunny managed to dodge it just in time. The arrow moved with truly astonishing speed, arriving almost instantaneously, but it disturbed the swirling torrent of essence particles. That disturbance caused the shadows populating the great expanse of condemnation to shift, so Sunny had sensed the arrow a split second before it would have killed him. He reeled back, and the obsidian arrowhead scraped against the visor of his helmet, slicing it apart, then struck the ivory fong. The violent impact was so devastating that the ancient fong exploded, sending bone fragments flying away like a cloud of shrapnel, and Sunny was tossed into the air. Damn it! A moment later, a hurricane was raised by his wings, and he shot up through the silver radiance. Sticking close to the body of condemnation, Sunny veered left and right, trying to make him a more difficult target. He dove into the deep gorges on the polished obsidian and used jagged outcroppings as cover, dodging another arrow a heartbeat or two later. But that was not all. While Sunny was flying up, 6 shadow spawn shells burst from his figure and followed while leaping from one plate of obsidian to another, or rather, 6 dummy shells that he had created to confuse the archer. These ones only had the appearance of shells, with none of the intricately complicated inner machinery. There was no rigid frame of bones, no tensile muscles, no elastic tendons, all of them created by manifesting shadow in unique ways, of course. Instead, these constructs were no different from the most primitive shadow tentacles, with only their outward shape altered to look like a creature. Luckily, that seemed to have been enough to split the archer's attention. The decoys were obliterated one after another, but Sunny managed to keep himself intact until he reached the shoulder of the shadow Colossus. The opposite shoulder from where he had initially landed, and where the thing had been destroyed by the archer. Dismissing his wings, Sunny landed on the glossy surface of black obsidian and rolled. Rising to his feet a moment later, he lowered his chin a little and looked at the figure standing a few dozen meters away from him. The nebulous archer was surrounded by wisps of black smoke, as if wearing a tattered cloak of shadows. Their figure was obscured, and so was their face. However, Sunny could feel that his enemy was looking at him, as well. Finally, the mysterious shadow calmly placed their bow on the ground, straightened, and unsheathed 2 long knives, one cut from black obsidian, the other from white bone. Smiling darkly, Sunny revealed his hand, which held a long, sharp splinter of the destroyed fong of the ancient soul serpent. Then, he revealed 5 more hands, each holding a bone blade of their own. The archer tilted their head slightly. Sunny grinned. That's right, bastard. Come and get me. There was no pompous exchange of challenges, no proclamations, not even an insult thrown to rattle the enemy before the battle. There was no sign that the archer was preparing for a fight, like assuming a stance and cautiously probing Sunny's defenses. Instead, one second the mysterious shadow was standing a few dozen meters away, and the next, they were already upon Sunny. The obsidian knife glinted coldly as it tore the fabric of reality apart, aiming to plunge into his abdomen. Fast. Sunny barely managed to deflect the blow by sensing, rather than being fully aware of, the coming strike. The splinter of the ivory fong met the obsidian blade and pushed it aside, sending a jolt of pain traveling through his arm. Strong, as well. The Nebulous Slayer was terribly fast and terribly strong. Perhaps in any other place, Sunny would have stood no chance against this adversary, but here in this shadow realm, the infinite abyss of shadows was imbuing him with dire prowess. It was not quite comparable to the augmentation of his shadows, but close to it. So, he could at least resist. Sunny deflected the obsidian knife to the side and blocked the bone knife by crossing 2 ivory blades of his own. Then, he attacked with 3 splinters of the ancient fang that remained. He had 6 hands at the moment, after all. But his nebulous enemy was elusive. Using flowing footwork, they seemed to disappear like a mirage, sidestepping all 3 of the counterattacks and somehow managing to flank Sunny at the same time. All that his improvised daggers managed to pierce were the wisps of ghostly smoke. Crap. Sunny moved his 3 left arms, trying to defend his side, and instantly lost 2 of them. Severed cleanly, the inky black hands fell to the ground, but that, at least, had bought him enough time to reel back and avoid being skewered himself. He felt a cold chill run down his spine. Sunny had hoped that the mysterious slayer would not be as deadly up close as they were at range, but these hopes were now crushed thoroughly. The damned archer knew how to handle a knife, as well. In fact, they fought with an utterly chilling level of skill and intent. Their style was as lethal as it was straightforward. There were no embellishments, hesitation, or complicated philosophy to its deadly grace. Just pure lethality, inhuman ruthlessness, and absolute killing intent. An uncompromising aggressiveness that aimed to slaughter the enemy in the most swift and efficient fashion, discarding all else. Making all else seem unimportant. Which was not to say that the way the mysterious shadow fought was not insidious. In fact, they were like a personification of devious will. Deception was a killing tool as well, after all. Even using his mastery of shadow dance to predict the enemy's movements, Sunny was struggling to keep up. That was because the archer was simply too fast and aggressive to react to this foresight, and even if he did, the predictions Sunny made seemed to fail him half of the time. As if the enemy knew how to deceive his very perception, including shadow sense, thus making all attempts to gain insight fruitless. After all, trying to build anything on a foundation of falsehoods was an exercise in futility. That was why the bone knife, which was supposed to be flying towards Sunny's throat, suddenly pierced the breastplate of the onyx mantle just below his ribs instead. Still failing to understand how that happened, Sunny staggered back, which was why the sharp blade only cut his skin and a bit of muscle instead of plunging into his lung. He was still reeling from the unexpected failure to predict the sinister blow, but there was no time to think. That was because the mysterious shadow had not slowed down the onslaught of attacks even for a split second, pushing Sunny back with a rain of deadly strikes. They came at him from all directions, the swift figure of his enemy obscured and made even harder to discern by the ghostly black smoke. It was to the point that Sunny was not even sure which one of them possessed 6 hands instead of 2, well, 4, now. Defending himself desperately, he took a step back, then another. His entire body rattled from the immense strain of withstanding the ferocious, devastating blows of the enemy, and the situation only seemed to grow more dire and frenetic with each heartbeat. But that was fine, as well. After all, Sunny was not without tricks himself. His 2 severed hands were now laying on the ground behind the archer, having yet to dissolve into intangible shadows. And that was for a good reason, because just then, they suddenly moved and rose into the air, carried by 2 flexible shadow tentacles. Still grasping the splinters of the ivory fang, they shot at the archer's back with the speed of supersonic missiles. And the bastard still dodged them, somehow. Granted, the mysterious shadow was at least forced to halt the chilling and seemingly unceasing assault to disengage, performed a strange mix of a spinning somersault and a cartwheel that had no right to look graceful, and yet did, rolled over their shoulder, and slid back on the glossy obsidian. There was no rule that limited Sunny to only using his bone blades, after all. In fact, he would be a fool to do so. Sparing the vague figure of his enemy a brief glance, Sunny called upon the shadows and unleashed a maelstrom of shadow chains, clawed hands, and bladed tentacles upon the nebulous slayer. Or at least, he tried to. But he failed. That was because for the first time in a long, long while, the shadows did not respond to his call. Instead, they cowered and trembled, torn between the will of the Lord of Shadows and the cold threat of whatever the mysterious archer was. An ancient shadow that had spent thousands of years in the desolate hell of the Shadow Realm, hunting down their kin. Sunny commanded them to move, and the Slayer threatened them to stay still. He smiled darkly. Such audacity. Instead of responding, the archer lunged forward once again. Only this time, when Sunny commanded his remaining two shadow hands forward to block the obsidian knife, they jerked and halted, failing to respond to his will for a split second. That split second was enough for the stone blade to leave another hole on his hide. Damnation. Sunny had fought all kinds of adversaries over his long and tumultuous career as a carrier of the nightmare spell, and more still after his sudden and inexplicable retirement from being one. Among them were powerful nightmare creatures, seasoned awakened champions, and dreadful horrors he struggled to describe. But very few of them, if any at all, had managed to put this kind of pressure on him. At least not in recent years, after he achieved transcendence and came close to the known pinnacle of power. The mysterious shadow was different from nightmare creatures, because it possessed the martial skill and deadly intelligence akin to that of a human. But it was also different from humans, because its mind was utterly alien, elusive, and filled with nothing but murderous, merciless killing intent. It was fierce and ferocious, but at the same time cold and calculating, focused entirely on slaying the enemy. It would have been commendable, really, if Sunny did not find himself on the receiving end of this deadly resolve. He evaded a vicious stab, only to receive a devastating kick and stagger back. Ignoring the sharp pain in his bruised ribs, he immediately moved, deflecting a slash that would have sliced his throat open otherwise. By then, an obsidian blade was already flying at his right eye, and as he tilted his head to avoid it, a knee slammed into his abdomen, making him let out a hiss. The mysterious shadow was like a dancer that could use all of its nebulous body as a weapon, making no distinction between its blades, fists, elbows, knees, or feet. Each precise blow was either potentially fatal or meant to open him to a deadly follow-up attack, flowing effortlessly into each other, and with the ghostly smoke obscuring its movements, Sunny could not allow his focus to slip even for an instant. The rain of attacks persisted without a split second of respite, all of them chained together like a ruthless, suffocating vice. No matter how much Sunny resisted, he could not gain the initiative, he could only defend himself feverishly, barely keeping up with the lethal onslaught. Wounds and bruises slowly littered his body. His armor was cut like paper, and his bones groaned under unbearable strain, on the verge of cracking. He was not bleeding, at least, but his two remaining Shadow's hands had long been sacrificed. Now, even his own hands were at risk of being maimed. Dodging another blow, he growled and lunged forward, meaning to ram the mysterious archer with his armored shoulder. However, the enemy simply retreated like mist, then instantly counterattacked, nearly driving one of their knives into Sunny's temple. They clashed like two dark whirlwinds, moving across the shoulder of the shadow of condemnation as it took another titanic step. The radiant veil of swirling essence was torn apart by the fury of their battle, and they were enveloped by soothing darkness once again. The thunderous cacophony tore apart the eternal silence that reigned the Shadow Realm, and the black sky shook from the terrifying power of their blows. As Sunny and the nebulous Slayer fought with their weapons, another, hidden battle was taking place as well. It was the battle for the control over the ancient shadows that surrounded them. Sunny was pressing his authority, commanding the shadows to answer his call and descend upon the archer in a manifested storm. The archer, meanwhile, was silently pressuring them into remaining still. The mysterious Slayer had even managed to exert influence on the manifested hands that Sunny used, making them if not useless, then at least unreliable, enough so that they had been destroyed one after another. Unlike the physical battle, this one was not fought with weapons or martial skill. Instead, it was fought by something else, will, perhaps. Since both fighters had a claim to command them, the shadows would follow the one whose authority was more tyrannical and uncompromising. By all accounts, Sunny had no business being equal to a great supreme being in a battle of will and authority. However, he was the Lord of Shadows. This attribute granted him a mandate to rule them, and marked him as a chosen of Shadow God. It served as the equalizer, allowing him to breach the gap separating him from the ruthless archer. For now, neither Sunny nor his enemy had managed to overwhelm the other's will and gain command of the shadows. It was an exhausting draw, but, still. Drawing with a being of supreme rank in a battle of will was not a bad result. Actually. Finally managing to land a glancing blow and push the enemy back for a moment, Sunny drew a hoarse breath. He wasn't even sure what this damned shadow's rank and class were. Unlike the dark drifters, the mysterious archer was not made from elemental darkness, so nothing stopped Sunny from trying to peer into its essence. He just had no opportunity before. Using the momentary lull in their fierce clash, which would only last a split second, no doubt, Sunny shifted his gaze and looked inside the mysterious shadow. What he saw startled him. What the? The mysterious archer was a shadow. Sunny was pretty sure that they were no different from condemnation, a shadow that had entered the realm of death after the being casting it perished, albeit one that seemed to have retained more sense and sharper intent. Perhaps it had gradually become an actual shadow creature by refusing to be annihilated by the shadow realm over the ages. In any case, he had expected to see dark embers like those that burned in the depths of his own shadows, or at best lightless shadow cores like he himself possessed. Maybe even nothing except the dark expanse of a vast shadow. But, to his surprise, a beautiful, radiant core burned within the mysterious archer, shining like a silver sun. It was not a shadow core, it was an actual soul core, brimming with actual soul essence instead of shadow essence, like what Sunny had. What kind of situation is this? He was a human whose soul was nevertheless like that of a shadow, while the mysterious archer was an actual shadow who walked around with a soul core burning in their chest despite it all? How was that possible? But then again, anything was possible. If a being as weird as Sunny could exist, then why couldn't the directly opposite being to him exist, as well? Regardless. What stunned him the most was that the mysterious archer only possessed one soul core, which meant that they were a mere beast. Considering how obviously sentient the damned thing was, that probably meant that they were a shadow of a dead human. More than that, their rank was strange. It was neither supreme nor transcendent, but rather something in between. As if the soul of a supreme being had been damaged and weathered, losing much of its past luster. Perhaps it had even been sacred once, who knew? Sunny could only see the current state of the shadow, not what it had been in a pristine state. In any case, the mysterious archer was not a sovereign. Not only because their power seemed to have been eroded by the thousands of years of being digested by the shadow realm, but also because they did not possess a domain. And even if they had been human once, they weren't one anymore. So, Sunny had no idea what that thing was, really. Just a strange, tenacious shadow that was far more insidious and lethal than it had any right to be. Nothing changed the fact that he had to kill it, though. And regarding that, Sunny had an idea on how to proceed. Whether the nebulous archer possessed a soul core or not, they were still a shadow. That was how they had been able to survive in the shadow realm, and why they were hunting the shadows of living beings for sustenance. That was also the reason why this cold and ruthless slayer could influence the wild shadows populating the desolate land, so much so that they were even scared to answer Sunny's call. However, since the archer could interfere with Sunny in that way, didn't that mean that Sunny could do the same? After all, the archer was a shadow. And Sunny was the Lord of Shadows. He held dominion over everything that was a shadow, whether they liked it or not. If Sunny so wished, he could control and manipulate shadows, manifest them into tangible forms, or even send them into the shadow realm and back. Granted, his authority was not absolute. Although few shadows had attempted it yet, the vastest and most ancient of them could resist his will and refuse his commands, like the fragment of the shadow realm did, for example. More importantly, there was one exception to his ability to command the shadows. No matter how weak, Sunny could neither control nor manifest the shadows of living beings, their loyalty was to their masters, and no matter how revered the Lord of Shadows was by them, that reverence did not trump that loyalty. However, the mysterious archer was not a shadow cast by a living being. They might have been once, but now, they were cast by nothing and belonged to nothing. They were alone and ownerless, without a master. It is improper for a shadow, let alone such a murderous one, to walk around without a master. Not the least of all because an unscrupulous Lord of Shadows might happen to pass by and try to exploit that defect. So, while suffering under the chillingly lethal barrage of insidious attacks and at the same time wrestling the cold will of the rebellious shadow, Sunny focused his own will into a sharp blade and added another command to his call. That one was addressed directly to the damned archer and consisted of only one word. Halt. The archer suddenly shuddered. And because they shuddered, Sunny easily pushed aside the obsidian knife and plunged the splinter of the ivory fang into the enemy's side. A moment later, the archer punched him in the face, shattering the damaged visor of the onyx helmet and making Sunny see stars. They struck down with the bone knife, slicing through the splinter of the ancient fang, and disengaged. A moment later, the archer landed gracefully on the glossy stone a few dozen meters away and pressed one hand against their side, hunching a little. Sunny was pretty sure that being pierced by a fang of an ancient soul serpent was quite harmful, even for a relentless death machine like this damned maniac. He dismissed his broken helmet and laughed. Two can play this game, you know? Before, the archer had interfered with his limbs. Now, Sunny was interfering with the archer. Of course, the nebulous slayer did not halt as commanded. However, their movements appeared somewhat constrained, sapped of some speed and power. Just enough to even the playing field in this battle. Taking a step forward, Sunny ignited his will and battered the archer with a barrage of irresistible commands. Halt. Move. Kneel. Surrender. Beg. Die. But the mysterious shadow did resist them, hunching some more and remaining silent. Their slender fingers, nevertheless, dug into the wound, grasping the broken splinter of the ivory fang and pulling it free. A trickle of ghostly smoke flowed out of the wound, mixing with their billowing veil. Still ready to fight, then. Sunny grinned. Well, it was only to be expected. He had never expected that his little trick would bring this ruthless slayer to their knees. It was just something to weigh them down and let Sunny himself deliver the fatal blow. What are you waiting for? Let's go, little shadow. I'm just getting warmed up. The archer stared at him for a few moments silently, at least Sunny thought that he was being stared at. He could not see their face, after all. Then, in an explosion of swift, purposeful motion, the archer turned around, fluidly grabbed their discarded bow and dashed away, sliding over the edge of the obsidian island a moment later. Falling into the depths of the shadow of condemnation. Sunny froze for a moment. He blinked. Huh? Had he actually scared that damned killer so much? No, impossible. Then, his eyes widened a little. Did the bastard decide to go for the kill first and deal with Sunny later? If so, he had to follow immediately. Yet, somehow, Sunny did not feel like submerging into the nebulous body of the shadow of condemnation was safe. In fact, everything inside him screamed against it, as if what awaited him inside was a fate far worse than death. It would be the same for the archer. Then what was Sunny missing? Suddenly, a cold chill ran down his spine, and a bad premonition made him shiver. With no helmet to shield his head, he realized quite quickly what it was that he had missed. Because his hair was fluttering wildly in the wind. The wind had grown much stronger. I'm getting a terrible sense of déjà vu. Had he not caught a ride on the shoulder of a giant once, only to be caught in the storm? No, technically, it was on the neck of a giant. Turning around, Sunny looked at the horizon. The breathtaking, radiant maelstrom of the Essence Tempest was much, much closer than it had been before. And the wind was only growing stronger. Suddenly, a tiny spark of silver light shot past Sunny. And then, another spark shot from his vambrace, this one having nothing to do with essence. It was just a spark produced when something struck the stone-like metal of his armor at great speed. Something so swift and tiny that he did not even see it, let alone feel the impact. Sunny stared at his vambrace for a moment, noticing a deep scratch left on it. Damn. Then, he turned around to run. but it was already too late. Chapter 21:13 Condemned. The essence storm was still some distance away, but the wind was growing turbulent at an unnatural rate. It had been merely strong a few moments ago, but now, its force was already as violent as that of a hurricane. The wind crashed furiously into the colossal figure of the Shadow of Condemnation, shattering against its dark nebulous bulwark in a litany of chilling wails. The radiant trail of essence shrouding the colossal shadow was torn apart and scattered, submerging the world in impenetrable darkness once again. For now. A powerful gust slammed into Sunny's back, almost making him stagger. As it did, a few more sparks of light shot past him. The particles of pure essence were being carried by the wind, moving at astonishing speed. Even more shocking was the fact that they were somehow able to affect the material plane, otherwise, there would not have been a new scratch on his vambrace. Far below, countless such particles were striking the body of condemnation, producing tiny sparks when colliding with cold stone. The body of the cursed tyrant was too vast to notice it yet, but when the swirling mass of the essence storm arrived, Sunny shuddered. No wonder the mysterious archer had rushed to seek shelter. Having survived in the Shadow Realm for thousands of years, they must have known how to survive the passing of a storm well. It was just that this time, they had been caught in the open, riding a colossal shadow far above ground. That was why the archer chose to dive into the depths of condemnation despite how perilous it seemed. No, that's not quite right. The radiant storm clouds were still some distance away, so was there really a need to act so decisively? Suddenly, Sunny felt a chilling sense of urgent danger. Spinning around. He just barely had time to see a swirling torrent of silver sparks rushing at him on the wind currents. A split second later, the light had already reached Sunny and passed through him, disappearing into the darkness of the distant sky. Sunny let out an inhuman shriek and fell, clutching desperately at his chest. The claws of the mantle's armored gauntlet dug into his skin, leaving deep cuts on its surface. Arg! He almost bit off his tongue from the harrowing pain. The particles of soul essence had pierced his body, entering his chest and exiting from his back. However, they were so infinitely small that even being pierced by 100 of them did not deal his body any lasting damage. But the same could not be said about his soul. It was shredded and ravaged by hundreds of radiant blades, torn asunder and mangled terribly, whole swaths of it being utterly destroyed. It was as if his soul was hit by a wave of explosive shrapnel. At this point, most beings would have simply died, their souls crumbling due to the scope of sustained damage. However, Sunny's soul was held together by soul weave. It could maintain its integrity no matter how much of it was destroyed, as long as at least a small part of it remained. So, despite writhing in terrible pain, he was still alive. Curse it all. Sunny had to escape. This first torrent of pure essence was merely a harbinger of what was to come. Soon, there would be more and more such swirling flashes of light being carried by the hurricane wind, and before too long, the shadow of condemnation would plunge into the storm clouds. Then, nothing would be able to survive on its surface. Groaning, Sunny rolled onto his stomach, then pushed his body to the edge of the obsidian island. As he crawled, a few more sparks of essence pierced his arms and legs, bringing with them more pain. Curse it all. Finally, he reached the edge and pushed himself over it without hesitating even for a moment. Thank the gods. As Sunny fell into the depths of condemnation, a cold darkness enveloped him. He could only vaguely see and sense the outside world. Out there, powerful gusts of wind crashed into the body of the colossal shadow, striking rains of sparks from its surface. But here inside, everything was silent and at peace. Everything was strange and alien. Everything was beholden to a single foreign force. That force was the shadow of condemnation, and nothing, not even laws of reality, could exist within it without being subjugated and subsumed by that force. The islands of glossy obsidian were now part of condemnation. The vast expanse of ancient shadows was, as well. So were the pale light of the distant essence storms, the clouds of black dust, the fragments of broken winds, and the pieces of the silent sky. Time and space themselves were consumed by the shadow of the dead deity, becoming parts of it. And naturally, now that Sunny was here, that invisible force had started to make him a part of itself, as well. He was suddenly filled with horror. That was because Sunny suddenly felt that his own body did not belong to him anymore. His hands were not his. Even though they were attached to him, they were not a part of him. His eyes belonged to someone else, gazing at the world with a cold and unfamiliar indifference. The heart beating in his chest was a foreign object. His chest, as well, was merely an external vessel. His wounded soul was a small part of a much greater being, and he did not feel pain anymore, since even that pain did not belong to him. Even his mind was not his anymore, the thoughts entering it becoming alien one by one. His body shifted strangely, bending at unnatural angles. The invisible force was pulling it apart, the flesh straining on the verge of ripping, to better fit into the great structure of the shadow of condemnation. His bones groaned, ready to break. Damn it. Someone else's eyes widened in horror. Someone else's mouth opened to let out a terrified scream. Having found safety from the essence storm within the shadow of condemnation, Sunny ended up in a different, but equally dreadful peril. The dead deity subsumed everything around it to construct its gargantuan vessel. The great, nebulous body of condemnation was built from things that had been torn from the fabric of the world to become parts of the colossal shadow instead. And so, Sunny was currently being torn apart and subsumed, as well. His body, his soul, his mind, everything was slowly being swallowed by condemnation. That is, not good. He fell into the cold darkness, losing his sense of self as he did. Then, his hand moved, slashing the darkness with the splinter of the ivory fang. That bought him a few moments of respite. Regaining some clarity of mind, Sunny pivoted in the air and crashed into a giant slab of polished obsidian that drifted in the vast expanse of the colossal shadow. He still did not feel like himself, and there was still an invisible force pulling at his body. But he could at least think for himself, for a moment or two. Right. Sunny tried to remain calm as he could be, considering the circumstances. The situation was bad, but it was not hopeless. How did he know that? Because the mysterious archer had plunged into the depths of condemnation first. That maniac had survived thousands of years of obliteration in the shadow realm, so their will to live was not in question. The archer would not have jumped into this cold darkness if it meant committing suicide. There had to be a way to survive. Sunny just had to find it. Isn't it all too simple, then? Someone else might have succumbed to the irresistible pull of the sinister force easily, becoming condemned to be a part of condemnation forever. In fact, maybe that was how the cursed deity had received its eerie name, in the first place, but Sunny was different. That was because he had crossed the Hollow Mountains once and was well versed in maintaining his sense of self against all odds. Even without a true name, his will to exist was far more cohesive and powerful than that of most of his peers, of all his peers, perhaps. It had been trained and sharpened arduously in the white mist of nothingness, and so, destroying his sense of self was not an easy task. Even with the shadow of condemnation trying to assimilate Sunny, his natural defense mechanisms were resisting the assimilation furiously. What if I resisted consciously, then? Focusing on his sense of self, Sunny poured all of his fierce will into maintaining its independence. Becoming a part of some dead god? In your dreams. How ridiculous, being killed by a measly sovereign, I could never. Slowly, Sunny managed to regain control of his body. A dreadful force was still trying to pull it apart, and an insidious influence was still trying to steal his thoughts, but he could at least maintain this measure of control over himself. His will to exist clashed against the will of the shadow of condemnation, and pushed it back a little. Of course, Sunny had far less willpower than the shadow of a dead deity. But he was merely a tiny speck for the shadow of condemnation, so it did not use more than a tiny fraction of its will to consume him. Even then, what little will it did use was not used consciously. Sunny, however, was using all of his will to stay alive, to stay himself, rather. And he was doing it with all the focus and discipline of a seasoned explorer of the most dreadful corners of the dream realm. So, he was able to maintain a fragile balance and keep himself from being consumed. For now. Which meant Groaning, Sunny stumbled to his left and rolled. In the next moment, an obsidian knife pierced the polished obsidian in the spot where he had been a split second before, sending a net of cracks running through the glossy stone. If Sunny could maintain his sense of self within the shadow of condemnation, then the damned archer would be able, too. Which meant that their battle was not over. It had merely switched locations. Smiling darkly, Sunny pushed himself off the cold stone and lunged himself at the enemy. Battering the bone knife aside with the splinter of the ivory fang, he crashed into the nebulous slayer and pushed them both off the slab of obsidian. "How does your side feel, bastard?" As they fell, Sunny slammed his fist into the wounded side of the mysterious shadow, hoping that it would hurt like hell. At the same time, he spread his wings and directed their fall, intending to slam the damned maniac into the closest piece of obsidian with enough force to shatter the entire thing. The archer had already driven one of his knives into the base of one of his wings, though, severing it entirely. Sunny cursed as he lost control over the trajectory of their fall. "You!" A moment later, they both crashed into the slab of obsidian with terrible force. Even as the impact threw them away from each other, the obsidian knife flashed, and the splinter of the ivory fang blocked its blade. Sunny and the mysterious archer rolled on the polished stone, then rose slowly and faced each other once again. He grinned. "Hey, little shadow, you don't look too good." The dark silhouette of the mysterious archer was more vague and unclear than ever, black smoke still flowing from the deep wound on their side. Their strength and speed had reduced quite a bit, as well, hinting that the murderous shadow was struggling to resist the will of condemnation. Well, then again. Sunny did not look too hot either. "How about you kneel before your lord and die peacefully? I promise, my soul sea is far more pleasant than this damned place. You'll even have great company." Instead of answering, the archer simply attacked. Sunny had not expected anything less. As Sunny and the mysterious archer clashed once again, both burning with unquenchable, ruthless, and chillingly cold-killing intent, he instantly felt the difference. Well, of course he did. It was hard not to feel it, considering that both of them were severely debilitated now. Their very bodies were under tremendous strain, being pulled apart by forces so vast and alien as to be unfathomable. At the same time, their souls and minds were being gradually consumed by the divine will of condemnation, not even through its conscious effort, but simply because that was its nature. Actually, it was not only the body, the mind, and the soul that the shadow of the cursed god was silently assimilating into itself. There was something else, the very essence of one's existence that was being subsumed by the essence of condemnation. Sunny had no word for it, and only knew that his will was a manifestation of that elusive essence. Perhaps it was his spirit. Therefore, he could only resist being consumed by the shadow of the ancient, dead god if he rallied his spirit and tempered his will against the foreign force. But then again, at the moment, it was Sunny himself who was the foreign force within the body of condemnation. So, if anything, he had to fight against the environment he had invaded in order to keep his self independent, if not intact. In any case, the dire need to constantly exert all of his willpower against the eerie, marauding nature of condemnation had naturally made him weaker, slower, and less concentrated on the battle. Luckily, the archer was in the same situation. The damned maniac was in a worse situation, actually, because there were two unceasing assaults they had to endure, one by the will of condemnation, the other by Sunny's own. After all, Sunny had no intention of abandoning his attempts to bring the archer down by using his authority as the Lord of Shadows. Before, his attention had been split because he had to wrestle with the enemy over the control of surrounding shadows, but the only shadows around him now were parts of condemnation's nebulous body. So, there was no need to bother trying to control them. Sunny only had to resist the will of the dead god, but the archer had to resist both the will of the dead god and of Sunny himself. It was one hell of a predicament. Sunny would have felt some pity for the poor fool, if he was not in a terrible agony, and if every move he made did not feel like nightmarish torture. That was not only because his body was being slowly torn apart from the inside, but also because his soul had been shredded by the essence storm. He had experienced all kinds of pain, but the phantom pain of having received soul damage was in its own, exquisitely diabolical category. His soul had not crumbled due to soul weave, true, but it was still severely damaged, and, therefore, the suffering he felt was accordingly terrible. This damn thing. Grasping the slender wrist of the mysterious archer and driving the splinter of the ivory fang into their elbow, Sunny ground his teeth. It all because of you. It's your fault, bastard. Shadows were taciturn creatures, so Sunny did not receive the pleasure of hearing his enemy scream in pain when the sharp piece of bone pierced their elbow joint. However, he was holding the archer's wrist, so he felt the shudder that ran through the shadow's body. A vicious smile illuminated Sunny's pale face. He did hear himself scream, however, when the archer's obsidian knife plunged into his side a moment later. Straining his abdominal muscles to grip the cold blade like a steel vise and prevent it from sliding deeper, he leaned forward and slammed his knee into the enemy's side, then pushed them away and followed up with a devastating kick, throwing the archer a dozen meters back. Sunny himself fell backwards and groaned, pressing a hand against the deep gash in his side. At the same time, the archer crashed onto the polished stone, rolled over their shoulder, and then stood up. This time, however, they swayed slightly while rising from the ground. Gritting his teeth, Sunny climbed to his feet, as well. Despite the terrible pain, the murderous glint in his eyes had only grown more unhinged. The two of them were like two cripples here, within the cold darkness of the shadow of condemnation. But that did nothing to assuage their killing intent. If anything, it had only grown stronger. Oh look. You lost your bow. The bow had been attached to the archer's back before, but it had disappeared at some point during their battle. Now, only the empty quiver remained, its straps frayed and barely keeping it in place. Considering that the mysterious shadow did not seem capable of owning memories, all of their equipment must have been meticulously crafted by hand from the scarce resources that could be found here in the Shadow Realm. So, once the equipment was lost, it could not be dismissed and summoned back. It would remain lost forever. The loss of the bow was not a minuscule thing. The archer remained motionless for a moment, then raised one of their knives and tapped it lightly against their side. The meaning was pretty clear. If it was Sunny, he would have said something like, "Does your side hurt? Goodness. How terrible. It won't hurt anymore when I kill you, though." Despite the fact that the archer's demeanor remained cold and aloof, Sunny couldn't help but feel a hint of seething anger in that last gesture. He grinned. What, that? It's just a scratch. I can't even see my innards, huh? No big deal. It hurt like hell, though. His whole body hurt like hell. His soul hurt, too. Actually, this could very well be hell. If being inside the shadow of a cursed, dead god did not constitute being in hell, then what did? So, Sunny had to send the nebulous slayer into a deeper, darker hell. Cursing quietly, he pushed himself forward and sent his bone blade flying at the archer's throat. Chapter 21:16, The Storm and the Mountain Plus, Turn Off Reset. The two of them continued to fight viciously, wreaking havoc inside the shadow of condemnation. When the slab of obsidian they were clashing on cracked and shattered, Sunny and the mysterious slayer leaped through a cloud of black dust to the next one, and when that one was split in two, they chose the larger half to continue their battle. Meanwhile, outside, the hurricane winds had grown truly terrifying, and the darkness was chased away by the bright silver radiance. The shadow of condemnation leaned its colossal body forward and plunged into the essence storm, making the vast wall of swirling light part with its immeasurable mass. Usually, it was the storms that broke against the slopes of indomitable mountains. But this time a dark mountain had moved to break the storm. Neither the devastating wind nor the vast expanse of raging essence managed to slow the shadow of condemnation down. However, it was not as if the storm had no effect on it. The essence particles could not penetrate the body of the dead god with the same ease they had pierced Sunny, but they did damage it a tiny bit. All across the immense surface of the colossal shadow, sparks of fire were struck when the streams of pure essence brushed against the glossy obsidian. It was to a point that, in a few moments, the whole titanic figure of condemnation seemed to be wreathed in flame. And while each individual particle of essence dealt an infinitely small amount of damage to the walking mountain, there was also an almost infinite amount of these particles. So, the tiny scratches they dealt to the body of condemnation slowly, but inevitably mounted. It was like the wind or currents of water slowly weathering stone over the span of thousands of years, encapsulated in a manner of days, hours, and minutes. As the obsidian eroded, a cloud of black dust slowly formed around the shadow of the dead god, shining radiantly in the silver veil of the essence storm. If Sunny saw the awesome scene of the colossal shadow walking through a storm of light, he would have understood why the giant slabs of obsidian he had seen in the shadow realm all seemed polished, with a smooth and glossy surface instead of the rough and uneven texture of natural stone. But Sunny had no time to pay attention to what was happening outside the dark cosmos of condemnation, because he was currently being strangled by a murderous shadow. Crap, what the hell? Sunny was not a tall man, while the nightmare creatures he faced were usually on the enormous side. That was why he had plenty of experience climbing the bodies of his enemies to kill them. What he was not familiar with too well was being climbed like a tree. And that was what the nimble slayer had done, circling him with elusive grace and then suddenly mounting Sunny from behind. Their legs were now wrapped around his waist, and while one of their arms was crushing his windpipe, the other was poised to plunge the bone knife into the side of his skull. In that position, Sunny could not reach the vicious archer with the splinter of the ivory fang. In fact, he could not reach them at all, not even to bite them. All he could do was desperately struggle to hold one of their arms in the air, preventing the bone knife from making a hole in his skull, while clutching at the other in futile attempts to liberate his neck. Arg, damn it. The archer was not really trying to strangle Sunny, of course, it would take way too long to suffocate a saint. Rather, they were trying to crush Sunny's windpipe, which would lead to suffocation naturally further down the line. Worst of all, there was a good chance it would work. Grinding his teeth, Sunny did the only thing he could do. He dismissed the onyx mantle, allowing it to turn back into the onyx shell. There was no point in maintaining the suit of fearsome armor, anyway, considering that the damned archer showed the ability to cut it like paper. With his skin becoming more rigid, however, Sunny could resist the stranglehold more. Better yet, while the onyx mantle was crafted with sublime intricacy and refinement, fitting him like a second layer of skin, it still had some bulk to it. When that bulk disappeared, leaving behind only a black tunic, there was a little distance between Sunny and the archer for a split second. Sunny used that second to turn his body slightly, and then fall back, slamming the nebulous slayer into the hard surface of the cold obsidian with dire force. The obsidian cracked, and something inside the archer seemed to crack, as well. That was not only because of the terrible force of the slam, but also because Sunny had augmented the impact with the weight of his body, and his body could weigh as much as a modest mountain, as long as he wanted to. Well, to be honest, Sunny had no idea how much an actual mountain weighed. But he was pretty sure that his current weight could turn an armored APC into an alloy pancake. Despite all that, the archer's hold did not weaken even for a second. No way. Growling, Sunny pushed with his feet, and sent them both flying over the edge of the obsidian slab, into the vast darkness of the shadow of condemnation. Outside, the silver light continued to assault the shadow colossus. Condemnation was walking through the radiant fury of the essence storm, making the world quake with each step. It leaned its body forward and raised a titanic hand, shielding its head from the wind. The raging river of pure essence crashed into its forearm, striking a flood of sparks and tearing a few chunks of obsidian away. The body of the shadow of condemnation, the obsidian, the captured shadows, the frozen light, the fragments of shattered winds, was slowly being ground by the raging ocean of essence particles. It was growing smaller bit by tiny bit. Deep within its dark expanse, Sunny and the vicious shadow he was trying to kill landed violently on another enormous chunk of polished black obsidian. This one was much larger than the rest and perfectly spherical in shape, located in the space where a human heart would have been. Since space was twisted and broken inside the shadow of the dead god, just like time was, there was no real up and down here. Sunny rolled across the glossy black surface, but never fell further down, because no matter where on the enormous sphere he stood, down was always below him. Standing up with a stifled groan, he briefly looked around. The alien expanse of the shadow of condemnation was no different from before. It was just that. A confused frown appeared on Sunny's face for a short moment. Does it not feel more cramped in here now, somehow? At this point, Sunny was in rough shape. He was not going to bleed out, for obvious reasons, but pain was not the only consequence of being repeatedly cut and stabbed by the eerily sharp knives of his merciless enemy. His skin had a powerful property that allowed it to heal itself, but the same could not be said about the muscles and tendons beneath. Most of the wounds were shallow, but the accumulated damage was subtly diminishing his mobility. And that was without even mentioning the terrible state of his shredded soul, as well as the spiritual exhaustion of having to push against the will of a dead deity. Sunny felt like crap. That last blow had been especially debilitating. For some reason, having crashed into the surface of the enormous obsidian sphere, Sunny had the wind knocked out of him entirely. He remained motionless for a split second too long, laying on the cold stone, then staggered to his feet and looked around briefly. Somehow, the alien expanse of condemnation, with its vast darkness, frozen glimmers of silver light, nebulous clouds of black dust, and jagged slabs of obsidian drifting in the cold emptiness, felt smaller than it had before, like a galaxy that was slowly collapsing under the pull of a supermassive black hole at its center. But he had no time to ponder the cosmic beauty of dead deities. Lowering his gaze, Sunny glared at the mysterious archer. His enemy had already risen from the ground. The murderous shadow did not seem to be faring well, either. It was hard to spot any wounds on their body behind the veil of ghostly black smoke, which veiled it like a tattered cloak, but the silent slayer's overall form was now much more vague and less substantial than before. As if struggling to maintain its shape at all. Sunny knew for a fact that the archer was hurting. There was the deep penetrating wound in their side and a dozen minor cuts here and there. One of their elbow joints was utterly destroyed, as well. The extent of damage was evident by the fact that the shadow moved their right hand awkwardly and sheathed the bone knife, leaving only the obsidian blade pointing at Sunny. He smiled as he massaged his bruised neck. "Why don't you use that knife to slit your own throat?" These words seemed like mere provocation, but in fact, they were not. They were an order empowered by his authority as the Lord of Shadows, and as such, carried his will. The archer's hand trembled, but refused to move in the end. Instead, the cold, frightening presence emanating from the ragged shadow grew even more intense, making Sunny shiver. His smile widened. Maybe not. With that, Sunny raised his ivory blade and took a step forward. The archer advanced with swift, murderous grace. Sunny could see the enemy, and he could sense the enemy as well. After all, he was facing a shadow. He had already gained a deep understanding of how the Slayer of the Shadow Realm fought, so he could predict where the next attack would come from. The obsidian blade was going to fly at his neck. So, Sunny lowered his blade and protected his abdomen, instead, saving himself from being gutted when the obsidian knife suddenly struck low. He had already established that the damned maniac knew how to deceive his shadow sense, after all. Either his enemy had rich experience of battling those who followed Shadow God, and therefore possessed abilities similar to Sunny's, or they knew how to weave deception into their movements simply by virtue of being an old and devious shadow themselves. So, at any given moment, the opposite of what Sunny thought was going to happen could happen. The problem was that the archer also knew that Sunny had seen through the deception, so they would sometimes just go through with the telegraphed attacks instead. It was nothing short of vexing, as well as the reason why Sunny had so many holes in him by now. "You vile thing." Binding the obsidian knife with the splinter of the ivory fang, Sunny twisted the archer's wrist, or at least tried to, and punched with his free hand, intending to split the enemy's skull open. However, the elusive shadow was too swift and nimble, leaning a little and taking a flowing side step to avoid his fist. Sunny tried to grapple them, but the archer slid from his grasp like a dark wind. A moment later, there was already a ceaseless onslaught of lethal attacks flying his way, and Sunny had no choice but to defend himself. He had hoped that with his enemy losing the ability to use one hand, the cadence of the battle would change. But even left with only the obsidian knife, the vicious shadow never slowed down the suffocating, oppressive assault. It was just that, now, the archer was using their legs more, subjecting Sunny to a devastating barrage of sudden kicks. Their combat technique remained swift, meticulous, supremely aggressive, and absolutely murderous. And while Sunny would not be cut by a kick, the devastating concussive force of each one was wreaking havoc with his inner organs. If this continued in the same manner, he wasn't going to win. He was going to either die, or, much more likely, be driven into such a weakened state that he would not be able to resist the will of condemnation anymore, which was a fate worse than death. Sunny remained calm, but he was also at his wits' end. Ever since deciding to return to the embrace of civilization, he had often found himself in situations where his powers were severely restricted. However, he had never once considered these instances as an impairment. If anything, they were empowering, proving how versatile his aspect was. It was to the point that no matter what dire limitations were placed on him, Sunny was never left without a multitude of choices on how to deal with the situation. Adaptability was king, and therefore, it was the supreme form of strength. So, what some would see as being weakened, Sunny saw as the most indisputable proof of strength. But, wasn't this situation a little bit too much? Here within the shadow of condemnation, Sunny was not just stripped of some of his powers, he was basically stripped of all his powers. Even Shadow Dance, which had never betrayed him before, was proving to be useless against the damned archer. He was reduced to using only his fists and a sharp piece of bone, like some kind of caveman, worse even than a sleeper, barely qualified to be compared to an aspirant. What next? Would he be forced to use his teeth like a beast? Sunny was seriously angry. To hell with this. Glaring at the archer, he smiled viciously and decided to be as desperate and beastly as he could be. Outside, the shadow of condemnation continued to wade through the fury of the essence storm. The dark Colossus took step after step, indomitable, unfeeling, the world quaked under its steps, and the raging ocean of silver essence had no choice but to part in front of it. The devastating winds were powerless to stop the titanic shadow, and the inescapable annihilation of the soul storm could not destroy it. The storm did damage it, however. Little by little, the dark mountain of condemnation's nebulous body was being ground down by the infinitely small, intangible particles of soul essence. The great slabs of obsidian were slowly growing smaller, the cold expanse of frozen darkness was diminishing, and everything else that had been condemned to be a part of the dead god's shadow was gradually disappearing into the silver radiance. As it did, the inconceivably tall figure of the dark Colossus was gradually shrinking. Already, its enormous height had been reduced by a few hundred meters. The girth of its titanic torso had diminished, the circumference of its gargantuan forearms had dwindled. The deeper into the storm condemnation went, the faster its massive body was being ground by the raging torrents of essence. Like a shadow was slowly melting in light. Within the vast darkness of its body, meanwhile, even Sunny had noticed that the nebulous sea of darkness around him was growing smaller, and that the outer edges of the dead god's shadow were drawing nearer. He had no way of knowing what was happening, however, since the very nature of space within condemnation was strange and alien. Sunny had other matters to worry about, anyway. Namely, the damned archer. Just as he thought that he saw a glimmer of endless silver radiance somewhere far away, the obsidian knife flashed toward his heart, and as Sunny turned his torso to avoid it, a crushing kick came barreling at his ribs from the side. This time, however, he was ready for it. Not because of his intricate mastery of shadow dance or insight into the vicious shadow's ruthless battle style, though. It was simply because, considering the circumstances, this kick was the optimal and most damaging action his enemy could perform. In short, it was because Sunny would have done the same. So, he managed to catch the calf of the mysterious archer, feeling surprised for a moment by how slender it was despite packing such a devastating punch, well, devastating kick, really. The momentary surprise did not slow Sunny down, however. Holding the archer's leg in place, he instantly brought the splinter of the ivory fang down with dire force, piercing the base of their thigh and ruthlessly pulling the blade toward himself to slice the enemy's leg open to the very knee. The archer shuddered. It was a definite win for Sunny, but one that he knew would come at a cost, because by using both of his hands to deliver the terrible wound, he was leaving himself open to a fatal retaliation. The obsidian knife flashed toward his throat, but Sunny lowered his head and caught it with his teeth. As his lips were cut open, he grinned and tightened his jaw, biting through the black blade and shattering it completely. My teeth are no joke, you fool. They were altered into a deadly weapon in their own right by bone weave, after all. Finally, the archer seemed taken aback a little. But it only lasted a split second. Then, leaving one of their legs in Sunny's grasp, the vicious shadow jumped up and delivered an absolutely crushing kick to the side of Sunny's head with the other one. Sunny saw stars. Falling to the ground and choking on sharp shards of obsidian, he let out a stifled laugh. Ouch. Ouch, that one really hurt. The archer landed on their wounded leg, stumbled, and fell to one knee. A split second later, without any pause, they instantly unsheathed the discarded bone knife and lunged at Sunny, aiming to finally end his life. Raising a hand weakly, he tried to stop the enemy from landing on him. Or so it seemed. Instead, as soon as Sunny's fingers touched the mysterious archer, he smiled wider, and pulled them both into the embrace of the shadows. Using Shadow Step was dangerous, but being killed by the damned maniac was, obviously, more dangerous. That was why he had conceived of this plan. Diving into the familiar darkness, Sunny found it not familiar at all. That was only to be expected, considering that the shadows he dove into were not the caring shadows he had known before. They were a part of condemnation now, and therefore, their dark depths were a part of condemnation, too. The eroding nature of the shadow realm affected Sunny even here, though. He had known that it would. The radiant trail of essence behind the dead god was proof, and the occasional motes of light that drifted both from himself and from the mysterious archer as they fought were, as well. Now that Sunny had abandoned his corporeal form, and forced his enemy into abandoning theirs, the shadow realm tore into them with a much more obliterating pace. Their dark souls were dissolving now at a much faster rate than before, which was a cause for concern, without a doubt. However, Sunny's soul, while damaged, was still empowered and held together by soul weave. And the murderous archer had not looked too solid and unscathed even before being plunged into the embrace of shadows. Let's see which one of us lasts longer. Sunny felt a sense of vicious glee. The archer, now a formless shadow, tried to escape from his grip and rush back to the material plane. But Sunny just held them tighter, now allowing the enemy to flee. Where are you going now, bastard? Why, what happened? Weren't you hellbent on killing me? Piercing him with arrows and cutting him with sharp knives, the wicked thing had to pay. The archer just struggled more desperately. Sunny, of course, did not let go. He wanted to laugh, but sadly he had no mouth at the moment. Die. Outside, the shadow of condemnation had already shrunk to half its size under the assault of the annihilating torrents of silver essence. Finally, one of its legs grew too thin to support its prodigious weight. As the shadow Colossus lowered its foot to take another step, its shin shattered and split apart. Condemnation fell. The entire world shuddered when its gargantuan, mountain-like body crashed heavily into the ground. Deep within the body of the dead god, Sunny felt something changing. He was momentarily confused. Huh? Then, the darkness quaked, and both he and the murderous archer were thrown out of it, back into the harshness of the material world. Around them, the nebulous body of condemnation was collapsing. Sunny once again found himself laying on the smooth, cold surface of the obsidian sphere, only, this time, it wasn't so smooth, covered by a net of deep cracks. Time and space were convulsing all around him, making it feel as if the world itself was falling apart. High above, the shimmering clouds of black dust were boiling. The vast expanse of darkness was in a state of flux, flowing in a raging current. The frozen glimmers of distant light were being extinguished one by one. The drifting slabs of obsidian were colliding and shattering, turning into violently expanding clouds of stone shards. He was in no state to pay attention to the cosmic cataclysm, however, because the state of his own body and soul was just as terrible. Sunny did not feel too well. Worst of all, while he possessed 7 bodies, he only had one soul. And due to its current pitiful state, the Lord of Shadow wasn't feeling too hot either, out there in the hollows. His other incarnation, hidden in the camp of the Song army, was suffering as well. Luckily, he had somehow managed to hide his weakened state from those around him. The last avatar was currently alone in the basement of the marvelous mimic, at least. But those three weren't his concern right now. It was his original body, which was in danger of being destroyed, that was in trouble. How did this even happen? I was supposed to be living peacefully in Bastion, making pancakes. Groaning, Sunny tried to stand up. But as he did, the obsidian sphere shuddered and split apart, throwing him down again. Down, down, down. After a few moments of falling, the word lost its meaning, since all directions became one. What the hell was happening? Something was wrong with the shadow of condemnation. An infinite expanse of blinding silver radiance was enveloping the vast darkness of its nebulous body, and somewhere out there, the endless expanse of rolling black hills was far closer than it was supposed to be, moving as it slowly fell behind. As if the dead god was not walking anymore, but crawling instead. The world became smaller and smaller. Until everything turned dark. And then, Sunny could suddenly feel his weight once again. He was thrown violently into the cold air, the wind assaulting him with cruel force. Down became down again, and up became up. At the same time, he found himself falling once more, plummeting from a great height. He was surrounded by shadows, too. Sunny only paid attention to one of the changes that had happened to the world, however, it was that the insidious pull of condemnation's will, which had been attempting to consume him all this time, was suddenly gone. I am outside the shadow of condemnation. No sooner than Sunny realized that, his battered body crashed violently into something hard. He bounced off the tough surface with a stifled scream, then fell again and rolled down the slope of a tall dune, throwing a cloud of dust into the air. Slamming into something at the foot of the dune, Sunny groaned and opened his eyes, seeing the black sky of the shadow realm above him. Black sky? There were no silver clouds of raging essence neither above nor around him, meaning that he was outside the essence storm, as well. He was safe. Well, safe from the storm, at least. His whole existence, however, was nothing but agony. His body was in excruciating pain, and his soul was too. Even his mind was utterly exhausted and reeling, barely able to function. Ignoring all that, Sunny muttered a breathless curse and slowly pushed himself off the ground, standing up with a stagger. Then, he looked around to assess the situation. At first, he struggled to understand what he was seeing and sensing. The familiar landscape of the Shadow Realm, the desolate expanse of dark hills, had disappeared. Instead, massive, strangely shaped white ridges were stretching into the distance as far as the eye could see. All around him, narrow boulders were strewn about in long clusters, some small, some towering at hundreds of meters in height. Ahead of him, the radiant white wall of the swirling essence was slowly moving away. Looking at it, Sunny realized that he was on the other side of the soul storm. The shadow of condemnation must have torn through it, after all, only collapsing when the danger had passed. Then, he shivered as he recognized the nature of the strange boulders around him. Those weren't boulders, they were bones. They were the remains of soul serpents, forming a vast field. Most were much smaller than the colossal skeleton he had seen before, though. Which was not to say that they were small. The hard surface that had arrested his fall was the spine of a dead soul serpent. He was in a vast graveyard where countless bones lay, towering above the black dust. Looking down, Sunny even noticed a human skull laying among the shattered bones. Then, he was distracted by a sudden noise. Turning around, Sunny saw two things at the same time. Hundreds of meters away, a vague shadow was struggling to coalesce into a solid shape, writing on the ground. The damned archer seemed to have survived, as well. And between them, the remains of the shadow of condemnation lay. The dark Colossus was gone, and all that was left of its great obsidian body was a tall hill of fine black dust, no different from all the others. However, something was moving in the air above the obsidian dune. At first, it looked like a small twister, a mere gust of wind that spun weakly, sucking up black dust and tiny stones as it moved. But then, Sunny saw a shard of bone being absorbed into its twisting mass, rising high into the air and then freezing in place at the heart of the strange anomaly. A moment later, a larger piece of bone flew up, and not too far away, a giant skull of a dead serpent trembled, rising a few centimeters above the ground. The whirlwind was slowly growing larger and stronger, consuming more and more of what was around it. It was then that Sunny understood what he was looking at. The body of the shadow of condemnation might have been gone, but the invisible force that had built it from usurped parts of the world, the dead deity itself, was not. In fact, it was already starting to build a new vessel for itself. The shadow of condemnation was right in front of him, intact. Which meant. Sunny glanced at the splinter of the ivory fang in his hand, then at the murderous archer who was slowly rising to their feet in the distance. Then, he pushed his battered body forward with a greedy grin. The shadow of condemnation had not been destroyed, but it was currently vulnerable. And while Sunny and the ruthless slayer of the Shadow Realm were both in quite a sorry state, they were also both positioned perfectly to deal the weakened deity a fatal blow. Well, Sunny was alive. The mysterious shadow was dead, but refusing to depart. In any case, either of them could kill the shadow of condemnation. The only question was who would strike first. So, Sunny rushed forward without wasting any time. Or he tried to, at least. Sadly, his body was damaged quite severely, so the best he could manage was limping forward with urgent haste. Ah, it hurts. That was what he would have thought in any other circumstances. But currently, there was only one thought in his mind. Kill it, kill it. I must kill it first. Smiling darkly, Sunny limped toward the whirlwind of black dust while gripping the splinter of the ivory fang tightly. Far away, the mysterious archer had finally managed to settle their form and rose from the ground, ignoring the harrowing wound on their thigh entirely. Crap. Sunny could feel the chilling gaze of the archer shift, landing on him first, and then moving on to the shadow of condemnation. Crap. Gritting his teeth, Sunny commanded the shadows to manifest into dark wings behind him. However, just then, the will of the murderous archer slammed into the world, forcing the shadows to cower in fear. You damn traitors! Cursing loudly, Sunny broke into a sprint. The archer was moving, as well. But he was faster. Sunny had come to his senses first, and so, he reached the shadow of condemnation first. Leaping into the air, he plunged into the whirlwind of black dust. For a moment, the familiar alien force pulled at his mind, body, and soul, trying to absorb them, but it was much weaker now, so he simply ignored it. A moment later, he stabbed his ivory blade into the very heart of the dark whirlwind, where a perfect sphere was slowly forming from the shard of shattered bone. A mundane blade might not have been able to hurt the intangible force that was condemnation. But Sunny was using the fang of a soul serpent, and of an unfathomably powerful one, at that. Soul serpents were conduits of death, and Sunny was its heir, so, he sharpened his will into infinitely cold killing intent, and channeled that intent into the splinter of the ancient bone, willing it to deliver death and destruction to the shadow of the dead god. It seemed to have worked. When the ivory blade pierced the heart of condemnation, Sunny sensed an imperceptible ripple spread through the world. And then, he felt something ancient and indescribably vast break apart. And then, he felt nothing but hollow emptiness take its place. The whirlwind of wind was suddenly torn apart, and the black dust settled. The shards of bone fell to the ground. Sunny fell, too. The splinter of the ivory fang had shattered, leaving only a small piece of bone in his fist. But as he fell, his eyes widened, and a nearly inexhaustible torrent of shadow fragments, far greater than anything he had ever experienced before, flooded his soul. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. He could feel his shadow cores, which had been damaged somewhat by the shadow realm, being replenished and rebuilt to how they were before. And it did not stop there. The raging torrent of shadow fragments filled his soul, saturating it. And deep within its dark depths, the seventh, final core had finally come to fruition, igniting with lightless splendor. Falling onto the dune of black dust, Sunny rolled down its slope and let out a short, panicking laugh. Crap, crap, crap. In the next moment, the familiar agony of a new shadow core being formed sundered his mind, making Sunny scream and convulse. This time, there was no soothing voice of the spell to accompany him through the process. He had not woven corresponding words into the handy bracelet, so the bracelet was silent, as well. In fact, it had not even announced the slaying of the shadow of condemnation, probably because it had no idea what to do when Sunny destroyed shadows, which were not technically alive, and therefore couldn't be killed. Gee, get a grip, you idiot. Sunny struggled through the pain, trying to regain awareness of his surroundings. Replenishing the spent fragments was a good thing. Finally forming the seventh core and becoming a Titan was simply splendid. That was why he had come to the realm of death, after all. But he had really chosen a terribly unfortunate moment to accomplish this wonderful feat. Because, just as Sunny tried to stand up, a merciless hand gripped his neck and roughly pulled him up. Crap. The shadow archer was still alive. And full of fury, it seemed, glaring at Sunny through the wisps of ghostly smoke with chilling malice. Half paralyzed by the dreadful pain of his soul being torn apart by the emerging shadow core, and his very being changing, Sunny shifted his weight and kicked the archer with as much strength as he could muster. For a moment, he felt like his neck would break, but it slipped from the enemy's iron grip instead. Sunny was pushed away and fell on the black dust, rolling further down the slope of the dune. The archer pursued. Crashing into a towering rib of a dead soul serpent at the foot of the hill, Sunny groaned weakly and tried to crawl away. Arg! Damn! Why did it hurt so much? The archer caught him after a few moments. Sunny rolled, avoiding the foot that would have crushed his skull otherwise, and raised his arms to defend himself. A devastating blow descended upon him, almost caving his ribcage in, and a moment later, a harrowing kick sent him flying into the air. Sunny landed in a heap and rolled a couple of times, coming face to face with the human skull he had noticed earlier. The skull stared at him with gaping black holes of its empty eye sockets, making Sunny shiver. Would his own skull be left laying here, forlorn and forgotten, as well? Rolling onto his back, he rose a little and caught the archer's foot, which had almost reached his head by then. No, considering how vicious this bastard was, there was no chance in hell that his skull would be left intact. Sunny had saved his head from being kicked straight off his shoulders, but in the next moment, he was punched in the face instead. Flying back, Sunny crashed into the spine of a dead soul serpent and fell to his knees. His vision was blurred, and he tasted blood on his tongue. I'm actually bleeding, wow. He was practically drowning in blood. The pain was subsiding, at least. Raising his head to look at the blurry figure of the approaching archer, Sunny spat a mouthful of blood. And smiled. Hey, fool. The archer did not pay his words any attention, raising their fist to deliver the final strike. Sunny tensed his muscles, preparing himself. Behind you. The murderous shadow froze for a split second, then spun around. But it was already too late. Because there, behind them, another Sunny was already bringing down his fist with all the dreadful power of a transcendent titan. It was the long-awaited seventh shadow. Chapter 21 Titan. The seventh shadow's titanic blow landed on the archer's spine and sent them flying like a tattered doll, or at least it would have, if not for the original body, who lunged forward at the same time to deliver a strike of his own. The opposite momentum of his blow made the impact utterly devastating, damaging the surroundings and sending a shrapnel of bone fragments flying in all directions. Ouch. His tortured body did not respond well to the violent strain of the battle, though. In fact, it felt like he was on the verge of collapse. But that was all right. Because there was another, entirely fresh Sunny ready to pick up the slack. As soon as the archer landed on the ground, the seventh incarnation was already upon them. The enemy was weakened and dazed, but still dangerous. Even slowed down by the oppressive commands of the Lord of Shadows, they managed to dodge the lethal attack and roll away, standing up a moment later. Still burning with the same cold, murderous determination. Sunny smiled weakly as he pushed his original body from the ground. The mysterious shadow was truly stubborn. Or maybe they simply did not know any better, having spent thousands of years slaying others in order to survive. Did it even remember anything except hunting and killing? Was it even capable of giving up? It did not matter, anyway. Even if the archer's resolve was infinite, they were already too far gone. Whatever strength they had left was enough to kill one Sunny, perhaps, but not two, especially with the second one bearing no physical wounds. Surrounded by the towering remains of the dead serpents, the three of them fought without holding anything back. The ground quaked from the fury of their desperate clash, but it swiftly became apparent that the archer had no hope of emerging whole from that fight. Sunny even felt a little dirty, for a brief moment, for ganging up on the murderous shadow. But that bizarre and ridiculous notion quickly disappeared, replaced by vindictive glee. So what? So what if it was 2 against 1? That was what the damned maniac deserved. Sure, in other circumstances, even 7 of his incarnations would not have been enough to kill the vicious slayer of the Shadow Realm, let alone 2. After all, he kept calling his enemy the Archer for a reason. The mysterious Shadow was obviously a sublime master of archery and ranged combat, using traps, cunning, and meticulous ambush tactics to hunt down their prey. Melee combat was not even their true area of competence, unlike his, yet that was exactly what Sunny had forced upon them. Not to mention the fact that all of the archer's careful preparations had been rendered useless when the shadow of condemnation stomped through their hunting grounds, pursued by the creatures of darkness. There was no telling how many of those dreadful beings the archer had fought, defeated, and destroyed before Sunny showed up either, so, from the very start, he had been fighting someone weakened and drained by a long, unforgiving battle. But what of it? Sunny had been in a dire state from the very start, himself. His powers were severely restricted, and he could not even risk summoning his shadows. So, he sincerely believed that even if the 2 of them had clashed in their peak states, the end would have been the same. The archer would have been killed, and Sunny would have been the killer. Just like he was going to kill the damned thing now. The archer was still fighting, but their strength was dwindling. The 7th shadow calmly dodged their crushing blows, delivering one cruel, inescapable strike after another in return. The original body served to distract and slow down the enemy, allowing for these strikes to land. When the murderous shadow tried to switch targets and finish off the original body first, the 7th avatar would ruthlessly punish the moment of distraction, thus making destroying the more battered version of Sunny impossible. He had mastered the strange art of fighting as a group. After all, the 2 incarnations moved in perfect harmony with each other, weaving an inescapable net of death. Sunny evaded a swift and devastating kick with flowing grace, then used his other body to lunge at the archer from behind. The shadow sidestepped his lunge easily, but that took a precious moment. A split second later, Sunny's fist struck the side of their head, sending the enemy reeling. And using that opportunity, the original body delivered a vicious kick to the side of the archer's knee, feeling something crack with dark satisfaction. It was a little barbaric, to simply batter the mysterious shadow to death. But what could he do? All his weapons were gone, and even the last splinter of the great ivory fang had shattered when he destroyed the shadow of condemnation. Now, only a piece of it remained, still clenched in Sunny's fist to add some weight to his punches. He inhaled hoarsely. Just give up and die with grace. As the archer regained their balance and raised their arms to block an obliterating blow, the 7th shadow added, "Find peace within me." Or whatever. Their enemy looked almost like a ghost now, having lost most of their solidity. Black smoke was flowing from countless wounds on the archer's body, surrounding them like a billowing veil. The contours of the graceful body beneath it had always been nebulous, but now, they were so vague as to almost seem immaterial. It was time to end this. Sunny might have harbored a grudge against the mysterious archer, but an enemy like that. They deserved a clean death, at least. Lunging forward with both of his bodies, he sent one of them low, while the other struck high. The archer staggered back, avoiding the strike to their head, but they failed to avoid the original body. A moment later, Sunny managed to grab them and wrestle them to the ground. This was the end. While the seventh avatar grabbed the archer's arms, the original body pressed the enemy into the ground with all the prodigious weight allowed to him by the feather of truth, and raised his fists. His face was calm and cold when he struck down, aiming to split the mysterious shadow skull. One blow was not enough, so he struck again, and again, and again. Until even the onyx shell could not keep up with the devastating power of his blows, and the skin on his knuckles split, drops of crimson blood falling into the ghostly wisps of black smoke. The archer was still struggling, but by now, their movements were so weak that it did not matter. Taking a deep breath, Sunny allowed for the shard of ivory fang he was still holding in his fist to slide down, and then caught it between his fingers. He brought the sharp edge of the bone fragment to the archer's throat. However, just as he was about to slice it open, a friendly voice resounded from the darkness. My, oh my. I wouldn't do that. Chapter 21-22 Friendly advice. Sunny froze, suddenly feeling cold fear grasp his heart. It was a jarring transition to experience, from the cold resolve of ending an enemy's life, and all the confidence that came with it, to utter unease and a piercing sense of alarm. But what else was he supposed to feel when hearing a disembodied voice resound from the darkness of the shadow realm? Added to that was the fact that the voice had not spoken in the familiar language of the waking world. Instead, it had spoken in a dialect of the ancient language that the later civilizations of the dream realm used. Still holding the sharp shard of bone to the archer's throat, Sunny cautiously looked around. He spread his shadow sense in all directions, too, feverishly trying to find the source of the voice. There was no one. Feeling his mouth turn dry, Sunny lingered for a bit, and then asked in a hoarse voice. Who's speaking? His other incarnation was similarly tense, ready to shield the original body from danger if need be. There were a few moments of silence, and then the voice answered in a nonchalant, somewhat friendly tone. I am. Sunny blinked. What the? This time, he was able to pinpoint the direction from which the voice was coming better. It was very close. And low to the ground. His gaze explored the graveyard of serpents, until finally falling on something he had seen before, but did not pay a lot of attention to. A lone human skull laying amidst the serpent bones, attached to a partially destroyed human skeleton. There was no spark of life in the battered skeleton, and even when Sunny shifted his gaze, there was neither the radiance of soul essence nor the vile darkness of corruption inside the old bones. However, as he watched, he noticed a tiny mote of light drifting into the air from inside the gaping black hole of the skull's empty eye socket. Just then, the skeleton spoke. My, oh my. When you look at me like that, boy, I get shy. Sunny shuddered. The jaws of the ancient skull did not move, but the voice definitely was coming from inside it. He stared at the skeleton with wide eyes for some time, then forced himself to open his mouth. I know you, don't I? The white skull, obviously, did not show any reaction. Do you? Goodness gracious. How odd. Never have I imagined being known by such esteemed personas. I am nothing but a humble slave, after all. Sunny smiled darkly. Well, what would you know, so am I. The skeleton laughed. No, the likes of me can't even be compared to the exalted beings like you. A genuine divine shadow. Who would have thought that even after Shadow God's death, his shadows would continue to roam the world, my, oh my. How despicable. Sunny narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a while. Then, he said somberly. You are Yuri's of the Nine. Now, he was convinced that the talkative skeleton was exactly who he had assumed it to be. It was the mysterious creature Nephice had taken off a mystical tree in the Nightmare Desert to use as a guide. But how had he ended up in the Shadow Realm? According to Nephice, she had parted with Yuri's in the outer reaches of the underworld. The white skull stared at Sunny expressionlessly for a while, then said evenly. Huh. So you do know me. Sunny lingered for a moment, considering what to do next. The skeleton had not harmed Nephice, but that did not mean that he would not or did not have the ability to harm Sunny. After all, not just anyone could endure thousands of years of a strange unlife, being nailed to a tree in a literal hell. It was unfathomable how Yuri's was able to exist, to begin with. But first things first. Lowering his gaze, Sunny looked at the weakly struggling archer, then shifted his gaze back to the battered skeleton. You said that you wouldn't have killed this thing? Why? Yuri's of the Nine chuckled. Oh, it's just a piece of friendly advice, from one slave to another. Think about it, boy, she has been hunting down shadows for thousands of years here, in the realm of Shadow God, instead of quietly succumbing to death. Such a defiant spirit. What do you think will happen when you kill her, and her shadow enters your soul sea instead? Sunny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had not considered that. There was definitely some truth to the skeleton's words. By all accounts, once a shadow traveled to the shadow realm, it was supposed to peacefully succumb to the divine will of its creator and be annihilated, turning into pure soul essence, like the shadows of the awakened soldiers he had seen. Even the shadow of condemnation, despite having seemingly retained some of its agency, simply followed the law of the shadow realm and attempted the pilgrimage to its supposed center, dissolving into essence in the process. However, the mysterious archer was different. Not only had she, apparently, defied the natural way of things by roaming the shadow realm as she pleased, but she had also refused to be annihilated, surviving for thousands of years by slaying other shadows instead. Sunny had long suspected that his soul sea was like a nascent, miniature version of the shadow realm. If so, the laws governing it would be much weaker, and much easier to defy, than the ruthless laws governing the realm of death. So, what would happen if he killed the mysterious archer? Wouldn't he be just inviting a serial killer into his soul? He shuddered. Noticing his reaction, the battered skeleton let out a laugh. I see you realized the danger. She has become quite feral, hasn't she? Such a shame, oh my. The person was so valiant and righteous, yet the shadow is so wicked and vicious. Sunny stared at the white skull with a frown. You say it as if you knew her. Yuri's remained silent for a bit, then laughed. Why, of course. After all, she is one of the nine. One of the nine. Sunny considered these words for a few moments, a deep frown twisting his bruised face. The seventh incarnation just raised an eyebrow, maintaining a nonchalant attitude. He had encountered traces left behind by the mysterious nine a few times throughout the years. However, he knew neither who the members of this nebulous group were nor what their purpose was. All he knew was that they seemed to have left deep scars on the history of the dream realm. Aro of the Nine, the adversary of his first nightmare. Yuri's of the Nine, the guide who had led Nephi's to her second nightmare. And Aletheia of the Nine, the first seeker, the source of the defilement whose destruction had ended their third. And now, here was the fourth. A shadow of the fourth, at least. Sunny stared at the dazed archer, then turned to study the white skull intently before speaking. And who, exactly, are the nine? A few particles of light escaped from the empty eye sockets of the skull before it answered in a neutral tone. It seems you do not know me, after all. Sunny smiled darkly. I know that you are avoiding the answer, though. Yuri sighed. If our tale has been forgotten, then let it remain so. It's not something to be proud of, anyway, and all of us are dead now, hopefully. He seemed reluctant to share. Sunny considered his next words for a few moments. He wanted to know the secrets of the nine desperately, but at the same time, he was wary of the motionless skeleton. It would probably be best not to irritate the strange being, especially in his current state. At least not yet. Sunny finally spoke. You don't seem that dead, though. And yet here you are. How did you end up in the shadow realm? You're not a shadow. Nephi's had left Yuri's in the underworld, so what was the talkative skeleton doing here? The battered skeleton laughed. How did I end up here, indeed? Simple, really. I walked here. Sunny continued to stare at the white skull, not amused. Yuri sighed. What? I really did. It was hard to reach the shadow realm before, but now that it has no master and all the realms seem to have been fused together, it's easier to travel from one to another. The realm of death always shared a connection to the underworld, which served as the boundary between the lands of the living and the lands of the dead. Now, it simply lies beneath it. If you jump into the abyss, you'll end up falling into the shadow realm. That was what I did. Sunny's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but look up. Slowly, it dawned on him that the starless black sky above him was not a sky at all. In fact, he was deep underground. Deeper even than the underworld, which lay beneath the hollow mountains. However, the shadow realm was vast. So, it seemed that there was an entire subterranean world beneath the known surface of the dream realm, stretching all the way from the forgotten shore to, who knew where. He would only find out if he crossed the entirety of the realm of death and found a way to the surface on the other side, if it even existed. Did other entrances to the shadow realm exist? He was suddenly fascinated by the question. If they did, then maybe one was hidden in the caverns under the forgotten shore, where the dark sea had once sought shelter from the ruthless sun. Another could be hidden in the empty abyss below the chained isles. This matter was not exactly important, but as an explorer, Sunny could not help but be enchanted by the mystery. The presence of the creatures of darkness could be explained by proximity to the underworld, as well. It was very curious. However, he had more pressing issues to address. For example, the motives of the mysterious skeleton. Glancing at the expressionless skull, Sunny frowned. Why would you come here, though? The shadow realm is not exactly a hospitable place. In fact, its promise is one of death and annihilation. Yuri's of the Nine chuckled. What an apt description. But that is exactly why I wanted to come here. You seem to have been blessed by Shadow God, boy, but I, on the contrary, was cursed by him. Me, Azarax, Connect, and a few others, oh my. What a bunch of pitiful wretches we are. We were banished from death, and so, we are unable to die. He remained silent for a few moments, and then added. Shadow God is gone, though. So I've made the journey myself and came to the realm of death to be annihilated. Ah, but it's taking a while. So tedious. Just as he said that, another mote of light drifted into the air from within the white bones, proving that the shadow realm was, indeed, slowly destroying even the, whatever it was that Yuri's was. Sunny remained silent for a while, shocked. The shadow of the archer struggled weakly below him, but he paid it no attention. What the hell? Cursed by Shadow God? Unable to die? What kind of curse was that? Why did Sunny get haunted by a loathsome apparition when he was cursed, but Yuri's got to be immortal instead? Where was justice in that? He let out a resentful sigh. It seems that this guy was not lying when he said that he had angered the gods. What was it that Nephice had said? That Yuri's claimed to have slit a god's throat? Did gods even have throats? Sunny hesitated for a while, then asked somberly. You said that if I kill this shadow, it would enter my soul sea, just like it had entered the shadow realm. So, then, is shadow realm what remains of Shadow God's soul sea? The skull stared at him incredulously. Huh. Yuri's paused for a moment, and then said in an amicable tone. Gods are not like us people, boy. They don't really have bodies, souls, and soul seas, it's all the same. So no, we are not inside the soul sea of Shadow God. The white skull chuckled. Instead, we are simply inside Shadow God. Shadow realm is his corpse. Sunny took a moment to fathom the astonishing truth that Yuri's had revealed to him so matter-of-factly. It was a hell of a thing to process. No, really. I am inside Shadow God's corpse. The Shadow Realm, the entirety of it, was the sacred body of a god. Which meant that all the other divine realms, like Godgrave and Stormsea, were as well. And the waking world, too. Gods were vast, after all. Vast enough to encompass entire worlds within them, it seemed. But gods were also dead. The dream realm, the realm of the forgotten god, was slowly consuming all the rest. So did it mean that forgotten god was feasting on the corpses of his siblings? How morbid. What the hell did all of it mean? Well, it's not like I did not suspect something like that, already. Actually, Sunny and Nephice had discussed a similar theory in the past. It was during the conversation about the titanic skeleton in Godgrave, and whether it had truly belonged to a god. Nephice was of the opinion that it was too puny to be a god, which was a funny thing to say about a corpse the size of a continent. But now, it did not seem funny anymore. Actually, Sunny was not even in disagreement with Nephice. If anything, he was tempted to agree. After all, he had been inside the tomb of Ariel, which was built from the remains of an unholy titan. The great river was like its soul sea, and if the soul of an unholy titan could encompass an entire realm, then what about an actual god? Still, suspecting and knowing were two different things. Especially here, in the desolate darkness of the Shadow Realm. Sunny struggled with the desire to gulp, his mouth terribly dry. He lingered for a few long moments, then asked hoarsely. If this is Shadow God's corpse, then what killed him? That was the greatest secret of all. That was what Sunny truly wanted to know, what had killed the gods? What had killed the demons? How had the Doom War ended, and how had the will of the forgotten god escaped the void, slowly turning all of existence into his nightmare? Hearing his question, Yuri's chuckled. What killed death? My, oh my. I wish I knew. Sadly, by the time the gods perished, I was already nailed to that damn tree. The view from there was not great. Sunny stared at him somberly. Somehow, he doubted that the skeleton was being entirely honest. The white skull betrayed no emotion, however. Eventually, Yuri's offered him a bone. I doubt it were the demons, though. By the end of it all, they were losing the war pretty badly. Otherwise, I would not have been captured by the warriors of the divine host, would I? He laughed. Sunny surmised two things from that statement. First, that at least one of the 9 Yuris had participated in the Doom War under the banner of the demon army. Second, that the demons seemed to have lost the war, or at least had been close to losing it near the end. That was the first true piece of information about the Doom War he had received. Sunny smiled darkly. Are you sure that you weren't the one who killed Shadow God? I've heard that you boasted once about slitting a god's throat. Yuri's exploded with laughter after hearing that. Oh, so you have met that abominable girl, it seems. Good, good. I'm glad that she has survived, Nephilim or not. He paused for a moment, and then chuckled. Yes, I did indeed tell her that I had slit a god's throat once. However, I never said that it had killed the god. What kind of god would die from such a trifle? Sunny winced from the amount of nonsense he had been subjected to in the last few minutes. What? What does he mean? I thought you said that the Shadow Realm was Shadow God's corpse? His body was quite huge, then. Pray tell, how would one slit the throat of an entire realm? The skeleton, who had remained motionless all that time, finally moved. Yuri's shook his skull, the bones scraping unpleasantly against each other. No, but what kind of divine shadow are you? Don't you know anything, boy? Sunny scowled. How am I supposed to know anything if the god who was supposed to cast me is dead? Eris stared at him silently for a while, then returned to his previous pose and grew still once again. A better question would be how can you even exist, but, fair is fair. To answer your questions, gods were indeed vast and unfathomable, but they took mortal vessels from time to time. Avatars, as some called them. Those were easier to reach. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Mortal avatars, that he could wrap his head around. After all, he had avatars of his own, even if they were not exactly the same. What surprised him more was that Yuri seemed to have no idea about how Sunny had come to be a shadow slave. Well, it made sense, in hindsight. The talkative skeleton seemed like someone who knew so much as to almost seem omniscient, but reasonably, that knowledge only encompassed the past. If he had really spent thousands of years nailed to a tree in the Nightmare Desert, he would not know anything about what had happened after the final days of the Doom War. To him, the Nightmare spell was merely a fringe cult that a small group of believers was spreading secretly in the mortal realms. He would not know what Sunny and Nephice really were, or how they had come to be that way. Sunny tilted his head a little, suddenly coming up with another question. It was hard to collect his thoughts because there were too many things he wanted to ask, but that one was, perhaps, the most vital. You are the first being from the ancient times I've met who is not entirely insane and consumed by corruption. How come? Yuri stared at him with the black gaping holes of his empty eye sockets. Haven't you met that abominable girl, as well? Sunny scoffed. That's different. She's from the waking world, just like I am. The skeleton let out a chuckle. The waking world? What's that? Sunny suppressed a sigh. He's clueless. After lingering for a few moments, Sunny tried to explain. The waking world is the last of the divine realms. There are people still living there, free of corruption. The rest of them, as well as all the mortal realms, have already been swallowed up by the dream realm, and are only populated by nightmare creatures. That's what we call the corrupted ones. However, our world is being consumed by the dream realm too, piece by piece. Yuri sighed. Oh, then you and your people must be fighting against the corruption with all your might, united against a common foe. What brilliant camaraderie! No wonder a divine shadow and an abominable Nephilim can exchange words so freely. Sunny coughed in embarrassment. Actually, currently, my people are at war. With each other. Have I mentioned that the last divine realm is the realm of War God? Yuri's remained silent for a long while, and then suddenly exploded with laughter. This time, he laughed longer than usual, and his laughter seemed different from before. It was tinged with mysterious darkness. After a while, the white skull turned a little to stare at Sunny. War God? My, oh my. Such irony. He paused for a moment, and then added. You asked who the 9 were? Well, to tell you the truth, child of war. His tone turned a little cold. Regardless of who we were, we hated War God and her children the most. Chapter 21-25, Paving the Road to Grace Plus, Turn Off Reset. Sunny could not help but tense up after hearing a hint of coldness in the skeleton's usually carefree and friendly tone. At that moment, he realized the precariousness of his position with painful clarity. Here he was, in the darkness of the shadow realm, beaten and battered, talking to one of the 9 while holding the shadow of another down. Sure, the archer was barely conscious and seemingly in no state to continue the battle, but on the other hand, the only safe enemy was a dead one. He had no idea what kind of powers Yuri's of the 9 possessed, but they had to be quite mystical for the wandering skeleton to traverse the underworld and reach the shadow realm more or less in one piece. It was alarming to learn that the mysterious 9 had some kind of grudge against the goddess of life and her followers. Sunny chose his next words carefully. Oh, really? That is surprising. How come Oro of the 9 was an imperial soldier, then? Wasn't the empire ruled by the cult of war? To be honest, he wasn't quite clear on what the empire was and who ruled it. However, in his first nightmare, it had seemed as if both its soldiers and citizens worshipped War God, to the point that they went around burning down temples of shadow. He had learned bits and pieces of ancient history later on, too, some pointing to the fact that the militant empire had gone on an unstoppable conquest spree during the dusk of the Golden Age, just before the final war. So, it was a bit surprising to learn that hero, Oro of the 9, had secretly harbored a deep hatred of War God. Hearing his words, Yuri's just chuckled, seemingly full of mirth. Oro, an imperial soldier? So what? I was an imperial slave, myself. Why, is there a better way to destroy an empire than from the inside? Sunny coughed. He, of all people, could not argue with that. After all, that was exactly what they were doing. Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie, they were working to undermine the kingdom of an heir of war by fighting under his banner. Well, all right. Fair. I'll give you that. So the 9 were determined to destroy the empire. And Oro had been only posing as a loyal imperial soldier. No wonder he had seemed so different from the rest of the slavers. It was a tantalizing piece of information. Still. In Sunny's first nightmare, Oro had been merely an awakened swordsman, and one who did not seem to have unsealed his aspect yet, at that. So, the 9 must not have been that powerful back then. How had 9 people hoped to destroy an empire that enjoyed the favor of a god? He wanted to know more. So, it was just the 9 of you against the entire empire? Yuri scoffed. Questions, 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 you are so full of questions, boy. Why are you so interested in the ancient past, anyway? Sunny smiled darkly, reminding himself to be polite and ingratiate himself with the mysterious skeleton. Oh. 2 reasons, mainly. Be nice, be polite. You need to get into his good graces. His mouth moved on its own. Because we are still paying for the sins committed by you vile bastards in that ancient past. If you impossible, abhorrent fools did not go and break the damn world back then, I wouldn't have been so desperate to learn how to fix it, would I? Yuri's just stared at him silently with empty eye sockets. He did not seem too offended, but... Sunny took a deep breath and held it, struggling to suppress his scathing fury. The 7th incarnation, meanwhile, spoke in a more neutral tone. Well, and also, you might not know it, but the nightmare spell has been running rampant for thousands of years. These days, it is more or less the only god that exists. The dream realm, meanwhile, is blooming with what we call nightmare seeds, and if you enter one, the spell gives you a special trial. That trial takes the form of an event from the ancient past, so knowing more about the past makes it easier to survive there. He paused, then added. Obviously, the nightmares are quite deadly. So one would naturally have no reason to enter one, except for the fact that if a blooming seed is left intact, it will continue to infect the world with corruption. Something like that, at least. For the first time, Yuri seemed a little surprised. Weaver's little spell? So it has gotten that powerful? Huh, how surprising. No wonder that abominable girl reeked of demon, then. Sunny's eye twitched. Little spell? He took another deep breath and forced his original body to speak. So, what? Are you going to persecute me needlessly just because of where I come from? Let me tell you something, Yuri's. He looked at the skeleton somberly. Being petty is unbecoming of a gentleman. Spitefulness is a hideous thing, a blemish on one's character, and an obstacle on the path to virtue. An enlightened man must know how to let go of grudges and embrace forgiveness. Tolerance and compassion pave the road to grace. Of course, Sunny was no gentleman, had no interest whatsoever in being virtuous, considered enlightened values to be synonymous with foolishness, and preferred to stay as far away from grace as possible, lest he catch it. But the ancient skeleton did not need to know that. Yuri's remained silent for a while, then sighed. My, oh my, how eloquent. Don't you worry, boy. I wasn't going to act on my distaste for your kind, it's all in the ancient past, anyway. Let bygones be bygones. I was just contemplating how deeply ironic it is, that after thousands of years, the only ones who remain are the children of war. You can't even imagine. Sunny grinned. Well, I'll be able to imagine if you explain things properly. The skeleton stared at him silently for a while. Then, Yuri's chuckled. Ah, but you expressed how desperate your need for knowledge is. So why should I share mine for free? Join our channel in Telegram to receive chapters faster. Hearing those words, Sunny was taken aback. What was this familiar feeling? Ah. I know. Of course. It was the feeling of being swindled. Frowning, he studied the expressionless skull for a few moments. The skeleton did not move, and if Sunny did not know any better, he would have assumed that it was a completely mundane corpse. The only thing that betrayed Yuri's unusual nature was a rare mote of light that drifted off the white bones from time to time. The same particles of essence rose from both of Sunny's incarnations, as well, reminding him that he was still on the clock. That bastard. So Sunny had to bargain with a shameless corpse in the middle of the realm of death, and worst of all, the corpse held all the chips. He grimaced. You're the one who spoke to me first, were you not? So, if anything, it seems like your need is greater than mine. Yuri's chuckled. That was not because I wanted to speak, just out of the goodness of my heart. Well, I don't really have a heart, but you get the meaning. I simply wanted to save a naive boy from making a terrible mistake. Because I am kind and generous. Sunny stared at him dubiously. Oh, yeah? Are you sure that you did not want to save this shadow here, instead? After all, you had kept quiet up until the moment I was about to kill one of you 9. What a coincidence. The White Skull scoffed. One of us 9? My, oh my. You must be confused, boy. She is not one of the 9, she is merely a shadow of one of the 9. A feral and mindless shadow, at that, an insult to the memory of my dear comrade, really, whose very existence offends and saddens me greatly. Ah, alas. If only you were strong enough to endure the consequences of destroying her. Sunny scowled. It sounds like you are a man of great integrity indeed, Uris. And didn't you just mention your kindness and generosity? How admirable, how commendable. No wonder you helped Nephice, the Nephilim, so selflessly. Someone as selfless, kind, and generous as you would not take advantage of a naive boy and try to swindle him, would you? Uris let out a chortle. That abominable girl? Why yes, I helped her, but that was merely in the spirit of reciprocity. She took me off that damned tree, after all, so I was obligated to return the favor. However, what have you done for me? Nothing, surely, there has to be a favor made for me to reciprocate in kind. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then sighed in dejection. It wasn't often that he found himself on the losing end of a verbal battle. He was usually the most brazen person in the room, and meeting an even greater scoundrel was a rare occurrence. How shameless! Sunny looked at Uris with resentment, lingered for a while, then said somberly. So what do you want? The mysterious skeleton remained silent. Eventually, he spoke. Why, it's simple. You are a shadow slave, are you not? Someone who wields the power of death. So, I want you to kill me. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh. The 7th incarnation tilted its head a little. His eyes narrowed. Wait, wouldn't that just defeat the purpose? Dead men tell no tales. Who will answer my questions if I kill you? Uris let out a short laugh. Well, I'll answer your questions before you kill me, of course. Look at me now, I am resting here in the shadow realm, patiently waiting to be destroyed. It is taking forever, however, if you can hasten the process, I'll sure spare you some time. Sunny considered his words. Uris was definitely lying about a lot of things, or at least not telling him everything. The mysterious skeleton already had the means to break the will of Shadow God and be destroyed. He could have surrendered to the mists of the underworld, for example, and simply become nothing. He could also wait and slowly be annihilated by the Shadow Realm. But perhaps death and destruction were not the same. And perhaps Uris was seeking a true death, which only Sunny could give him. Eventually, Sunny nodded. Alright, I'll kill you. So start talking. The skeleton let out another laugh, this one sounding a little wistful. I wish it were so simple, boy. Sadly, you are not nearly strong enough, yet, to kill me. So, come back after you become supreme, better yet, sacred. I'm not going anywhere, so you'll be able to find me right here. Finally, Sunny's expression cracked. Become supreme? Do you think I have not tried? How the hell am I supposed to become supreme, you useless pile of bones? Uris stared at him with what looked like amusement, which was quite a feat, considering that the white skull had no means to emote anything. Eventually, he said. What is the big problem? I watched you slay that eerie sacred shadow before. From what I've seen, you are already most of the way there, you have the will, and you even know how to wield it. That is the hardest part. More than that, your nascent domain is already fully formed, and its weight is crushing. Do I even need to mention how profound your connection to your source element is? Boy. I've never seen anyone as ready to become supreme as you. The only thing you need is to take the last step. Sunny blinked, suddenly robbed of breath. What Uris said, in hindsight, it rang true. He had indeed taken great strides on the path to supremacy as of late. Hearing that he, too, possessed a nascent domain was a bit surprising, but other than that, the mysterious skeleton was correct. Sunny had reached the precipice of supremacy without even realizing it. The first and most important step had probably been the very act of deciding to return to the embrace of civilization and take responsibility for the future, imposing his will upon the world. After all, that was what a sovereign was, someone who bent the world to their will, thus claiming authority over it. Then, it was a series of smaller steps. Claiming a citadel, establishing his rule over a vast swath of godgrave, slaying and subjugating great nightmare creatures, forging his transcendent battle art. Joining the sword army and observing the King of Swords to learn from his example, especially during Andal's battle with condemnation. Observing Rain and learning from her natural awakening, as well. The most important step, surprisingly, had been connected to improving his mastery of weaving. It was forging the blessing that had truly opened his eyes and broadened his horizons, teaching him how to wield his will. There were other important lessons and accomplishments, too. Numerous lessons, really. Nephi's had her own way of reaching toward supremacy, while Sunny had his. He was almost ready. All that he was missing was, indeed, one final step. A catalyst that would ignite all his previous attainments, fusing them into a throne. But Sunny had no idea what that catalyst was. He hesitated for a while before asking cautiously. And what is that last step? Yuri's remained silent, then answered gingerly. How should I know? Sunny let out a growl. That bastard. Join our channel in Telegram to receive chapters faster. Read the chapters in advance on Telegram, search for the name of the novel in the app's search bar. Seeing how twisted Sunny's face had become, one of his faces, at least, since the seventh incarnation did not deem it worthy to react in any way, Yuri's let out a laugh. Those chuckles of his were seriously starting to get on Sunny's nerves. The jovial voice resounded from the depths of the white skull a moment later. Don't be too disheartened, boy. Everyone has to follow their own path to supremacy, and the nature of the last step is different for each supreme. However, there is some commonality between them. A shared principle that is revealed if one observes carefully. I can't tell you what exactly it is that you must do to become supreme, but I can share my observations with you. He paused for a moment. After all, it is in my best interest to see you usurp the throne of shadows. You might actually manage to kill me then. Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. How wonderful would it have been if someone just handed him all the answers. But he was not that lucky, of course. Still, the mysterious skeleton's offer was better than nothing. Sunny gathered his thoughts, then asked somberly. So? What have you observed? Yuri's remained silent for a while. Well. Supremes have always been rare, even in my time. Supreme humans, at least, enough so that every time a new one appeared, the balance of power in the mortal realms was bound to change. Old kingdoms fell, and new ones rose. The emergence of a new supreme was synonymous with great upheaval, which is to say that there are few examples that I am familiar with. And yet, I did notice a certain similarity in how those people attained supremacy. He let out a wistful scoff. A supreme is someone who claims rulership over the world, or at least a part of the world. Their distinct trait is the authority they wield. Naturally, it takes a lot of audacity to lay claim to the world. After all, it already belongs to someone, and already submits to a higher authority. So, in my opinion, the very essence of supremacy is defiance. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Defiance? There was the unpleasant scraping noise, and Yuri's nodded. Oh yes. It is a bit paradoxical, but the source of authority is defiance. After all, a ruler can hardly be ruled. Or at least ruled easily. There is a difference between authority and absolute authority, in the end. But that is beside the point. What I wanted to say is that if there is one common element between all the final acts of attaining supremacy that I know of, it is that they were acts of defiance. Sunny sighed and lowered his gaze. He really did not want to sound like a parrot, but had no choice except to reluctantly repeat the same question. Defiance? Come to think of it. What the hell is a parrot, anyway? Oblivious to his momentary distraction, Yuri's nodded again. Yes. And not just acts of defiance, but acts of supreme defiance. Authority and submission are antithetical to each other, are they not? You see, authority cannot exist in the void, since it is only revealed when imposed upon others. So, to claim authority and become supreme, one has to defy some kind of authority imposed on them. That is what I think, at least. He chuckled. That supreme defiance can take many forms, depending on the individual. Obviously, the more powerful you are, the less you are constrained by the chains of necessity, and therefore the greater your act of defiance has to be, because there are fewer forces great enough to impose themselves upon you, to begin with. The mysterious skeleton sighed. So, some defy power by slaying an immensely powerful foe. Azarax only became the plague of steel after killing his supreme father, for example. Others go against their own nature, defying themselves to gain enlightenment. Some use their will to twist the laws governing their realm, gaining authority over it. There are many ways, but the surest one. Yuri's paused, prompting Sunny to utter a quiet curse. Really? Do you really have to take a dramatic pause? Are you sure you were a slave, not an actor? The skeleton laughed. All right, settle down. Is it not obvious, though? The surest way is to go against the greatest will of all, to break the will of gods. Well, they are dead now, so the next best thing would be to go against one of the absolute laws. If you manage to defy one of those, I am sure that you will become supreme in no time. Sunny let out a long sigh. Slaying an immensely powerful foe? Usurping a realm? Breaking absolute laws and going against the will of gods? Bastard! Aren't you just goading me into finding a way to kill you? All of those are ways to get around the curse placed on you by Shadow God. Yuri's coughed in embarrassment. Considering that he had no lungs, that cough was not at all convincing. My, oh my. What a coincidence. Sunny let out another growl, prompting the mysterious skeleton to shake his skull. No, listen. I might have a selfish motive in sharing this knowledge, but what I've told you is true. Those are indeed valid ways of taking the final step to supremacy. You just need to find one uniquely suited for you, and then come back to try and kill me. Sunny stared at Yuri's for a while, unsure if he should trust him. For what it was worth, the skeleton seemed to be sincere. He had no reason to lie to Sunny, anyway, since it was indeed in his best interest to help Sunny gain more power. So, if Sunny was to take his words seriously, an act of supreme defiance? And not just any act, but one that suited Sunny best, one intimately tied to the very nature of his aspect, his nature, and his forming domain. He grumbled. I've killed countless beings that were way more powerful than me, you know? How come I am not supreme yet? The skeleton stared at him for a while, then offered helpfully. I guess they weren't powerful enough? A quiet groan escaped from Sunny's mouth. What are you talking about? I am a mere transcendent, and yet I go around routinely killing great nightmare creatures. I killed my first sovereign back when I was an ascended, in fact, granted, he was already consumed by corruption and no different from a beast by then. Hell, I killed a great devil as a dreamer. Yuri's was seemingly taken aback. He remained silent for a few moments, then mumbled in a puzzled tone. My, oh my. Then, the skeleton stared at him with reproach. Things are worse than I expected, then. You see, boy, since you are such an overachiever, since you are a damn lunatic who goes around slaying immensely powerful beings routinely, then slaying one more won't be much of an act of defiance, will it? Sunny blinked. Hey, now. Yuri's clicked his jaw a few times. No, really, who kills a great devil as a dreamer? You know what? I take it back. Why wait? Come kill me right now. There's no reason to wait, so do it now. Sunny tilted his head and stared at Yuri's darkly. After a while, he said. You know what, I'm in no mood for your antics. In fact, I am tired, spent, and in pain. My soul is damaged, and my body is full of holes. How about you get over your indignation and give me actual advice? Yuri's laughed. Well, I don't know. Have you tried not killing something? Sunny frowned. I did. In fact, I was attacked by 13 saints recently, and I only killed 6. Wait, was it 6? I think it was. Yuri's lowered his skull in dejection. What is that bastard so dejected about? In any case, it seemed like he had exhausted the mysterious skeleton's usefulness, at least as far as attaining supremacy was concerned. Yuri's had indeed shared his earnest observations, and they were helpful. Although he had not provided Sunny with a definitive answer, he had at least shown him the right direction. One final step, an act of supreme defiance. Sunny fell into deep thought. Breaking the will of gods and going against the absolute laws of existence was definitely out of the question. Wasn't it? Noctis had broken the will of Sun God by liberating Hope. Something had defied death by breaking free of the Shadow Realm, which was how its fragment came to be. In a way, Cassie had defied an even higher authority by conspiring to liberate Sunny from fate, even though the actual perpetrator of that liberation was the thieving bird. He sighed. I don't need to be so grand in my ambitions. Yuri's had said that defying the greatest authority was the surest way, not the only way. Most Supremes had attained their supremacy with less drastic acts, no doubt. Azarax had killed a Supreme, but even that was not a necessity. Simply defying the authority of a Supreme could also work. Perhaps that was the way. While Sunny was contemplating, Yuri suddenly spoke once again. Oh, Chapter 21-28, that which should not exist plus, turn off reset. Sunny let out a tired sigh. Even the 7th incarnation rolled its eyes in exasperation. Well, of course. Honestly, he had expected to hear something like that. After all, he was still in the Shadow Realm, and while the imminent danger had seemingly passed, it would be foolish to expect that new perils would not reveal themselves soon. After cursing his fate, or lack thereof, for a few moments quietly, he asked in a resigned tone. Oh? What is it now? The ancient skull stared at him with empty eye sockets. When Yuri spoke, his creaky voice sounded a bit wistful. Look at me carefully, boy. How do you think I ended up in this state? Sunny studied the skeleton silently. Yuri's was sprawled on the ground, surrounded by broken pieces of ivory bones and half buried in the obsidian dust. The bone fragments belonged to the remains of a soul serpent, but the human skeleton, too, was not intact. Half of his ribs were broken, one of his arms was entirely missing, and his legs were completely crushed. He was in quite a sorry state. Sunny did not know how powerful Yuri's was, exactly, but he shuddered to imagine what kind of creature could have mutilated him so thoroughly. He glanced down, at the Shadow Archer. I gather it wasn't this one here who did such a number on you. The skeleton laughed. No. Yuri's paused for a few moments, then spoke in a friendly tone. As I mentioned before, there is an entrance to the Shadow Realm hidden in the abyss of the underworld. We are not too far from that entrance, meaning that these are the outer edges of the Shadow Realm. This is where the shadows of living beings arrive after death before undertaking a pilgrimage to the heart of the land of the dead. He sighed. I was attempting the same, but, oh well. You can see how I ended up. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What lies at the heart of the Shadow Realm, then? The ancient skeleton struggled to shrug. That, I do not know. I was curious to see though. Such a tantalizing mystery. Since I am more or less dead, it would be a shame to miss the chance. After chuckling with mirth, he grew more serious. In any case, the outer edges of the Shadow Realm hide their own perils. Like the creatures of darkness who sometimes crawl out of the abyss, one of them is drawing closer and closer, by the way. I thought I should let you know. Sunny cursed. Damnation. Right, there had been the 4th dark drifter, the wolf, pursuing the shadow of condemnation. Sunny had assumed that it was destroyed by the essence storm, but the creature seemed to have survived. considering that it had been on the ground when the storm hit. Did it burrow into the dust to avoid the currents of essence? He looked around, gazing past the field of bones at the desolate expanse of dark dunes. Come to think of it. Sunny glanced at the new hill of black dust that had formed where the shadow condemnation fell. The dust used to be solid obsidian. Had the shadow realm been a land of glossy black stone once, before turning into a desert of dust? But that was beside the point. The point was that the wolf was still alive, and drawing closer. It had failed to feast on the essence of condemnation, but Sunny was right here. A transcendent titan was probably not as delicious as a cursed tyrant, but food was food. Remembering the vulture and the leech, he considered if he could slay the wolf alone. Considering how tired and wounded Sunny was, it seemed problematic at best, and unlikely at worst. He grimaced. So, am I supposed to run away from that dark one? Yuri stared at him silently for a moment. Goodness, can you let me finish, boy? Who cares about those eerie things? I just remembered to mention it by chance. What I was going to say was that, while the outer edges of the shadow realm hide their own perils, the true horrors all dwell deeper, in its heartland. Sunny blinked. The essence storms and the creatures of darkness are not the true horrors? Noticing his pale face, the mysterious skeleton scoffed. You must have seen the shadows walking toward the center of the shadow realm, so think about it. The weaker ones get ground into streams of essence swiftly. The stronger ones last a little longer, then, who can endure long enough to reach the heartland? Sunny's expression darkened. He's right. The shadow of condemnation had not been destroyed by the shadow realm, it had been killed by Sunny. If he had not been there, it would have rebuilt its colossal body and continued marching forward, at least for a while. In fact, it might not have dissolved into essence entirely for years, hundreds of years, perhaps. So how many of such shadows were somewhere ahead, in the heart of the shadow realm? Or shadow left behind by even more powerful beings? He shivered. Yuri's nodded. Indeed. Out there, in the darkness, dwell the shadows of beings beyond your comprehension. Cursed, sacred, divine, unholy. Those that have endured countless eons of annihilation, changing slowly in the process. This feral shadow right here has already given you so much trouble, so how are you going to survive them? He paused for a few moments, then added in a troubled tone. More than that, out there, ahead, exist things that should not exist at all. This was the first time Yuri seemed to drop his jovial demeanor entirely, which did nothing to lessen Sunny's alarm. He asked in a strained tone. What things? The white skeleton stared at him silently. Eventually, the voice resounded from its depths once again. Creatures of shadow, who have succumbed to corruption. Oh, and they have sensed the scent of your transcendent soul by now, without a doubt. Sunny was out of curses and out of tired sighs. He just stared at the expressionless skull for a while, then let out a short laugh. Ah. I see. Is that all? So, there were ancient shadows dwelling in the depths of the shadow realm, shadows so great and vast that even this place took eons to ground them into pure essence. Shadows of dead deities, both divine and profane. And some of them had succumbed to corruption somewhere along the way, becoming monstrous beings that defied description. Sunny glanced at Yuri's. So, shadow creatures are not supposed to become corrupted? The mysterious skeleton hesitated for a few moments. Well, it's not entirely impossible, I guess, but definitely unheard of. Unless one has been born as a shadow spawn, shadow creatures come to be from the shadows of the dead. And death, as you should know, destroys corruption. So, I have never even heard of a corrupted shadow creature, before witnessing one myself here. My, oh my. The world has really changed. Yuri's let out an amused laugh. In any case, unlike the shadow of my fellow member of the Nine, you have neglected to hide the scent of your soul when entering the shadow realm. They must have sensed it already. So, they will be coming for you soon. As such, I suggest that you run back to where you came from, boy, and return once you are strong enough to face them. Sunny smiled darkly. he was inclined to listen to that advice. Of course, there were a couple problems if he did, namely, the Essence Storm and the Wolf, who were currently between him and the Gate of Shadow. But he could solve these problems, somehow. Facing an unholy being or two, however, was not something he could solve. Sunny sighed and glanced at the shadow of the archer, to whose throat he was still holding a sharp shard of bone. After lingering for a little while, he said, "I'll go. However, before that, I still have 2 questions I want to ask you." Yuri stared at him silently, neither confirming nor denying that he would answer them. The 7th incarnation gestured to the remains of the soul serpents towering around them. "Why are these here? What killed them?" The mysterious skeleton turned his skull a little, looking at the ancient bones. "Nothing killed them. This is just their resting place. This is where shadow serpents come after losing their masters, to follow them into death, a sentiment you are not familiar with, it seems, considering that you are still here and running around without one." My, oh my. How callous. Sunny hesitated. Why is the Shadow Realm so inhospitable to shadow creatures, anyway? To be honest, I did not expect to suffer this much in my supposed homeland. Yuri's laughed. Isn't it the purpose of the Shadow Realm, to give solace and eternal peace to shadows? Ah, but not all shadows, of course, just those without a master, like the shadows of the dead. Or you, the shadow of a dead god. Sunny blinked. What? So, if he still shared shadow bond with Nephi's, his soul would not be slowly crumbling in the Shadow Realm? Weirdly enough, it somehow made sense. Without a master, he was no different from the orphaned shadows that came to this desolate land after the beings casting them died. So, the Shadow Realm was trying to give him the gift of eternal peace. By destroying him. His eyes narrowed a little. Wait. So I can summon my shadows here, and they will be fine? Had he been holding back for no good reason? Yuri shook his skull. Those things you call shadows are not exactly masterless, but they are not exactly real beings, either. They are a part of you, so they will be destroyed with you, much more thoroughly than you, really. Unless you complete them and turn them into real shadow creatures, I'd advise against bringing them here. Sunny raised an eyebrow, startled. Complete them? What do you mean? The ancient skeleton sighed. Boy, they say that wisdom comes with age, but do consider that I spent most of my long existence nailed to a tree. What kind of wisdom do you think I was supposed to gain while hanging on a damn tree? I am not at all omniscient. How am I supposed to know more about the nature of being a shadow than you do? To answer your question, I have no idea. All I know is that unless they can exist independent of you, they are not complete creatures of shadow. Sunny stared at him silently for a while, utterly perplexed. So, according to Yuri's, Saint and the others were not actual shadow creatures, yet? And that there was something he could do to complete them, thus giving them some kind of independence? Weren't they quite complete, already? And why would he even want to make them independent? The whole point of having shadows was that they were always at his beck and call, ready to assist him with whatever he needed assistance with. It didn't make any sense. And he did not have time to deal with this issue at the moment, really. Shaking his head, Sunny looked back to the shadow archer. His face hardened. After remaining silent for a while, he said, Then that leaves only one matter I still have to deal with. So, Yuri's of the 9, you told me that this one is one of the 9, as well. What was her name, then? Aletheia of the 9 had been a sorceress and a pursuer of knowledge, so he could not imagine her becoming a feral huntress. The archer had probably been someone else. The white skull remained silent for a bit, then clacked its jaw. She doesn't remember, so I don't remember, either. Sunny stared at him darkly. Somehow, I found it hard to believe. The grinning skull just stared at him without saying anything. Then, Yuri's grumbled. Life is full of hardships, boy. What am I supposed to do about it? You said that you had 2 questions for me, anyway, and this is the 7th. I'm not giving you any answers for free anymore. Sunny frowned and counted. Why are these here? What killed them? Why is the Shadow Realm so inhospitable to shadow creatures? So I can summon my shadow here, and they will be fine? Complete them? What do you mean? He gritted his teeth. That bastard. Looking at him, Yuri's laughed. Go find her name on your own. Maybe if you give it to her, she'll regain some of what she lost. Sunny muttered a curse. A few moments later, the mysterious skeleton asked with curiosity. So, are you going to listen to my advice and let her be? Or do what you always seem to do and kill her? Let me repeat, just in case, doing so will be extremely dangerous. It is much better to just allow the Shadow Realm itself to finish her off. Sunny stared at the shadow of the archer. Yuri's was right. Inviting this murderous shadow into his soul would be extremely dangerous, and it would be much wiser to let her live. For a bit more. Considering how severely damaged the archer was, she would without a doubt be destroyed by the Shadow Realm soon. It was just that Sunny did not believe that one bit. There were countless reasons that pointed to the fact that the archer would not survive even if left alone, but he had survived too many impossible situations to feel confident. That maniac was a kindred spirit, of sorts. Even though the world itself was against her, she would find a way to live on. He was sure of it. And, more importantly, Sunny was not one to let go of a grudge. He smiled darkly. I'll risk it. With that, he strained his hand, and cut the archer's throat with the sharp fragment of the ivory fang. Chapter 2130, Inviting a Killer into Your Soul Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 2130, Inviting a Killer into Your Soul. Sunny said that he would take the risk, but really, he was quite concerned. He did not know what would happen next. The first part was not at all surprising. Your shadow grows stronger. The handy bracelet might not have been enchanted to react when Sunny killed a shadow, but a shadow creature was different. He had some experience with that. As soon as the voice spoke into his ear, Sunny felt a torrent of fragments rush into his soul, quite a bit less than what he had received after slaying the shadow of condemnation, but still an amazing amount. He could feel subtle changes happening to his body, making him a little bit stronger. Even though he had already formed all 7 cores, there was still one final feat left to perform. It was to saturate them fully once and for all. Before that, the familiar hunt for shadow fragments would still hold some meaning for him, albeit less than before. Unless he found some other way to use them, of course. Nephice could burn her cores to unleash annihilating flames, for example, while Mordred could tear out pieces of his soul to create reflections. It was unknown, and quite doubtful really, that Sunny's aspect possessed such a facet. If not, one day soon, he would lose an integral reason to hunt down nightmare creatures and seek more power. Sunny found the very idea of having no motive to kill unfamiliar. He had spent so much time being pushed to endlessly seek out battle, against beings who were his equals or possessed greater power than him, that it had become his second nature. How would it even feel, to not have that need? Well, I'm sure I'll find some other reason to kill things. Or it would find him. When had the world ever allowed him peace and tranquility? In any case, fully saturating his cores would most likely have to wait until his next visit to the Shadow Realm, wherever that might be. Receiving a flood of shadow fragments was what he had expected. The next part was shrouded in doubt. As the ghostly body of the shadow archer convulsed and dissolved into black smoke under him, soon disappearing entirely, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. 2 things could happen. The first one was that the vicious slayer would join the ranks of the still and silent shadows that populated his soul sea. It was just that Sunny doubted that she would remain still and silent for long. Yuri's was right. This strange shadow had maintained self-awareness and lucidity, a form of them, at least, even after coming to the Shadow Realm after the death of the woman casting it. So, she would most likely remain rebellious in his soul sea, as well, either going on a massacre or simply endeavoring to destroy his soul from the inside. Maybe both. The second possibility was just as troubling, if not more so. The Slayer of the Shadow Realm was a shadow creature, after all, just like Nightmare had been. And unlike the rest of his shadows, with the exception of Serpent, who had been handed down to Sunny as a legacy relic by the spell, Nightmare was not created by combining the silent shadow of a slain creature with their echo. Instead, as soon as Sunny killed the Tenebrous Stead, Nightmare had become his shadow directly. The same could happen with the Nebulous Slayer, which would root her essence in one of his shadow cores. What would happen then? Sunny had no idea. She would definitely not recognize him as a master, though. And what would happen if a shadow that spent thousands of years hunting down other shadows got rooted in one of her killer's shadow cores? Sunny shuddered to imagine. He had a vain hope that the silent shadows in his soul sea would come to life again to protect him, like they had when Mordred challenged him to a soul duel. But these situations were different. Sunny was still unsure how that facet of his aspect functioned, and what had stirred the silent shadows into action. But if he had to guess, it would be that Mordred was an invader to his soul, a foreign body that had to be purged. The Shadow Slayer, however, would not be. Rather, she would be a part of his soul, no different from the vast sea of still water, the 7 suns of his cores, the shadows that dwelled within them, the replica of the nameless temple, and the legion of lifeless shadows that now stood around it, watching the dark edifice silently. So, he would decide what to do after learning which of the two possibilities had come true. Feeling a subtle change happening to his soul, Sunny glanced at Yuri's. Well, I'll be going, then. The ancient skeleton did not move, but the creaky voice resounded from the depths of its white skull once again. Godspeed. Sunny hesitated for a moment. You know, it would be much more convenient if I took you with me. Then, you would not have to wait for me to come all the way back here after becoming a supreme. Yuri's chuckled. It took me so much effort to get to the Shadow Realm, and now you want me to leave. No thanks. What happens if you die before becoming supreme? Your shadow will just waltz down here naturally, but I'll have to walk all the way back. And? He took a pause, then added wistfully. I don't have feet anymore. Sunny smiled. You also only have one arm. So, if I decided to take you with me Naiwei, you wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight, would you? The white skull stared at him expressionlessly for a few moments. My, oh my. Do try. The tone was friendly, but somehow, Sunny felt a shiver run down his back. He decided against it. Until we meet again, then. I'll give your regards to Nephice. Oh, and by the way. His tone was friendly, as well. If I hear you call her an abomination again, I'll break your remaining arm. Hearing that, Yuri's almost seemed perplexed. As Sunny rose to his feet, he mumbled quietly. What a bizarre thing to say. The world has gone insane. Turning around, Sunny took the first step. It was then that he finally heard the words he had been waiting for. You have received a shadow. Sunny had to get back to the Gate of Shadow to summon himself back into Godgrave. It was going to take him longer to return than it had taken to reach the Serpent Graveyard, though, both because he would not be riding the shoulders of the Shadow of Condemnation this time and because he had to circle around the massive essence storm. There was the last of the darkness creatures to worry about, as well. The wolf was still out there, somewhere, relatively near and drawing nearer, according to Yuri's. But those were minor concerns. The real concern were the harrowing beings that dwelled in the heart of the Shadow Realm, and were apparently coming to consume him. He could already feel a subtle, terrifying pressure at the outer edges of his shadow sense, dozens of kilometers away. It made him shiver. That was why there was no time to waste, and why he had resolved the issue of the Shadow Slayer so hastily. Sunny would have loved to stay and talk to Yuri's more, but his instincts were telling him that he had to run. Or fly, that would be even better. His original body was severely wounded and weakened, so it could not maintain sufficient speed. So, he intended to construct a powerful shell around the 7th avatar and carry himself as he fled. Before that happened, though. Arg! Sunny staggered and fell to one knee after taking only a few steps. A piercing pain was ravaging his soul. She's not wasting any time, is she? Gritting his teeth, he rose from the ground and dove into his soul sea. By now, trained by having to control several avatars at the same time, Sunny could continue moving freely even while a piece of his consciousness entered the lightless expanse of his soul. So, even while he found himself surrounded by the familiar expanse of dark water, his two bodies continued to flee. His soul sea had changed, somewhat, from the last time he visited it. The still water was the same, but if the dark ocean felt more deep. There were more shadows surrounding the replica of the nameless temple, tens of thousands of them watching it silently. As if waiting for something. The main difference, of course, was that there were now 7 black suns hanging above the temple instead of 6. The dark sky of his soul felt complete. Sunny knew that 6 shadows resided in these cores now. Saint, Serpent, Nightmare, Fiend, Mimic, and the Slayer of the Shadow Realm. As he stared at his terror core, another pulse of harrowing pain washed over his conscience, making him groan. This maniac. As Sunny grimaced in pain, he thought he noticed a net of cracks revealing itself on the surface of the black sun. The still water stirred lightly, and a cold wind blew across its surface, making the branches of the Soul Devourer's shadow sway somewhere in the distance. The Slayer he had invited into his soul seemed to have regained awareness, and was already trying to destroy one of his soul cores from within. As the 7th incarnation called upon the shadows of the realm of death to envelop him and started to build a shell, Sunny summoned the Slayer to the surface of the still water. Soon, she appeared in front of him, wreathed momentarily in black flames. When the flames were extinguished, Sunny could finally see the shadow of one of the 9 clearly. She looked much different from how she had been when they fought. Only now that Sunny saw the Slayer in the darkness of his soul did he realize how tattered and frayed her shadow had been in the Shadow Realm. Now, however, she was restored to immaculate condition. The vague, elusive silhouette was gone, replaced by a figure as solid as he himself was. The billowing mantle of ghostly smoke had dissipated, as well, and nothing obscured her features anymore. In front of him stood a beautiful woman with a slender and graceful figure, her build radiating a sense of extreme agility and strength. Her poise was unmistakably that of a warrior, and there was a hint of pride in the set of her bare shoulders. Her luscious ebony hair was gathered into a long braid, and her lean muscles seemed to be sculpted by an obsessed artist. It was just that her lithe body was entirely black, as if cast from ink. In fact, there was not a hint of color that Sunny could see. Well, it made sense. She was a shadow, after all. And a slayer of shadows, as well. The Slayer was wearing a very light armor that consisted of a Terrige's skirt, a chest guard, a single bracer, and greaves that protected her shins, clearly something meant for an archer, not a melee combatant. With how the light ensemble looked on her graceful body, she seemed more like a dancer than a fighter, but Sunny was not deceived. There were too many holes in his body to make such a mistake. Her face, meanwhile, was hidden behind a veil, and yet, Sunny could vaguely discern her features. High cheekbones, a sharp nose, and lifeless black eyes that seemed to stare at him with no emotion. Sunny let out a careful breath. Summoning a shadow to appear in front of him in the soul sea was not the same as summoning them to the outside world. Here, they usually remained lifeless and passive unless he commanded them to come to their senses, as if in a state of stasis. So, he could study them and their runes in peace. It seems I'm safe for the moment. Sunny stared at the Slayer, then shifted his gaze and looked into the shadow that served as her soul. The rest of his shadows possessed dark embers instead of shadow cores, but this one was unique. After all, she had possessed an actual soul core despite being a shadow, so, Sunny did not know what to expect. What he saw was different from how the Slayer had been before, but also not at all like the rest of his shadows. Her radiant soul core was gone, but instead of being replaced by a dark ember, it was replaced by a radiant shard instead. That shard still remained in the same strange state, not quite transcendent, but also not quite supreme, as if lacking something. How do I learn her runes? Sunny was burning with curiosity, and more than a little bit of greed. He was quite excited to possess such a powerful shadow. Now that he was banished from the spell, the most reliable source of information he had access to was Cassie. However, to get her to take a look at the Slayer, he would have to summon the murderous shadow into the real world. and she would probably venture to kill him immediately after that. Thank the gods she was docile and passive here, at least. Suddenly, Sunny felt a bad premonition. Huh? And a moment later, the dark eyes of the Slayer, which had been empty and lifeless before, slowly regained their cold sharpness. Defying all the rules, the shadow turned her head slightly despite not receiving a command to come to life, and stared directly at him with murderous coldness. Sunny gulped. Crap. Of course. Why the hell had he assumed that this crazed maniac would follow the rules? The first thing she had done after becoming his shadow was strike at the walls of his shadow core, after all. His mind must have been more tired than he had thought. At the same time as Sunny realized that the Slayer had shaken off the state of stasis she was supposed to be in, the shadow already lunged at him. Sunny staggered back, barely avoiding her fingers, and fell on the surface of the black water. They were currently in front of the steps of the nameless temple, some distance away from the silent shadows. Sunny glanced at them briefly as he fell, hoping that the legion of his past victims would surge forward to protect him. But the shadows remained still and unmoving, not reacting to the plight of their master at all. It was just as he had expected, the Slayer was a part of his soul, so the silent shadows did not see her as an intruder. Damnation! Rolling over his shoulder, Sunny jumped to his feet and stared at the beautiful shadow scornfully. At the same time, he commanded her to stand down. Hey, you! Now listen. His orders were absolute, as far as shadows were concerned. Well, at least they were supposed to be. To be fair, his other shadows were all quite loyal and obedient, never trying to resist his orders, except for Fiend, who sometimes put up a small fight. But even that guy was not serious about his disobedience, mostly putting on a show. After making his indignation or reluctance known, he always swiftly complied with whatever it was that Sunny commanded him to do. So, he had expected that the Slayer would freeze in place. And she did. For a second. Then, as if struggling against terrible weight, the shadow moved once more. Her movements were slow at first, but then accelerated beyond imagination, making blood run cold in Sunny's veins. Curse it all. The Slayer wore armor, not matter how minimal, but she lacked weapons entirely. Nevertheless, that did not matter at all, her entire body was a weapon, and she could easily rip Sunny apart with her bare hands. Especially now that he was tired, and his soul was in tatters. She was weakened by having to resist his direct order, at least, more so than she had been weakened as a shadow creature by having to defy the will of the Lord of Shadows, at that. So, Sunny wasn't entirely powerless. Dodging another strike, he tried to reason with the feral shadow. Look around. Do you know where you are? What, exactly, are you hoping to accomplish here, you lunatic? Instead of answering, the Slayer simply gave him a murderous glance. Her gaze, full of infinitely cold killing intent, made Sunny shiver. He took another step back to avoid a crushing strike and scowled. What was he supposed to do here? Fighting the Slayer again would be a problem, not only because Sunny could not retreat, thus giving her free rein to wreak havoc in his soul, but also because he did not want to destroy her. Why would he destroy such a powerful shadow after going to all that trouble to gain it? The alternatives, however, seemed grim. If he left the Soul Sea, she would destroy his shadow cores and kill him. Actually, she would probably massacre the silent shadows first, absorbing them and growing even more powerful first. Of course, he could summon the Slayer back into the Shadow Realm and fight her there, thus saving his soul from her fury. But that would just result in his body suffering more, not to mention wasting precious time. Apart from that, Yuri's had said that the Shadow Realm would be much more destructive for Sunny's shadows, so even if he won, he would probably lose the Slayer for good. So, the only thing that remained was what? He blocked a vicious kick and was thrown back, almost reaching the first row of the Legion of Silent Shadows. I guess I have to restrain her. That was not an ideal solution, but the only one he could think of. He had to put Slayer somewhere she would not be destroyed, but would not have the ability to further damage his soul, either. Then, after she was restrained, he could come up with a way to tame her slowly. In fact, Sunny had noticed something when he was talking to Yuri's. His knuckles were split, and a few drops of his blood fell into the ghostly smoke shrouding the defeated figure of the Slayer. She seemed to react to his blood slightly. Was that, perhaps, something he could explore further? Another strike landed on Sunny, almost knocking his wind out. It did not matter right now. Angered, he snarled. I said. Stand down. The Slayer did not seem to react to his bellow. However, she did react to a vast presence that suddenly appeared behind her. But it was too late. There stood an enormous creature. It was a scaled beast with 3 long necks and 3 terrifying maws, its enormous body framed by vast skeletal wings. A black miasma flowed from the numerous torn holes on its body, spreading slowly over the restless surface of dark water. Its size dwarfed both Sunny and the Slayer, making them seem like toys. Before the murderous shadow could react, the beast's claws closed around her, crushing her in an iron grip. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Thanks, Serpent. Indeed, the ghastly beast was none other than Serpent, having assumed the form of one of the silent shadows. That of the defiled seeker of truth, a titan that Sunny had once slain in Antarctica. Sunny was a titan himself now, which meant that Serpent had become a titan, as well. And as such, it had the ability to turn into the form of the titans Sunny had killed, as long as they were not of a higher rank than Serpent itself. Defiled seeker of truth, Goliath. Winter beast. That was one of the main reasons why Sunny had wanted to venture into the Shadow Realm and earn his titan core. Inhaling deeply, Sunny glanced at the Slayer, who was struggling to free herself from the titan's inescapable grip, and headed for the nameless temple. Follow me. Soon enough, Sunny was standing outside the stone chamber that served as a treasury in the real world. In the replica of the nameless temple, however, it had become a cell. The Slayer was locked inside behind an iron door. She had already landed a few crushing strikes, both at the door and at the walls of her cell, but even her strength was not sufficient to damage them. Sunny let out a dejected sigh. This is my soul sea, damn it. Apparently, now, there was a jail in his soul sea. Shaking his head, he turned around and said tiredly. Stay put for now, Slayer. I'll deal with you later. Somehow, he felt that rehabilitating his misguided sixth shadow would take a bit of time, and a lot of effort. In the tastefully decorated display hall of the Memory Boutique, which was located in the basement of the Brilliant Emporium, which, in turn, was a marvelous devil who hid a pocket dimension in its belly, a graceful young man was sitting calmly on the floor with his eyes closed. In his hand, he was holding a small lantern carved from black stone. The gate of the lantern was open, and beyond it nestled an eerie darkness. A sense of chilling coldness came from its impenetrable depths. Suddenly, the tranquil young man let out a sigh and opened his eyes. In the next moment, 2 shadows suddenly escaped from the gate of the dark lantern, instantly turning into perfect copies of him. Both were dirty and battered, instantly marring the immaculately clean floor with a layer of black dust. However, while one was simply disheveled, the other looked more like a corpse, especially due to how pale their porcelain skin was. His black tunic was tattered and torn, and there were countless hideous wounds covering his body. The wounds were bloodless, which only made him look more like a cadaver. Looking at the mess, the graceful young man dismissed the black lantern and pursed his lips. Hunching, Sunny took a few ragged breaths and then looked at his gloomy incarnation. What are you staring at, bastard? With that, he swayed and collapsed to the floor. Now that he had escaped the Shadow Realm, all strength suddenly left his mangled body. It was partially due to the psychological effect of finally reaching safety, and partially due to the fact that he had been quite literally empowered by the desolate land of shadows. Now that the borrowed strength was gone, Sunny toppled like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Laying on the cool floorboards, he let out a pained groan. I don't think I can move. Not only did he find it difficult to move a muscle, but the pain he had been suppressing rushed in like a tide. Sunny felt his consciousness dim, and somewhere far away, the Lord of the Shadow stumbled subtly. Luckily, the King of Swords had assigned him a long and annoying, but mostly passive mission. it was his turn to guard the base camp of the expedition force near the vanishing lake. With Condemnation's death, the balance of power in the Breastbone Hollow had shifted, and many powerful nightmare creatures were on the move. More than that, the prolonged deprivation from sunlight was slowly starting to affect the ancient jungle, so the entire ecosystem was in a state of mild chaos. But the abominations rarely approached Vanishing Lake, and therefore, Sunny merely had to stay vigilant without doing much of anything. It was a bit of a waste to assign the Lord of Shadows to guard duty, as far as he was concerned, but the King of Swords had his own considerations. In any case, the timely new assignment gave Sunny a few days of respite, which was a blessing in disguise. Letting out another quiet groan, Sunny almost missed the Incarnation's response. "I am looking at two useless fools. What did you idiots do to our soul, huh?" Technically, the seventh Incarnation was innocent. It had not even been born when Sunny allowed his soul to be damaged by the essence storm, but instead of retorting, the nonchalant guy simply gave the neat avatar a short glance and remained silent. Sunny cursed. "What did we do? What did you do?" "Nothing." "So who are you calling? Damn, why am I even wasting essence on talking to you?" With that, he released both incarnations, allowing them to turn back into shadows. The gloomy shadow gave the new guy an inquisitive stare. The eldest of the shadows seemed to be pondering the youngest shadow's character. Actually, Sunny was curious too. Truth be told, the seventh shadow, the last shadow, had been born in quite an epic way. It had been born in the realm of death from the act of slaying an ancient god, and struck down the dreadful slayer of the shadow realm seconds after being born. What could be more awesome than that? Additionally, although the incarnation had been controlled by Sunny, it did display certain personality traits. It seemed aloof, nonchalant, cold, and calm in all situations. Kind of cool, really. Did I finally have a normal shadow? Someone sane, sensible, and decent like me, not an unhinged lunatic like those six crazies? Sunny was excited. Trying to distract himself from the pain, he strained to speak. "Hey, you. The new guy. Look at me, will you?" The seventh shadow lingered for a few moments, then looked at him indifferently. It was indeed cool. But, how should Sunny put it? There was something off about that nonchalant attitude? Suddenly, a terrible suspicion crawled its way into his mind. No, now look at your older brother. The seventh shadow did not move for a second or two, then slowly shifted its gaze to Gloomy. Sunny's eyes widened. Hey. But there was no denying it. The seventh shadow was indeed calm and nonchalant, but not because of cold aloofness. Instead, Sunny felt like it simply couldn't be bothered to strain itself with such complicated emotions. It was too lazy to bother. In fact, its whole demeanor emanated a strong feeling of idleness and sloth. The seventh shadow was fine doing nothing. It was enjoying the peace. It was content, relaxed, and a little sleepy. Having to follow all these bothersome orders was irritating, but even getting annoyed was not worth it. Sunny gritted his teeth. "You lazy bastard. How dare you be a letdown? What a waste of an epic origin story." The lazy shadow just stared at him indifferently, not bothering to get angry. Sunny groaned. "Damn, it's another lunatic." "No, but why are all my shadows sick in the head? How come? What can be the reason?" The two shadows glanced at each other. Then, in perfect sync, they slowly shook their heads. The disappointing personality of the lazy shadow aside, overall, the trip to the shadow realm was a resounding success. And yet, Sunny could not get over it. But he's the shadow of the Titan core. The youngest. The last one. The Titan. He groaned. This time it was not because of the pain, but rather because of a bitter feeling of resignation. Laying on the floor and nearly unable to move, he stared at the ceiling with a miserable expression. Gloomy, happy, creepy, haughty, naughty, crazy, and lazy. Sunny was full of regret. Not only because his last shadow was not as cool and heroic as he had hoped, but also because he belatedly realized how inconsistent his naming sense was. damn. If I'd known in advance, I would have made all 7 nicknames rhyme. But he was stuck with the 7 fools now. After suffering in silence for a while, Sunny tried to send a mental message to Cassie, but she did not respond. Either she was asleep, or simply too busy to answer. These days, unless the message was important, Cassie rarely responded immediately. That was because the King of Swords was working her hard in the hollows. The blind seer was not exactly a battle specialist, and yet, he sent her out with the other saints time after time. Well, it was no wonder. After all, having a powerful seer lead the charge was a great advantage when venturing into an unexplored and dire area of a death zone. Eventually, Sunny sighed. Let's go over what I gained. The first and foremost, of course, was his Titan core. Becoming a Titan empowered him in several ways. The most obvious, of course, was the increase of his raw power. His body had grown stronger, and his reserves of essence had grown deeper. The changes were not game-changing, but also not insignificant. Every little bit mattered, and becoming more powerful by around 1/7 of his overall strength could not be considered a little bit. Sunny summoned his runes and looked at the counter of shadow fragments. Shadow fragments, 444/7000. He had lost some to the shadow realm, but gained much more than what had been lost. He had won the race against time. In fact, he had gained more than expected. If Sunny went by how many shadow fragments he had received for slaying Nightmare, a fellow shadow creature, then slaying the Shadow of Condemnation, who had been a cursed tyrant, should have only brought him close to forming the 7th core, but not past that final threshold. But he had clearly received way more than 2,000 fragments, which would have been a reasonable amount. Either the rules were different when slaying beings of the highest ranks, or something else had transpired. Perhaps he had not just absorbed the power of condemnation, but also the power of the condemned, of those unfortunate souls that had been assimilated by the cursed god over the ages, becoming its parts. That was the only thing Sunny could think of. Which, honestly, was a chilling thought. In any case, with the added fragments he had absorbed after slaying the Slayer, and ironic sentence to say, no doubt, the counter was not close to 500. There was a long way to go before he saturated his 7 cores fully. Full saturation did not matter much in the grand scheme of things, though, since it would only result in a marginal increase of power. The other benefits Sunny had gained from becoming a Titan were much more important. One of them had already shown its usefulness. It was the fact that Serpent could assume the form of Titans that rested in Sunny's souls. Not only was it going to be of great help in the battle against the Sovereigns, but it would also be an ace hidden up his sleeve. After all, the only thing better than a powerful tool was a powerful tool that the enemy did not know about. Then, there was another benefit, the fact that he possessed 7 shadows instead of 6 now, and could therefore augment his power 8-fold instead of 7-fold. Considering that his overall strength had increased with becoming a Titan, as well, that was a considerable, and honestly quite frightening, jump in power. The power of a transcendent Titan was no joke, and when augmented by 7 shadows. Sunny shuddered to imagine what he would be able to do. And there would be 2 such creatures facing against the Sovereigns, no less, he and Nephice. Their chances had improved. Alternatively, these 7 shadows could be used to augment one of his shadows, including Serpent in the form of a Titan. That would be a terrifying sight to behold, as well. Finally, there was the last benefit of becoming a Titan. It was that he could command one more avatar now, and therefore be in one more place at the same time. Granted, Sunny felt reluctant to send any of his shadows away. Now that the resolution of the war was drawing close, he felt a disquieting feeling that all hell could break loose at any moment. So, he wanted to have the ability to face the unexpected at the peak of his power, and preferably at a moment's notice. I'll have to consider this carefully. Then, there was something else he had gained in the Shadow Realm, his most unexpected reward. It was all the knowledge shared with him by Uris. There were too many striking revelations, as well as infuriatingly vague hints, in what the mysterious skeleton had told him. In hindsight, the bastard was quite a master of subtly changing topics and steering the conversation away from undesirable truths. Of course, Sunny had not been blind to this manipulation, but what could he have done? It was not like he was in a position to force Yuri's to speak. In any case, he would have to go over everything that the skeleton had said and ponder it deeply. That was an important, but not urgent task. Finally, there was the most dubious of his gains. The Shadow Slayer. Sunny was lucky to have received such a powerful shadow. At the same time, not only could he not use it, but he even had to protect himself from her. What was this situation? Not to mention that he could not help but feel a bit torn about whether he could even keep Slayer. After all, he had spent a big chunk of his life rebelling fiercely against having a master, so was it right to forcefully possess an unwilling shadow? Honestly, he would rather not, even if she was not really a human, or even a person. Merely a shadow of one. But it wasn't like he knew how to give Slayer her freedom, or if it was even possible. Everything Sunny knew said otherwise, in fact. He could not even summon her and let her be, which would be an illusion of freedom, because his new shadow was a murderous psychopath whom he could not in good conscience unleash upon the world. Especially since she seemed hellbent on killing him in particular. So, unless Sunny kept Slayer, his only other option was to destroy her. But he was not ready to do that yet. Laying on the floor, Sunny sighed and stared at the ceiling. Then, he turned his head and looked at his left hand. There, a sharp piece of bone was still held. It was all that remained from the ivory fang of a colossal soul serpent whose skeleton lay among the black dunes of the Shadow Realm like a white mountain chain. This piece of bone had destroyed both the Shadow of Condemnation and the Slayer of the Shadow Realm. Technically, this was his final gain. As Sunny considered what to do with the piece of bone, he heard a door opening somewhere above, and gentle light suddenly reached into the darkness of the silent basement. Sunny strained his tired body and turned his head toward the stairs, wondering who it was that had entered the brilliant emporium. Although the Ivory Island was not as desolate as before with the Firekeeper's back, few would come unannounced, let alone manage to get past the jaws of the marvelous mimic unharmed. So, there were only a handful of candidates. Cassie was far away, in the hollows, while Aiko usually floated down the stairs instead of walking. So, his question was answered shortly when he saw Nephice descending the steps carefully, her way illuminated softly by a floating memory. The graceful lines of her slender figure were a wondrous sight for sore eyes. Sunny was so engrossed in marveling at the view that he momentarily forgot to greet her. But what is she carrying? Indeed, Nephice held something in her hands. From his position below the stairs, that something looked suspiciously like a tray. A few moments later, a delectable aroma reached his nose. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Food? At this moment, the soft light of the luminous memory chased away the darkness and shone upon his sprawled figure. Noticing him staring at her from the floor, Nephice froze for a moment, then turned away a little with a hint of embarrassment in her posture. As if trying to shield the tray with her body. You are already back. Her voice sounded confident and even, like always, but he could tell that she was a little startled. She remained silent for a moment, and then added in her usual impassive tone. I just thought you'd be hungry when you come back. So, I brought some food over, to leave it, just in case. Sunny stared at her for a bit, then smiled, feeling a strange and warm feeling soothe his aching heart. Did you cook a meal for me? Nephice cleared her throat. Why? Did you assume that I can't cook, Master Sunless? Naturally, I can. I received an extensive education as a scion of a legacy clan, after all, including advanced courses on meal preparation and nutrition. So, I am quite skilled in these matters as well. Sunny laughed quietly, then grimaced due to pain. I'd better not make any sudden movements. At the same time, he thought back to their shared past. One that only he remembered, and treasured dearly. His smile turned a little wistful. Oh, no. I know that you can cook, Lady Nephice. In fact, I even considered employing you as a chef in the brilliant emporium once. These days, it was Sunny who always fed Nephice. He was happy too, and really, watching her enjoy the food he prepared brought him great joy. But in the early days of their tumultuous relationship, back on the forgotten shore, it had been her who always prepared food for the cohort. Smelling the delicious aroma now, Sunny suddenly realized how much he had missed the taste of Nef's cooking. Those legacy teachers are no joke. She tilted her head a little and gave him a dubious look, sparks of amusement igniting in her eyes. Me? Employed as a chef? Sunny raised an eyebrow and grinned. Why? The Lord of Shadow can work in the kitchen, but Changing Star can't? Nephice remained silent for a few moments, then smiled subtly. Maybe one day in the future. I am a bit preoccupied, for now. Then, her smile slowly disappeared, and as her gaze explored Sunny's sprawled figure, her expression darkened. But why are you on? You're wounded. Sunny coughed and hesitated for a few moments. Yes, I am a bit wounded. In fact, I am so wounded that I can't even hold up a spoon. Hurrying her steps, Nephice hastily descended from the stair and placed the tray on a display table. Hold on, I'll heal you. Sunny gave her a pitiful look. Or, you can hold me while you feed me. Her expression hardened. I'll heal you. As Sunny chuckled, she knelt in front of him and placed her hands on his chest. Soon, his pain receded, chased away by the warm wave of purifying flame. His battered body was healed, and even his hurt soul was soothed, repairing itself with much greater speed. This time, it took Nephice much longer than usual to mend his wounds. Eventually, though, she was done, even if her complexion had become a little pale. Knowing the price that it entailed, Sunny disliked being healed by her quite a bit. But he was not immature enough to voice his reluctance. After all, seeing him wounded and suffering must have been just as painful for her as seeing her in agony was for him, well, maybe a bit less so. In any case, it was a gift she gave freely and willingly, and he would not answer her grace with bitter words of regret. So, Sunny just smiled and said with relief written clearly on his face. Thank you. Nephice remained silent for a few moments, then answered in a slightly subdued tone. If you are grateful, don't get hurt so easily. I don't like it when you get hurt. Sunny let out a quiet laugh. It wasn't easy to get hurt this badly, In fact, I worked really hard to receive each wound. She gave him a reproachful look. So, what happened? He sat up, then glanced at the tray of food that remained forgotten on the table. Oh. I went to the Shadow Realm, killed a dead god, became a titan, learned a few ancient secrets from a talkative corpse, and cut the throat of a shadow who had once been his companion. Sunny smiled, then pointed to the food. I'll tell you everything in more detail, but, can I eat first? I'm sure I'll enjoy the meal more while it's still hot, even if you refuse to feed me. Nephice blinked a couple of times. Sure. Go ahead, if you wish. Then, as Sunny rose to pick up the tray, she suddenly spoke again. Wait. Did you say that you killed a dead god? Fully concentrated on the alluring view of a meal prepared by Nephice, Sunny nodded absent-mindedly. Yes. I was just a minor god, though. Nothing to worry about. And that was when I said goodbye to Yuri's and rushed back to where I had entered the Shadow Realm, to return here. For what it's worth. I think that scoundrel was happy to know that you are all right. Despite the colorful words he used to describe you. Nephice remained silent for a while, looking at Sunny with wonder. She had asked him a few questions here and there during his tale, but mostly kept quiet and listened intently. A few moments later, she slowly shook her head. He is from the time before the nightmare spell ruled the world. He would not know what nightmares are and how they function. So, he would not be able to guess that I received the attribute of Nephilim. After conquering the first nightmare, he would simply think that I was born as one. Nephilim were children of an unholy union between the divine and the profane, so for people of that era, they would be more abominable than even those who had been corrupted by the void. She shrugged. So, don't hold it against him. A moment later, a rare smile illuminated her face. Still. I am glad that he fulfilled his wish and reached the Shadow Realm. Our time together was brief, but I enjoyed his company. Sunny looked at her with curiosity. Does it matter, though? Whether he is swallowed by the mist of the underworld or destroyed by the shadow realm, the result is more or less the same. More than that. I think he was lying to me, from the start. Didn't he tell you once that there was not much time for him left after being taken off that tree? So, it might be that he simply invented the whole story about being cursed by Shadow God. Nephis contemplated his words, then shook her head slowly. I think, what he meant was that he would become mindless like the rest of the restless dead in the nightmare desert eventually, separated from the tree. And it does matter, it matters for him, at least. Think about it as a body being left for the elements or receiving a proper burial. For the ancient people, it was proper for the shadows of the dead to find peace in the shadow realm, so even if Uri's was denied death, he would still want his final resting place to be in the realm of Shadow God. She looked at Sunny and smiled slightly. It is better than the alternatives, in any case. Then, Nephis chuckled quietly. But isn't it strange, to be talking about the Shadow Realm as the mystical nature of death so matter-of-factly, as if they were not supposed to be myths? Sunny shrugged. I guess? Is it stranger than fighting a war on the rib cage of a continent-sized skeleton, though? Or sailing through time inside a pyramid that remains far away no matter how long you travel in its direction? Let's be honest, our lives are not and have never been quite normal. Nephis nodded, then looked at him seriously. So, the Shadow Realm, are you the only one who can enter it? Or can you take others with you? Sunny hesitated for a few moments. I am not sure if I can take someone with me into the Gate of Shadow. However, I used my 7th incarnation to leave a tether, as far away from the heartland as I could, since I fear the beings who dwell there. So, I can bring someone to the Shadow Realm from the waking world. That said, I wouldn't recommend going. It is too dangerous, and it is only useful for someone like me. Even then, I am not planning on returning there anytime soon. Nephi sighed and nodded again. That is probably wise. After that, her expression turned contemplative. Eventually, she said quietly. An act of defiance. Sunny remained silent, thinking about what Uri's had said again. After some time, Nephis frowned. It makes sense, somehow. The essence of supremacy is not simply to have enough power to rule the world, but more so to have conviction powerful enough to make the world submit to your strength. To will it. And it seems that one has to prove the power of their conviction through an exceptional act, a ritual, of sorts, or a sacrifice. Sunny chuckled, amused by her words. Conviction, funny you would use that word. But he understood what she was trying to say. It was not that attaining supremacy demanded a particular ritual to be performed, it was that any act that resulted in attaining supremacy would be a ritual by definition. He had never thought of thinking about it as a sacrifice, though. That was also an unusual choice of words. Had Azarax, the Plague of Steel, sacrificed his father to take his place? In that case, what was Sunny supposed to sacrifice to complete the ritual? Suddenly, he remembered an old story that Nephis had told him once, the story about a great hero named Heracles whose divine self had become a god, while his mortal self had become a forlorn shadow wandering aimlessly in the darkness of the underworld, the mythical version of the underworld, not the real world. He shivered, suddenly uncomfortable. Eventually, Sunny sighed. In any case, we are running out of time. Nephis looked at him somberly, then nodded with a sigh. Sunny really did not want to say what he was going to say next, but there was little choice. He took a deep breath. Anvil has already cleaved a path through the hollow of the first rib. Once the sword army emerges from below and the lesser crossing stronghold falls, Qi would have no choice but to retreat. And when the base camp of the Song army is surrounded, it would be only a matter of days before the sovereigns clash. That is our deadline. Do you think we will attain supremacy by then? Nephis hesitated for a while, then said evenly. I can't be sure of that. Sunny nodded. Which means that we have to start asking ourselves a few difficult questions. And no matter what our answers are, I think that we need to change the plan a little. He sighed. For better or worse? Chapter 2137, A Blind Girl Walks into a Bar Plus, Turn Off Reset. Cassie was walking through the vast, abominable expanse of the monstrous jungle while keeping her hand on the hilt of the quiet dancer. 1,000 scents assaulted her sensitive nose, and 1,000 noises assaulted her ringing ears. The humid air stuck to her skin, making her feel dirty. She disliked the jungle a great deal. For someone like her, who lacked sight but made up for it, somewhat, with enhanced senses, the sprawling, swarming, slithering depths of Godgrave were a burden. There were no straight lines anywhere here, no predictable patterns, no orderly spaces, no safety. Only chaos and appalling abundance, which threatened to overwhelm her. Her awakened ability was not omnipotent either. She could navigate the world with a level of confidence in places both strange and familiar, or even on a battlefield, at least for a while. But here, every step was a trial. There were bulging roots, thick vines, and old bones protruding from the ground. There were revolting spiderwebs, hanging branches, and swaying leaves. And those were merely the mundane obstacles. There were swarms of pests with fatal bite, pits of digestive acid hiding beneath thin layers of scarlet moss, rotting trees that reached for prey with vermilion tendrils and pulled living beings into dreadful maws, and countless other horrors as well. All in all, it was the worst possible place for a blind person to find themselves in, and for her especially, it was no different from hell. But Cassie did find herself braving the depths of the abominable jungle, sent here by the order of the King of Swords. She remained silent and did not complain. At least she wasn't alone. 2 other saints were accompanying her on this mission, both suited for it far better. Cassie was able to navigate the jungle by borrowing their senses. One of them was Saint Healy, who moved a few steps ahead in her human form while clearing the underbrush with the sharp blade of her xiphos, something that Cassie, to her embarrassment, was unable to do. It was not that she could not swing her weapon at the hanging vines and the bristling branches. It was just that the quiet dancer often failed to cut them, not because the slender rapier was not sharp enough, but simply because the jungle surrounding them was too ancient and too potent, resisting the blade of a mere awakened echo, even when it was augmented by a powerful memory. Cassie sighed quietly. Even the weight of her armor felt unfamiliar. She had spent most of the last few years away from combat, wearing elegant gowns and enchanted tunics in opulent halls instead of donning chainmail shirts and steel cuirasses on the battlefield. So, she had neglected her soul arsenal, never bothering to assemble a set of combat memories worthy of a saint. But one had to wear pants when entering the jungle. So, she was paying for her negligence now, feeling burdened by the armor. The third member of their group was none other than the amicable old saint, Jest of Dagonet, who walked behind her while using his cane to swat away the branches. The 3 of them had been sent to scout the most distant and dangerous stretch of the hollows, the interior of the first rib. The king had already passed here once, subduing the most dangerous nightmare creatures like a natural disaster, but there was still some work to be done before the soldiers establishing a secure route to the surface reached this finishing line. Additionally, this place belonged to neither the sword domain nor the song domain. It was no man's land in the truest sense, making it the most perilous. If something happened to the 3 saints here, the king would not be able to help them. He might not even sense that deadly danger had befallen his champions. Cassie had other means of asking for help should something happen, of course. But Nephice was too far away, commanding the siege of the Greater Crossing. The Lord of Shadows was far away, too, back at Vanishing Lake. It would take him some time to arrive if she called, but simply knowing that there was someone she could call made her feel better. Swatting a scarlet vine away with his cane, Saint Jest sighed behind her. Then, seemingly bored, he asked in a mischievous tone. Her, lass. Lady Cassia. Cassie turned her head slightly, like someone who could see wood. These gestures were meaningless to her, but they made others feel more at ease around her. Yes, Saint Jest? The old man smiled. She knew it because she was sharing his senses, and could feel his lips stretch. What did a blind girl say after walking into a bar? Cassie blinked a couple of times, which went unnoticed due to her blindfold. No, he wouldn't. Would he? She cleared her throat. I am afraid I don't know. The old man smiled wider and suppressed a laugh. Ouch. He did. Cassie remained silent, not knowing how to react. Old Jest, meanwhile, let out a stifled laugh. Ouch. Get it? Cassie forced out a smile. Oh. Up ahead, St. Healy let out a heavy sigh and looked down, covering her face with a palm. Jest stared at them for a few moments, then shook his head in dismay. Ah. You girls are no fun. Cassie briefly considered if his joke had been rude, but even if it was, she secretly enjoyed it. Turning away to continue walking, she concentrated on the old man's perspective. Saint Jest was indeed old, older than most awakened, at least, being a member of the first generation. However, he was as healthy and hale as a man in his prime. His body brimmed with ferocious strength, tempered into a flawless tool of murder by decades of relentless training. He was more imposing than almost any saint she had ever met, even, as far as physique went. His cane was just for show, as well. He did not have a limp, and all his bones were in stellar state. Which was a bit of a shame. Because Cassie was almost certain that Saint Jest was planning to kill her today. Cassie had lost the ability to perceive the future, so her suspicion was not based on any kind of prophetic vision. However, she was quite confident that the old man had resolved to end her life today. That was because even without knowing the future, and with her memory of past visions in disarray, she still retained her analytic mind and the ability to come to conclusions based on deductive reasoning. She also had a lot of unknowing spies supplying her with information, and therefore knew far more than she was supposed to. Take the current situation, for example. Nephice had joined the great clan Valor to destroy it from within, and spent many years enduring the hostility of its elders. Outwardly, nothing hinted at her deep hatred of the sovereigns. Nothing revealed that she knew who had conspired to eliminate her father, and who sent countless assassins to kill her as a child. She seemed like a willful, but faultlessly loyal daughter of a legacy clan who selflessly served her adoptive family despite not being treated that well by it. The King of Sword had no evidence to suspect her of contemplating treason. However, Andal was no fool. He knew perfectly well whose daughter Nephice was, and what role he had played in the downfall of her family. Therefore, he would treat her with suspicion no matter what Nephice did or failed to do. He would also know that if she was going to betray him, she would do so during the final days of the war. Because, reasonably, the only way to betray a sovereign was to help another supreme destroy them. And people tended to adhere to reason, even if the subject of their suspicion was someone entirely unreasonable. So, Cassie had anticipated the possibility that the enemy would move against them as the resolution of the war drew near. Then came the order to depart on the scouting mission in the depths of the First Rib Hollow, the furthest and most remote part of the war theater. It was already strange that the King of Sword had isolated Nephice from Cassie and the Lord of Shadows by sending them both away from the Greater Crossing. It was even stranger that Cassie had been assigned to the front line. Now, she was separated from Sunny, as well. That string of unlikely events was too improbable to be a mere coincidence. Added to everything she had learned from her marks, Cassie had become convinced that she was seen as a hindrance. The most damning evidence was the identity of the two saints who accompanied her on the mission. One was the niece of a recently executed traitor. The other was the king's executioner and hidden blade. There was something strange about it all, however. If Andal really wanted to get rid of her, he would not have needed such a convoluted scheme. He had 1,000 ways to make Cassie disappear without raising suspicion, if he even deemed it necessary to avoid suspicion, to begin with. However, he had not. Which made Cassie believe that this scouting mission was Jest's own initiative. Which meant that she was the only one in danger, while Nephice and Sunny were still safe. The way Jet behaved confirmed her suspicions, as well. He was very subtle about it, in fact, he was almost flawlessly inconspicuous. The old man even seemed to have taken her aspect into consideration, never betraying his true intentions even when no one was looking at him. However, there was a small detail of his behavior that he had overlooked, a habit that all seasoned awakens shared, and adhered to instinctively. In the dream realm, where untold horrors dwelled, truly dangerous beings could sense when someone was gazing at them. Therefore, Awakened never looked at dangerous prey directly before the moment of attack. Similarly, while seeing the world through Jest's eyes, Cassie noticed that he always kept her in the periphery of his vision, but never stared directly at her back. Then, there was Healy. One would assume that if Jest truly wanted to kill Cassie, he would have arranged for the two of them to go on a mission alone, to eliminate her without witnesses. But that assumption was only reasonable if one did not know the details of Jest's aspect, which very few people in the world did, to be fair. But all Cassie had to do to learn the truth was face him once. Saint Jest was an insidious being. His dormant ability could be either extremely powerful or completely useless, depending on the circumstances. He could intensify the emotions of a target, making them burn much hotter in their chest. Joy, mirth, affection, satisfaction, fear, hatred, sorrow, anger. All those and more were within his power to enhance. His awakened ability was more obviously practical, allowing Jest to provoke anyone, or anything, into attacking him due to suffocating wrath. It was a powerful ability that manipulated one's mind. It also benefited greatly from his dormant power, but it only truly shined when there was someone else there to take advantage of the enemy blindly attacking the wily old man. However, it was Jest's ascended ability that made him so insidious. His ascended ability allowed the old man to switch the subject of a target's emotion. In other words, he could provoke the feeling of uncontrollable fury directed at himself, and then transfer that fury to someone else, thus manipulating his victim into attacking anyone he wanted. At the same time, he could transfer the feelings of affection or protectiveness that comrades and companions naturally felt toward each other to himself, thus making them want to defend him. So, while Saint Jest was undoubtedly powerful and insidiously lethal, having slaughtered countless powerful foes throughout his long and bloody life, his aspect worked best when there were at least two enemies facing him. Which was why he had brought Healy, whose loyalty was under scrutiny, on this mission as well. To use her as a tool against Cassie, and get rid of them both to clean the house. Taking another step, Cassie tripped on a protruding root and almost fell. Righting herself, she sighed deeply. No, truly, he disliked the jungle so much. She detested it. Did she really need to keep enduring this vile place just to be killed? Shaking her head, Cassie suddenly stopped and turned her head slightly, as if looking at the old man over her shoulder. Then, she asked in a calm tone. Tell me, Saint Jest, is this far enough? Cassie asked the question in a calm and composed tone, and yet, the air suddenly seemed infused with subtle tension. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she had stopped walking without giving a reason, or because Jest did not hurry with an answer. Healy turned around and glanced at them with a look of confusion. Wet strands of her flaxen hair were sticking to her exquisitely beautiful face, so she sighed and lowered her sword to brush it back. The old man leaned on his cane and studied Cassie with a wry expression. Then, he chuckled quietly. Oh, goodness me. I guess I'm not as slick as I thought I was. With that, Jest sighed and shook his head in dejection. Comedy is all about timing, you know? That is why I just can't stand diviners. Most of them lack basic decency, if you ask me. People should have at least some tact, right? Who goes around learning the punchline before I even deliver the joke? That's just mean. He stretched his neck languidly. In any case, dealing with seers is such a hassle. I should have known that you'd ruin all the fun, really. My bad. It's just that your lot has grown toothless in the last few years. So, I grew a bit complacent. Cassie remained motionless, keeping her hand on the hilt of the quiet dancer. If it's any consolation. She paused for a moment, then smiled coldly. You were never funny, to begin with. Jest's eyes widened, and he looked at her with an appalled expression. Hey, now. There's no reason to get nasty. Healy interrupted them, her tone full of confusion. What the hell are you two talking about? Cassie took a deep breath. She was facing Jest, while Healy was standing behind her. Of course, it did not matter much because she was looking at herself through the eyes of both. Still, there were limitations to human anatomy. Even if she was aware of what was happening behind her, her joints could not bend backwards. So, she was more vulnerable to attacks aimed at her back. Still calm, Cassie kept facing Jest as she answered. We are discussing how Saint Jest intends to kill us both on this mission. She paused for a moment, then smiled. Oh, as well as his lack of comedic talent. The old man scoffed. Lack of talent? It's not that I lack talent. It's that you dull people lack the capacity to appreciate it. Saint Healy looked at him, her eyes widening a little. Eventually, she asked in disbelief. That is what you are refuting? Not the fact that you were planning to kill me and Lady Xianxia? Jest coughed in embarrassment. No, don't let her deceive you. She is completely wrong. Pausing for a moment, the old man flashed them a smile and added. I mean, I was only really planning to kill Song of the Fallen. As for you, Healy, I plan to see how it goes first. Who knows? I might even spare you, depending on what you do. Hearing that, Saint Healy frowned and studied him somberly, not saying anything else. She did not seem that surprised by the sudden revelation, not surprised enough to ask for the reason, at least. She must have known that after Master Orem was executed as a traitor, her entire clan would come under suspicion and remain on thin ice for a while. Before, saints had been too precious to waste their lives. That was why Tyrus of White Feather had only been exiled to Antarctica for killing a transcendent retainer of clan valor, Cormac. But now, there were far more saints walking the world, and there was a war raging as well. Keeping potential traitors around could cost the King of Swords more than it was worth. After a few moments of silence, Healy finally spoke. You know, that's the funniest thing you've said yet. The old man looked at her with reproach and mumbled in a muffled voice. What's up with young uns these days? It's like they don't respect their elders at all. Cassie remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a measured tone. I doubt that the king ordered you to eliminate me, though. You led us here entirely on your own initiative, didn't you? Jest studied her silently for a few moments, then shrugged. So what if I did? She frowned. Aren't you afraid of the consequences of going against the king's will? The old man smiled sheepishly. Oh. Well. I guess he'll be quite angry, won't he? But you know what they say. It's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. He'll thank me in the end. Cassie shook her head. Is that what you call loyalty, Saint Jest? Aren't you acting too arrogant, assuming that you know what is good for the king better than he knows himself? That, too, is a form of treachery. Jest simply laughed. His laugh, however, ended abruptly a few moments later, and he looked at her with cold contempt. What do you even know about loyalty, girl? What do you even know about the king? He raised his cane and placed it on his shoulder, glaring at her with a dark expression on his weathered face. That boy, Anvil. I knew him from the day he was born. I watched him grow, mature, and turn into the fearless ruler he is today. That is why I know what he is capable of better than anyone, but I know what his flaws are better than anyone, too. He is too fearless, in fact. He fears nothing because he values nothing, not even his own life. So, someone has to value it for him, you know? Jest smiled. The king is not afraid of you, Song of the Fallen, but I am. I might not know what exactly you are scheming, but I can smell a snake when I see one. So, to protect him from your venom, I am going to cut off your head before you can bite. With that, he looked at Healy and asked in a cold tone. So, what is going to be, Healy? Are you going to prove your loyalty by helping me kill her? Or are you going to force me into making you help me kill her? The latter will mean you'll have to die as well, of course. You decide. As Cassie took a deep breath, Saint Healy hesitated. Healy remained silent for a few moments, then asked in an incredulous tone. What, that's it? Raising her ziphos to scratch her forehead with its sharp tip, the beautiful saint shook her head in bewilderment. You lured us into an ambush without the order from the king, and your only reason for doing that is that, according to you, Lady Xianxia smells like a snake? Do you have any proof that she is planning to betray the sword domain? Any witnesses? Anything at all? The old man chuckled. Orym must have told you who I am, and what I do. No. It is true that the three of us are here because I acted on my own. However, you should know that in my line of work, the king allows me quite a bit of leeway and discretion. Saint Healy shook her head. Still. But before she could continue, Cassie suddenly interrupted her. Actually, it's true. Both Jest and Healy looked at her in surprise, prompting Cassie to smile. She shrugged with a nonchalant expression. Saint Jest is right. I have, indeed, been planning to betray the sword domain. More than that, I have been planning to kill the king and replace him. I have been very busy planning this treachery, in fact. So much so that my plans are very close to fruition. The old man looked at her with wide eyes and let out a disbelieving laugh. Wow. What a flagrant display of duplicity. Have you no shame, lass? And why are you confessing all of a sudden? Cassie's smile remained unperturbed. Turning her head, she addressed Saint Healy in a calm tone. So, Saint Healy, why don't you switch sides and help me kill this old fool, instead? Or you can listen to him and try killing me. The latter will mean that you might have to listen to his jokes until the day you die, of course. The beautiful saint blinked, while Jest exploded with laughter. Hey, hey! My jokes are top-notch. Why are you threatening her with something so wonderful? Then, noticing Healy's expression, he raised an eyebrow. Hold on, Healy, you aren't considering her offer seriously, are you? But she simply kept silent, looking between him and Cassie with a ponderous expression. Eventually, she asked. Not that it's remotely possible, but who are you going to place on the throne instead of Anvil? Actually, don't say it. I guess the answer is obvious, in hindsight. Jest stared at her in bewilderment. You can't be serious. Really? Is this about that old fool, Orym? Listen. I liked him as much as the next guy, but Orym had made his own choice. No one forced him to betray valor. All warmth drained from Healy's gaze, and she looked at the old man darkly. No one forced valor to execute him either. How much harm could he have done after being discovered? Considering all that he has done for the clan valor and humanity at large, you could have let him live. Jest scoffed. Goodness gracious, so filial. Fine then. Let's say that you really cared about your uncle Orym, but aren't your dismay a bit misplaced? Sure, it was the king's sword that ended his life, but it was this girl Xianxia here who had callously interrogated him and sealed his fate. Both sides are complicit in his death, so why are you treating her better than me? Saint Healy stared at her sword for a few moments, then glanced at him with a dark smile. Maybe it's because of that last argument. You know, about not having to listen to your jokes anymore. That is an objective benefit, at least. Jet's jaw hung open. What? What, is this nonsense? Are you really siding with the seer and her friend from the immortal flame? What can she even do? What can she promise you? The only thing she's capable of is shifting the odds in Qisong's favor, and do you really think that the Queen of Worms is any better? He looked at Cassie. Go on, try to promise her assurances with a straight face. That'll be a hoot. Cassie did not look away from the old man, but addressed the saint who was standing behind her. I can't promise any assurances, however, if you decide to help me. Before he could finish, however, Healy said calmly. Okay. Let's do it. Both Cassie and Jest were given a pause. She had hoped that Healy would agree, of course, actually, she knew that Healy would agree due to hearing these exact words a few moments before due to her awakened ability. But still. Should Healy not have considered her choice more thoroughly? Jest coughed. Well, that's, whatever, I guess. It doesn't really change what will happen next that much. But I must admit that I am curious, why? Saint Healy massaged her shoulder, as if preparing for battle, and then answered evenly. I guess it's because I believe in changing star. The old man stared at her incredulously. You believe in changing star? The beautiful saint nodded. To be honest, these days it feels like the world has gone mad, and she's the only one who is still sane. I'm not the only one who feels that way, either. Honestly, both of your offers are terrible, so I'll choose the one that at least lets me hope that everything will be alright, somehow. Then, she smiled. Oh, and I also don't want to end up fighting the Lord of Shadows. That guy creeps me out. Cassie remained silent for a moment, even if she very much wanted to retort. But she's the maddest of them all. Which was a virtue, of course, considering the world they were living in. Still, if Healy was inspired to feel hope, she was not going to take that away from her. Unsheathing the quiet dancer, Cassie turned her head to face Saint Jest and slowly raised an arm. Let us not waste time, then. Any last words? The old man looked at her somberly. Then, he grinned. What do you call a blind girl who walked into a bar? Cassie grasped her blindfold and pulled it down, revealing her beautiful blue eyes. Saint Jest took a step forward, his grin turning dark and sinister. An ambulance. With that, everything exploded into madness. Chapter 2141, The Good, the Bad and the Centaur Plus, Turn Off Reset. Lost in the depths of a death zone and facing one of the most prolific killers of the legacy regime, Cassie remained calm. Why would she feel agitated? Yes, Saint Jest was powerful. And she had indeed been lured here to be slaughtered. The old man was a deadly predator, while Cassie was his hapless prey. Or so it seemed. In truth, she was a predator herself. It wasn't just Jest who had wanted to lure Cassie away from her allies, she had wanted to get him alone and away from the King of Swords for the longest time, too. After all, the old man was her target. He knew a great deal of secrets, and Cassie needed, to learn what he knew. So, she had followed him into the jungle willingly. Saint Jest was here to deal with her, while she was here to deal with him. The only unfortunate person among them was Healy, who had gotten entangled in their secretive clash against her will. But Cassie could not do anything about that, at the moment. The best she could do was try to keep Healy alive until Jest was defeated. Of course, it wasn't entirely clear if they could defeat him. As Jest took a step forward, Cassie experienced the strangest sensation. She was currently perceiving the world from 3 points of view, her own, the old man's, and Healy's. Additionally, each of these perspectives was split into 2, one corresponding to the present, the other to a point several moments in the future. The connections to the rest of her marks were temporarily deactivated in order to conserve soul essence. In the present, Cassie was preparing to deflect Jest's first attack. But in the future, her body was behaving strangely. There was an odd and sickening sensation settled somewhere in the pit of her stomach, and her limbs were trembling. Her pupils were dilated, and cold sweat was rolling down her back. She was slow and sluggish, failing to react to the enemy's movements in time. How curious. Cassie could perceive what her body would feel in the near future as far as its 4 remaining senses were concerned: touch, smell, taste, and hearing. The same went for more mystical senses, like the ability to feel the flow of soul essence. However, she could not perceive her future thoughts and emotions. That was why she often felt lost when sensing the physical effects of future powerful emotions. It was like learning the answer without knowing the question. In the case of her strange state in the near future, though, the cause was easy to deduce. Cassie would be imminently weakened by an overwhelming fear. She was not too afraid, though. Of course, she felt tense and apprehensive about facing the infamous Butcher of Valor, Saint Jest, in combat, but even if there was a slither of fear hiding deep in her heart, it was small and minuscule. Not at all powerful enough to be debilitating. But that was the nature of the enemy. As Cassie started to take a step back, she felt it. Her small fear suddenly surged like flame, uncontrollable, enveloping her entire being and turning into primal terror. Ah! Her legs trembled. Her eyes opened wide. Her heart shuddered like a wounded animal, and a terrified scream died somewhere in her throat, with only a weak squeal escaping from between her lips. Even knowing that it was merely the effect of the old man's dormant ability, which allowed him to intensify emotions, Cassie could not suppress the fear that grasped her limbs like a heavy chain. Therefore, she was a moment too late to deflect Jest's blow. His cane fell from above, whistling as it tore the air, aiming to crack her skull open, only to collide with Quiet Dancer, who put herself between Cassie's head and the enemy's weapon on her own. Echoes, after all, knew neither thoughts nor emotions. Therefore, her loyal rapier was utterly fearless. It was too weak to resist the power of a transcendent killer, though. The wooden cane easily batted the Quiet Dancer aside, sending her flying far away. The collision slowed the cane down a little, though, just enough to let Cassie dash back. Creating some distance between her and Jest, she froze for a moment. The old man looked at her with a smile. How interesting. Few people have ever managed to dodge my attack, you know? He was indeed fast enough to startle even a saint, striking without a hint of doubt or hesitation. If Cassie had not perceived the attack in advance, she would not have had time to react and give the Quiet Dancer a command. Taking a deep breath, Cassie considered Jest somberly. With her left hand, she unsheathed a long parrying dagger and put it between herself and the old man. The dagger was a transcendent memory of the third tier, and usually served as a partner to Quiet Dancer. At the same time, she deactivated the charm that hung on a silver chain around her neck. This one was a memory forged by one of the spellsmiths of valor, and its function was to bestow a powerful augmentation on an echo. The charm had been a potent tool when she was a master, but after becoming a saint, Cassie quickly started to feel that it was lacking. So, she had endeavored to make it stronger. In the end, the King of Swords himself had reforged it as a reward for her service, turning the charm into a transcendent memory, and a very powerful one, at that. It was the reason why the Quiet Dancer had been able to keep up with the demands of the battlefield so far. But no matter how Cassie loved the Quiet Dancer, she knew that her rapier would not be able to contend against Saint Jest. And as one of her two most powerful memories, the forged charm consumed a lot of essence. There was no justification to waste any, right now. After all, Cassie only possessed one soul core, unlike Nephice and Sunny. She had to be conservative when managing her essence in a dire battle. So she activated the enchantment of her most powerful memory, instead. It was another charm, which she had received in the third nightmare from Nephice, a supreme memory of unknown origin that could improve the material properties of other objects, making weapons sharper and armor more durable. Only, this time, she did not use it on the Quiet Dancer. Instead, she augmented her dagger, making it even sharper and more durable than it had been already. At the same time, Cassie activated the enchantment of a simple ring that adorned one of her fingers. With that, her mental resistance was boosted, and the terror strangling her heart grew a little less suffocating. Glancing at Healy, Cassie forced out a smile. Be wary. In the next moment, she lunged forward and tried to sink her dagger into Healy's heart. What? Even as Cassie delivered the attack, she felt that something was wrong. But she could not understand what. It was so strange. A few moments ago, she clearly perceived attacking the loathsome enemy. She had even noted how sharp her movements would be, and how determined her attack was going to feel. As if her entire being was consumed by the burning resolve to defeat her foe. Naturally, she knew that her enemy was Jest. But then, when the future she had perceived finally arrived. Suddenly, she felt consumed by incinerating wrath, feeling like she had to kill the enemy at all costs. Even knowing that she was being taunted by the old man's awakened ability, Cassie nevertheless lunged at the odious, hateful figure in front of her. Only that figure was not Saint Jest, the old man whom she had to protect and keep alive until the battle was over. Of course, it was the woman with beautiful features and long flaxen hair, Saint Healy, whom she hated with all her heart. She almost managed to pierce Healy's heart when the beautiful saint staggered back, deflecting the blow with the blade of her Xiphos. Kasha. What the? I'm being influenced. Of course, she was. Cassie froze for a moment, suddenly troubled. It was at that moment that her wrath was replaced by disorientation and confusion, while Healy's eyes ignited with scathing loathing. The old man wasn't just watching them fight, either. He was already drawing close, his wooden cane raised to deliver a fatal blow. The cane was going to plummet, aimed at her head. Healy's ziphos, meanwhile, would shoot toward her heart. More than that, Cassie could not quite determine where Jest was anymore, because she suddenly became half-blind. One of the 2 points of view through which she gazed upon the world had gone dark. She could still see what Healy could see, and feel what Healy felt. But while she could sense through Jest, she could not see what he saw, for some reason. Well, it was easy to explain. The old man must have simply closed his eyes. She was in danger. She was going to die. Luckily, danger and death were still a few moments away, because she was perceiving what would happen shortly in the future. So, Cassie moved. Turning her body, she allowed for the ziphos to slide past her body without ever touching it. At the same time, she raised her arm and caught the falling cane with the crossguard of her parrying dagger, twisting it into a collision with Healy's sword and stepping back to disengage at the same time. Oh no? The force of the impact sent a painful shudder through her body and made her bones groan in protest. Jest, how strong is he? And why was Jest attacking her? Weren't they allies? NP, they were, weren't they? She had to make sure that he survived the fight. In the next few moments, both Healy and the old man unleashed a barrage of attacks on Cassie. Both were powerful saints and masters of combat, but despite that, she managed to avoid their blows. Her technique was elegant and precise, but more than that, it was eerily graceful. Physically, Cassie was clearly weaker than both of her opponents. And yet, she moved as if anticipating their every move, seemingly reacting to attacks before they even thought of delivering them. She dodged and evaded some, often missing the enemy weapons only by a few millimeters, while deflecting others with her dagger in a way that dissipated and redirected most of the force. There were also the bracelets she wore on her wrists. One seemed to be capable of enhancing the strength of her own attacks, while the other was a protective charm, creating a small repelling field in front of her hand from time to time. That bracelet saved her from a few blows that the dagger had failed to stop. But each time she used it, some of her essence was burned. Cassie only seemed to attack Healy, defending herself against Jest while showing stubborn determination to keep him alive. Healy, meanwhile, was too overcome with mad wrath to attack anyone except the blind seer, so the old man remained completely unscathed. A few dreadful moments later, the 3 saints jumped away from each other, pausing briefly to re-evaluate their enemies. Cassie was breathing heavily, and blood was seeping from a thin cut on her cheek. She faced Jest and Healy, visibly confused, her breathtaking beauty accentuated by the glimmers of light shining in her enchanting, unseeing blue eyes. The old man shook his head in dejection and furtively opened one of his own eyes to take a look around. Ah, it seems that this one will be troublesome. I really should have known. You always remained so quiet, so subservient, so unassuming, to the point that it was often hard to remember that you even exist, lass. Who knew that you were such a fiend with a blade? Huh. Consider me fooled. He shook his head and glanced at Healy. And what's up with you? Use your aspect, foolish girl. The beautiful saint ground her teeth. I can't. The old man raised an eyebrow. Huh? What's that? Surely, you are not low on essence? Healy grimaced. No. I can't use it, unless my emotions are in check. Jest frowned, then suddenly exploded with laughter. What? Wait, is that your flaw? You can't use your powers unless you're calm? Well, that will make things easier, at the end. Healy simply threw a dark glance at him, struggling to contain her fury. Her lips twisted in contempt. What are you doing yourself, old man? Summon a damn memory. She will kill us both if this goes on. Jest hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Well, since neither of you are coming back from this hike, I guess I'll tell you a secret. Actually, I too have a regrettable flaw. I can't use enchanted items. Therefore, I don't even possess a single memory. What, did you think I was walking around with this cane for fun? He snorted. It was carved from nearly indestructible wood, of course. And it's really dapper, but I don't really fight with it often. In truth, I prefer to kill my victims with bare hands. It's much more enjoyable that way. Noticing that both Cassie and Healy were looking at him strangely, Jest raised an eyebrow. What? Cassie, who had been trying to catch her breath and subdue the tremors running through her hands, answered quietly. No, it's just surprising. Everyone assumed that your flaw has to do with a terrible sense of humor. Jest stared at her for a few moments, then gave her a sinister smile. What nonsense is that? You rude child. Hey, Healy. Don't worry about this one. She might seem dangerous, but that is only because she is a cheater. Seers are like that, they are indeed difficult to handle, but there's a simple trick to dealing with them. We just have to exhaust her essence. Once she loses the power of her aspect and becomes defenseless, I'll snap her neck and rip off her pretty head, no problem. That'll be quite funny, don't you think? Staring at her darkly, the old man grinned. Let's get serious, them. With that, he dropped his cane. His body twisted, starting to transform. Suddenly, Cassie was overcome with fear once again, this one her own, not summoned by the power of an enemy aspect. She smiled tiredly. Too late, old man. I figured you out. At that moment, without making any noise, the quiet dancer finally returned, shooting from the dense canopy of the jungle at stunning speed. It was aimed at Healy's back. But just a moment before piercing her flesh, the graceful rapier pivoted in the air, and streaked towards Saint Jest instead. Chapter 21 43 Thoughts and Emotions. Cassie moved. The quiet dancer flashed past Healy, her narrow tip aimed at the old man's heart. However, a split second later, when the graceful rapier pierced the red fabric of his dapper shirt, it came to a sudden halt, its hilt quivering in the humid air. The narrow tip had barely cut Jest's skin, drawing a few drops of blood, but failed to plunge deeper. His muscles were like steel, resisting the sharpness of the awakened blade with transcendent resilience. The gallant old man was nowhere to be seen, either. Instead, a towering abomination stood in his place, looking down at Cassie with chilling malevolence. The creature was vaguely humanoid in shape, with a muscular human torso and furry goat-like legs. Its face was a disturbing mix of human and bestial features, with two curved horns protruding from its grotesque head. The most eerie part was that Cassie could still recognize Jest's features in the bestial face, and see her own distorted figure reflecting in his sinister rectangular pupils. She did not know whether his transcendent form was supposed to be a devil or a satyr. In any case, he looked like a fiend. As a vicious grin twisted the fiend's lips and his clover hooves dug into the scarlet moss. Cassie grasped the hilt of the quiet dancer, augmented the slender rapier with the power of her supreme charm, and pushed the narrow blade deeper with all her transcendent strength. Ho! A low, inhuman laugh escaped from Jest's mouth. Now almost twice as tall as Cassie, he easily batted the slender rapier away with his clawed hand and thrust the other one forward, aiming to grab her head and crush it in his fist. Even knowing what was coming, she barely had time to jump away. Jest looked down, at the thin stream of blood trickling from the small cut on his chest, and grinned. His unnaturally deep, dark voice sent shivers running down Cassie's back. That tickles a little. Still, you should be proud of yourself, little girl. You made me bleed. Few ever managed. He crouched, preparing to lunge forward. How did you even manage to attack me, anyway? Cassie did not waste time responding, but actually, it was simple. Jest's insidious aspect allowed him to play with his victim's emotions, manipulating living beings like obedient puppets, but its very power was also its weakness. Because while people were usually hostages of their feelings, they also possessed the capacity for rational thought. Most of the old man's enemies did not know what his powers were, and therefore lacked the ability to understand how they were manipulated. But Cassie was different. Knowledge was a heavy burden, but it was also the origin of power, and in that sense, she wielded more power than most. She knew exactly what Jest was capable of, and so, she knew not to trust her emotions when facing him. Of course, there was a vast difference between knowing not to trust one's feelings and actually being able to disregard them. After all, the crippling fear he had induced in her did not disappear simply because she realized its artificial source. Currently, Cassie felt two powerful emotions. A scathing hatred and fear of Healy, whom she wanted to kill with an almost uncontrollable intensity, and a good measure of trust and favor toward Jest, whom she wanted to keep alive with all her heart. But she also knew that these feelings were supposed to be reversed. The powerful emotions ruling her heart were clashing with the rational thoughts born of her mind, which left her torn and dazed. Even knowing better, she could not help but want Healy dead, want it more than she wanted anything else, to the point that the very idea of failing to kill Healy made her tremble in rage. So, Cassie ignored her emotions. It wasn't that hard to do, really, at least for her. In truth, Cassie had long learned to build a wall between herself and what she felt. Otherwise, it would have been too easy to lose herself in the endless lives she experienced through her marks, countless foreign memories she saw, and all the fleeting versions of the future she felt. She knew so much, and she had experienced so much. Every time she stepped on the battlefield, she had to die 1,000 times in order to survive once. Every time she experienced the vibrant beauty of the world through someone else's eyes, she was tempted to abandon the dark confines of her own bleak existence forever. If anything, it was hard not to allow herself to grow unfeeling and numb. Jest seemed surprised that Cassie had managed to shake off his compulsion, but in reality, she had not. She simply steeled her heart and willed herself into following cold logic instead of her fleeting and unreliable emotions. So, Cassie resolved to kill the one whom she wanted to protect, and save the one whom she wanted to kill. That was how she was able to attack Jest instead of Eiley. Sadly, that did not mean that she would immediately win the battle. Far from that, in fact. Cassie dashed back, parrying Healy's attack with her dagger, and was a split second too slow to evade Jest's claws. They tore through her armor and left deep cuts on her side, hot blood streaming down her thigh. She had known when and where the attack would come from. But she was still too slow to avoid it because the goat-like abomination was simply too fast and ferocious, moving so swiftly that there was no possible future where she had avoided both blows. Raising the bloodied claws to his bestial face, Jest smiled. Well, so what if you can attack me? There are still two of us, and only one of you. How much essence do you have left, lass? Why don't you just give up this tired routine and accept your fate? As Cassie heard these words, her expression suddenly froze, and an eerie presence suddenly enveloped the jungle, making the old man frown for a moment. Her lips moved, and a quiet question escaped from them. Accept fate? Cassie's unseeing eyes suddenly ignited with dangerous light. Lowering her head slightly, she gritted her teeth and then smiled wickedly. Why do you insist on constantly running your mouth, old man? Just die quietly. Snarling, she pushed herself forward. Chapter 2144 Look into the eyes of monsters plus, turn off reset. Chapter 2144 Look into the eyes of monsters. The battle had turned more ferocious after Jest assumed his transcendent form and Cassie reclaimed the quiet dancer. Before, the three saints had merely been testing each other's power. Now, they grew serious about killing each other. The ancient jungle was shaken by the fierce clash of the three transcendent humans. A swath of it was devastated entirely, with dozens of trees being cut, splintered, and toppled by the dire forces unleashed by each of the fighters. Jest was like a demon that had crawled out of the deepest reaches of a dark hell, moving with both the bestial might and the cold, calculated malice of an experienced killer. Healy was consumed by intoxicating wrath, allowing her honed martial excellence to turn into a violent, destructive calamity. Cassie remained calm and composed, facing them both with the grace and measured precision of a talented swordsman trained by changing star herself. But there was now a ruthless coldness and scathing killing intent in her movements now, too. But despite that, she was still slowly losing ground. Jest had no problems with using Healy as a living shield to protect himself against her biting attacks, and while Cassie wanted nothing more than to kill her, she had to hold herself back. She barely managed to keep herself alive in the furious whirlwind of deadly attacks. Jest's malice and Healy's wrath left bloody marks on her body, but they weren't able to bring her down, at least not yet. Despite that, the situation did not look good. It seemed desperate, in fact. Eventually, Cassie managed to send Healy staggering by bashing her in the head with the pommel of her dagger. The beautiful saint swayed and fell to one knee, her flaxen hair soaked with blood. She raised one hand and pressed it against her temple, dazed, then tried to stand up only to fall once again, opening herself to a fatal blow. Cassie had to use all of her self-control to stay her hand. By then, her armor was broken and battered, and a dozen shallow wounds covered her body. Her breath was hoarse and labored, too, with sweat rolling down her pale face. She activated the enchantment of her protective bracelet to block a devastating swipe of Jest's clawed hand and was sent reeling by the recoil, a quiet groan escaping from her lips. "Didn't you make a mistake, lass?" Jest's inhuman voice was full of mockery. Indeed, she had. Removing Healy from the battle might have been a boon, since it only left one enemy for Cassie to deal with, the one whom she really needed to defeat. However, with the cunning old man still keeping his eyes closed, Healy was the only source of sight for her. Now that the beautiful saint was dazed and disoriented, her vision blurred and painted red by flowing blood, Cassie was once again fully and utterly blind. "You know how it goes, one mistake is all it takes." Jest's inhuman voice was so deep that it was hard to determine which direction it was coming from. She could still perceive his other four senses, so she could guess in which direction he was moving, but that was hardly enough to survive. Even her foresight did not guarantee salvation, since the horned fiend was strong and swift enough to be inescapable. Backing away with a frightened expression on her exquisitely beautiful face, Cassie raised her weapons and prepared to defend herself. Too late. She felt the air moving as something massive and murderous lunged at her, from the different direction from where the shout had come from a moment earlier. Cassie stumbled and fell, barely avoiding one of Jest's hands. But she was not saved. On the contrary, she was cornered. It was at that moment, when the terrible creature reached forward to rip her apart, that Cassie deactivated her supreme charm and poured her essence into the transcendent memory meant to augment her echo, instead. However, she was not augmenting the quiet dancer. "Got you." In the last moment, Jest seemed to notice that instead of looking terrified, Cassie had a subtle smile playing on her soft lips. But with the enemy wounded and defenseless in front of him, he had allowed himself to get consumed by the thrill of the hunt. He had committed to the attack too much, and therefore, failed to react in time. So, he had no choice but to finish it. But he never got the chance. Because just then, a terrifyingly strong tentacle wrapped itself around his neck, squeezing it cruelly. Jest's momentum was broken, and his claws swiped the air in front of Cassie's neck. Before he could resist, more tentacles wrapped themselves around his arms and legs, binding him like slippery chains. What the hell? If Jest could turn his head, he would have seen that the dark tentacles were stretching from beneath a beautiful red dress covering a delicate, deceptively human figure. Her face was hidden behind a veil, and her silhouette was eerily similar to Song of the Fallen. It was the Echo of Torment, whom Cassie had hidden in the hollows in advance. And echoes had neither thoughts nor emotions, nothing for Jest to manipulate in order to turn them into his puppets. His inhuman pupils moved. Then, augmented by the power of the charm, the transcendent echo pushed Jest to his knees. And at the same time, Cassie rose from hers, wiping blood off her face. Now that he was kneeling and she was standing, their eyes were on the same level. Looking at Jest, Cassie smiled coldly. "Did you say that you were going to rip the head off my shoulders?" Being strangled by the tentacles, Jest tried to smile. Come on now, lass. That was just an innocent joke, a figure of speech, at best. She did not seem to find it funny, though. The cold smile disappeared from her face, replaced by something dark and ruthless. Cassie took a deep breath. "Look me into the eyes and say it again, then." At that moment, her eyes changed. Looking at them, Jest reeled back, as if witnessing something that terrified him to the deepest, darkest corners of his blood-stained soul. But it was already too late. There was no escape. As the goat-like abomination's expression grew slack, and its monstrously strong hands fell, Cassie took a deep breath. She had to, because while Jest was caught in the boundless abyss of her eyes, the battle was not over. What had to happen next would be a battle, too. Cassie had broken the mental defenses of Master Aurum with relative ease, but Jest was a saint, one who was no stranger to mental manipulation, at that. So, she was going to have to work hard to extract what she wanted to learn from his memories. But that was what it all had been about. That was why she had risked being lured into the depths of the jungle by a sinister killer, endured the difficult fight, and allowed her body to be cut and bruised. In truth, no matter how fearsome Saint Jest was, it wasn't that hard for her to get rid of him. If Cassie simply wanted to kill him, there were countless ways. The most difficult part about killing him was not the old man himself, really, but the reaction the King of Swords would have to his death. They were away from the king's watchful gaze here, though. And yet, Cassie's hands had still been tied. Because she wanted to keep Healy alive and needed to keep Jest alive. That was how she had ended up in a battle against two saints whom she could not kill. Of course, subduing someone was much harder than simply killing them. So, she was bruised and in pain, with blood soaking her garments beneath the battered armor. Still, everything had transpired almost exactly according to her wishes. Saint Jest turned out to be even stronger than she had anticipated, but he had been doomed to lose from the moment he set his sights on Cassie. It was ironic, really, among the servants of the great clan Valor, the old man seemed to be the only one who had seen through her pretense. He had sensed that the quiet, unassuming, and easily forgotten Lady Xianxia was much more dangerous than everyone presumed. And yet, he had still underestimated her. It was as if her unassuming persona had managed to misguide him even after being seen through and uncovered as a false facade. In all honesty, Cassie was quite amused by just how far simply being quiet, polite, and modest had gone in making people disregard her as a genuine threat. Then again, perhaps it was simply the consequence of how hard it was to stand out when monsters like Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were walking the world. There were Soul Reaper and the Prince of Nothing, too. There were brilliant talents like Morgan, Sishan, Beastmaster, Ether, Effie, and Kai, all competing in the grandeur of their feats and accomplishments. Because of them, people tended to forget that Cassie had survived the Forgotten Shore, too. She had been baptized by the madness of the Kingdom of Hope, too. She had fought in the Battle of the Black Skull, endured the horrors of the Nightmare Desert, and plunged into the deep dark waters of the Great River, too. She was a monster, too. It was just that she concealed her monstrous nature better than most, hiding it behind a pretty blindfold. What the hell? A few meters away, Healy groaned as she grasped her bleeding head. Now that Jest was caught in Cassie's bewitching gaze, his aspect powers were released, and she had regained her senses. Turning, Healy looked at the scene in front of her dazedly. The hideous goat-like abomination was kneeling on the ground, looking into the eyes of the breathtakingly beautiful, delicate young woman who stood in front of him, her golden hair moving slightly in the wind. Behind the kneeling creature, another delicate figure was hovering above the ground, with appalling tentacles stretching from beneath her elaborate red dress to bind him like moist black chains. As Healy tried to comprehend what she was seeing, the red woman shifted and moved, carried through the air by her long tentacles. That movement was so eerie and inhuman that Healy shuddered. She shuddered again and reeled back when the red woman came to hover above her, looking down from behind a veil. Healy felt a strong impulse to crawl away. What? Before she could say anything else, one hand of the red woman rose. Moving with strange elegance, the eerie abomination reached toward its veil, and then, the creature pressed her index finger against where human lips would have been. As if telling Healy to be quiet. Echo. It's an echo. Calming down, she threw another glance at Song of the Fallen and Jest, then grew silent. Whatever was happening there, Xianxia seemed to have it under control. Healy herself, meanwhile, was bleeding profusely and had to tend to her wound. Cassie could not allow to be distracted anymore. Having invoked her transformation, which only affected her eyes, she delved into the vast, hostile ocean of Saint Jest's memories. He tried to resist her, making it much harder to discern what she was seeing and sensing, but Cassie pressed on, ruthlessly breaching his fearsome mental fortifications one after another. Because her prey was so resilient, and because his life had been so long and storied, she was burning more essence than usual to maintain the transformation. They were still in the hollows, as well, even though there didn't seem to be any immediate threats nearby yet, that could change at any moment. So, Cassie did not have the luxury of time to sift through Jet's memories slowly and thoroughly. Instead, she had to find the most important ones, the most intense ones, and, hopefully, discover a path to learning the secrets of the sovereigns through them. Inhaling deeply, he dove into the life of Jest of Dagonet, the hidden blade and executioner of the great clans. Damn. Shit, what is this crap? Really? Jest had come home. His home, of course, was a concrete barrack where dozens of worker families had lived in pitiful living conditions, struggling to survive under the indifferent authority of the regime. Lives were short and deaths were frequent, so it was not surprising for familiar faces to disappear without a trace, replaced by new ones the next day. Growing up, he had given up on remembering the names of the numerous uncles and aunties who flowed through the barrack, since it seemed like a futile endeavor. Still. Now, everyone was dead, which was a bit too much. The interior of the barrack was like a scene from hell, with countless half-devoured corpses littering the floor akin to a morbid carpet. The massacre seemed to have happened many days ago, so the blood had long dried. The smell, however, was overwhelming, making him retch. Just wanted to come inside to search for the remains of his family, but couldn't force himself to. Instead, he took a few steps back, and somehow found himself sprawled on the ground. His mind was empty, and there were tears streaming down his face. Turns out I still have tears to shed, huh? The thought was strangely calm and detached despite his miserable state. Jest had not cried in a good decade or two. He was an adult now, after all, having turned 20-something not too long ago. He had finally escaped the barrack about a year ago. He had even harbored a vain hope of returning here one day with pockets full of credits, boasting about his accomplishments, and taking the others with him to live a better life someplace else. Who knew that the world would end so soon? Now, there were monsters roaming the streets, devouring people and tearing military tanks apart. The regime had collapsed, and he had nowhere to return to. Jest had passed out when the end of the world started and experienced a long, dreadful nightmare. Waking up a few days later, somehow alive, he decided that there was no point in clinging to his silly dreams anymore and headed home, his real home, the barrack. Crossing the city had proven to be a deadly ordeal, but he had survived somehow. In the process, he met a few others like him, people who had fallen into deep sleep and woke up wielding unexplainable powers. But it was a joke. It was all like a vile, terrible joke. Because his power was pure crap. All he could do was make emotions stronger. Since the only emotion the monsters felt was a demented desire to rip him to pieces, the only thing Jest could do was make himself die faster. Maybe I should. Die faster, I mean. Looking at the broken door of the barrack, Jest suddenly felt a dark and oppressive sense of futility. What was he struggling for, anyway? The world was ending, and everyone was dead. Why was he clinging to life so desperately when being alive was so painful? Looking down, he let out a stifled laugh. But wasn't it funny? Despite the tears streaming from his eyes, he forced himself to smile. There was a lesson that people from the barrack learned early on: life was unbearable if one was too serious. Humans had to have a sense of humor to survive in this crappy world. The world had turned even crappier now, so there was a funny joke in here, somewhere. He just had to find it. I guess you guys don't have to kill yourself at work anymore. See? There was a bright side to anything. Jest's tears tasted salty, but he forced himself to laugh. Rising from the concrete, he decided to try and survive. Not that it would be easy, nobody had a power as useless as his, after all, so he would undoubtedly die soon. But he would at least die with a smile on his face while having fun. His forced smile still faltered, however, when he eventually— Finally, fresh air. Jest smiled as he looked at the forest where he was going to die. There was little doubt that his life was going to end shortly, gruesomely, and pathetically. His lips trembled a little. No, really, this crap again? He had just barely managed to settle down in the actual world, finally finding a safe community that was defended from the monsters by a group of— what was it that people were calling them these days? Right. Sleepers. Jest was a sleeper himself, so he had been welcomed there with open arms. Sadly, he was a defective sleeper who could not wield memories and did not have a useful power. He could still handle a rifle and a bayonet, but that alone did not win him a lot of points. Damn. And speaking of memories. As it turned out, there were those, as well. Apparently, everyone received at least one in the nightmare or shortly after. Jest had been clueless about the existence of memories until he saw other sleepers summoning deadly weapons out of thin air. It was then that he realized what his so-called flaw meant. Being unable to use enchanted items had not seemed like a big problem before he learned that enchanted items actually existed. But knowing that they did, Jest could not deny the truth. He was not just screwed, he was doubly screwed. Other sleepers had useful aspects, and they could also wield memories. The latter was often even more important than the former. Both allowed them to slay monsters, which he was unable to do. And that, in turn, allowed them to collect the glimmering crystals from the monsters, absorb them, and grow stronger. Sleepers needed strength to kill monsters, and they grew stronger by killing monsters, but Jest could not kill monsters because he was weak, and was weak because he could not kill monsters. If that wasn't hilarious, he did not know what was. In any case, he was not that useful to the community. People, even those who had not experienced the nightmare, quickly started treating him with disdain. After all, he was being fed and protected without contributing much in return. The most he could do was handle various menial tasks inside the base, no different from a worker from the Barak, really. Which was funny, as well. Still, they had not kicked him out yet, because of his delightful personality and stellar sense of humor, no doubt. His life had been mostly safe and somewhat comfortable for the last couple of months. Somewhat. Before the winter solstice. On that cursed day, Jest had been relaxing on his bunk while carefully handling a precious antique, a real paper book that he had found in a museum while hiding there from the monsters. That book was his lifeline, and despite its fragile state, Jest still pored over the yellow pages whenever he had free time. The festive title on the cover hinted that wisdom from before the dark times was contained within. Hold your bellies. 100 hilarious jokes to make you the heart of the party. That was what the ancient book was called. Jest was just about to get to the nicest of the 100 irresistible jokes when he was suddenly overcome by a mighty yawn. Which wasn't that strange. If not for the fact that it was the middle of day. His expression froze, and a trembling smile slowly bloomed on his face. No. The last time he had started yawning all of a sudden, he ended up in the nightmare. And here Jest was, mere hours later, in the alien world again. Granted, this time felt different. The weird voice he sometimes heard in his head these days had welcomed him with new words, as well. Plus, he was naked. What the hell is this? He had been clothed the last time, at least. Shivering in the cold, Jest shielded his gaunt, bruised body from the wind and looked at the twisted trees that surrounded him with trepidation. There was nothing but these trees anywhere he looked, and sunlight barely pierced the thick canopy above. There were almost no sounds here except for the ominous rustle of leaves and the sinister creaking of branches. The eerie silence was making him nervous. Jest bit his lip and whispered. No weapons, no clothes, in the middle of the woods. After a while, he added in a trembling voice. Something, naked guy, wood? A stifled laugh escaped from between his lips. Picking up a rock from the ground, Jest shivered and started walking. It wasn't too long before he found another human. A young man, not much different from him, was laying with his back against the tree, or so it seemed, at first. However, as Jest came closer, he was terrified to discover that the guy's body was actually embedded into the craggy trunk, as if being devoured by it. Crimson blood was flowing onto the dark bark, which drank it greedily. A thick root was wrapped around the guy's waist, and thin branches were sprouting from his body, blooming with vermilion flowers. The young man was already mostly dead, and yet, he was still alive and in pain. Jest only realized that when their eyes met, and the other youth opened his mouth, straining to speak. "Help me." Jest reeled back. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and run away, but something stopped him. Perhaps it was compassion. Perhaps it was envy at the sight of the bloodied suit of leather armor that the young man was wearing. In any case, Jest gritted his teeth. "All right, buddy. All right, I'll help you. Leave it to me." Trembling, he took a step forward. Then strained his muscles and brought down the sharp stone on the young man's head. That was the only thing he could do for the poor fellow. It took several blows before the light finally dimmed in the poor guy's eyes, and Jest staggered back in horror. The leather armor he had wanted to steal disappeared into a rain of sparks. And the roots of the tree moved, stretching in his direction. Panicking, Jest turned around and ran. And while he ran, the voice living in his head spoke once again. "You have slain Dreamer." At the same time, Jest felt something strange. It was as if something flowed into him, and responding to its presence, his body changed subtly. Growing stronger, more agile, and harder to destroy. His eyes glistened as he ran. So, there was another way to grow stronger, too. It was not just killing monsters. Killing humans worked fine, as well. He did not really know how to feel about that. Ain't it the funniest thing, though? Chapter 2147, Fateful Meeting 2 days later, Jest emerged from the forest. He had expected to die, and yet, he was still alive, if just barely. His body was covered in bruises and dried blood, and he was holding a makeshift spear in a trembling hand. The spear was made from a long branch, a sharp splinter of stone, and rope made from bark. He was also wearing something akin to a poncho, made from beast hide and tied at the waist by another piece of rope. Of course, Jest had no idea whatsoever how to skin a beast, let alone how to treat leather or sew clothes, so, the poncho was quite disgusting to look at, and even more repugnant to smell. He couldn't care less, though, since the entire damn forest was one terrifying living being, hell-bent on consuming him whole. Damn. Jest was running for his life. He had somehow managed to kill a beast, true, but there were more than one monster in this cursed land. Currently, one was pursuing him, and quite a terrifying one, at that. He had been just running away blindly when the forest suddenly grew brighter, and then the trees disappeared altogether. Instead, there was a river in front of him, flowing steadily as its surface glistened in the sun. The sight of it was so beautiful and alien, where would anyone find a clean river surrounded by a forest in the real world? That Jest froze for a moment, then shouted in anger. The damn river! Who cared if it was pretty? The only thing that mattered was that it stood in his way, and therefore, there was nowhere left for him to run. Jest, of course, had no idea how to swim. Since there were no rivers, no lakes, and no ponds accessible for the workers of the regime, except for the toxic ones, he had never encountered a body of water larger than a bathtub. Even then, a bathtub was a luxury that people like him rarely saw. Most were only familiar with communal showers. Damn. Groaning, Jest grasped his pathetic spear and forced his tired body to move. He ran along the bank of the river, forcing air into his burning lungs. But it was all futile. He could already hear a terrifying growling coming from behind him, and the sound of something heavy moving through the grass. Not like this. There's no punchline, damn it. His life had been a joke, but if he was going to die, he at least hoped that it would be a good one. Jest considered turning around and trying to fight, but at that moment, he tripped and fell into the dirt, rolling a few times before coming to a halt, sprawled in the dirt. His sorry excuse of a spear had broken. The sturdy branch was intact, but the binding of the spearhead had come undone, and the sharp piece of rock flew away. There were bitter tears in his eyes, and through them he saw a terrible, blurry beast lunging at him with hungry madness burning in its eyes. Death was coming. Just then, though, a shadow momentarily covered Jest's face, and a steel javelin suddenly plummeted from the sky, piercing the beast's forehead and impaling it. The massive creature's jaw hit the ground, and it crumbled, rolling over its head and crashing heavily mere centimeters away from Jest. He stared at the dead beast silently, then studied the javelin. Then, after a while, he looked up. There was someone standing above him, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It was a tall young man with handsome features, dark hair, and steely gray eyes. His face was perfectly clean, and he was wearing a polished suit of knightly armor that seemed as impenetrable as a tank. In other words, he was the perfect opposite of the dirty, gaunt, and barely clothed Jest. The young knight looked down and gave him a charismatic smile. "You were smart not to jump into the river to escape the beast, friend." Jest blinked a couple of times. Then, he said weakly. "River. I hardly knew her?" The knightly young man looked at him strangely, giving Jest the impression that he had no sense of humor. Well, no one was perfect. His savior, meanwhile, offered him a hand. "What I meant was that there are even worse kinds of creatures under the water." Jest accepted the offered hand and slowly stood up. It was then that it struck him. The valiant stranger was speaking in the language of the real world. Not in the strange and archaic language that the people in the nightmare had spoken, yet Jest could still somehow understand. Come to think of it, the poor guy whom Jest helped avoid being digested alive by a tree had spoken in the real language, as well. Jest stared at the young man with wide eyes. "Wait, are you real?" The young knight nodded. "Quite real, yes. It seems that this situation is different from the nightmare. Actually, there is an entire group of sleepers here, in this monstrous forest. We were all sent here together." He remained silent for a moment, then smiled. "All people of great courage and valor, no doubt." Jest stared at him with wide eyes. "Valor? Who cares about valor? Do you have food and water? That is what I want to know." The young knight laughed. "Yes, we do." Then, he stepped on the head of the dead monster to pull his javelin out. "We should harvest the soul shard and leave this place as quickly as possible, though, otherwise, our own valor will be tested when more monsters arrive at the smell of blood. I have little of it, so we'd better not linger." Jest remained silent, trying to come up with a suitable joke. For some reason, he really wanted to mock the unbearably serious young knight. Who knew that their chance encounter would set the course of his entire life? Because the young knight, despite claiming not to be too valiant, was destined to become Warden of Valor, while Jest was destined to become his sharpest blade. Chapter 2148, The Knight and the Fool Plus, Turn Off Reset. You are completely crazy. Insane. Psycho. A raving lunatic, a madman. Jest was muttering curses as he stood on the shore of a beautiful lake, while the young knight just listened nonchalantly. Behind them, a few dozen bloodied, terrified sleepers were busy toppling the trees. The young knight was still clean and handsome, even if his polished armor had a dozen dents by now. He had fought and killed more monsters than anyone else, but still managed to look valiant and unperturbed despite that. The past few days had not been kind to them. Initially, there had indeed been a large group of sleepers who banded together after finding themselves in the dreadful forest, almost 100 of them, with new survivors joining every day. A considerable force even during the end of times, or so they had thought. The sleepers had established a camp on the shore of the river, far enough from the trees to have time to react when the forest monsters attacked, but also far enough from the water to defend themselves against the aquatic abominations. They worked together to survive, unsure where they were and what the future held. However, Jest had become a pariah once again, and that was despite his positive attitude and disarming sense of humor. Strength was the only virtue in the world that had gone insane, and he had none. Worse than that, he reeked. Everyone seemed to have some kind of memory, be it armor or enchanted garments, to cover themselves, but he only had his crudely made poncho. So, people tended to avoid him. Because of the smell. Not because of the jokes, of course. Everyone except for the infuriating knight, that was. Jest had even asked him about it. Listen, Dimples, how come you keep bothering me? My aspect is useless, you know. I also don't have any memories. But the knight only chuckled. Exactly. He glanced at the rest of the sleepers. Everyone here has fought hard to survive. During the nightmare, after the nightmare, and here as well, while having powerful aspects and deadly memories. But wouldn't a person who has neither have fought the hardest? The knight shook his head. Don't take me for a fool. I am not talking to you because I am gracious and kind. I am talking to you because I think you are strong, and I need strong comrades to survive. Jest shook his head in amazement. Wow. Who would have thought? There's actually brains in that handsome head. The young knight raised an eyebrow. Thank you? But also, was that ever in doubt? Jest shrugged. Ah, don't take it personally. It's just that you are so calm and upbeat all the time that I thought there's a screw or two, or a dozen, loose in your head. The knight looked at him strangely, then shook his head in amusement. No, but, of all people. Jest did not quite catch the meaning. In any case, that was how they ended up as comrades. By now, Jest wasn't wearing a filthy poncho anymore. The knight had a strange aspect that allowed him to craft all kinds of things, so he had fashioned a set of clothes for Jest, as well as a proper wooden spear, a bow, and a quiver of arrows. Being able to summon magical flames or possessing tremendous strength seemed like the kind of aspects people would want to have, but that ability to craft things had actually earned the young knight more respect and reputation than his armor, his sword, and his uncanny ability to kill monsters. Although sleepers possessed memories, few had many of them. So, everyone needed something to make up for the equipment they had left in the real world. That was how the knight had become one of the leaders of the group, and Jest was catapulted to the very height of social hierarchy as his friend. Holding onto a golden thigh was a pleasant way to live. Not that everything went well for him and the other sleepers. The forest was immeasurably dangerous, and the river was as well. Many of them had died while fighting the monsters. But actually, the humans were just as dangerous themselves. The same thing that was happening in the real world continued to happen here. Out there, people were scared, traumatized, hopeless, and unable to recognize the world that had changed in an instant. Naturally, many strange ideas were sprouting from the rich soul of fear and despair. There were cruel warlords, roving gangs of marauders who had lost all remains of humanity, broken fragments of local governments that were slowly descending into appalling lunacies, and weird cults that were perhaps the most sinister, eerie, and harmful of them all. Here as well, not all of the sleepers were quite sane, and even less were entirely benevolent. So, eventually, there was a bit of bloodshed, and the group broke apart. Most of them had decided to try their luck by following the river downstream, while the knight and his followers decided to travel upstream, instead. Toward the lake. And an enormous castle that towered above it like a beautiful mirage, there in the distance. The young knight was currently standing on the shore of the lake, armed with a sword and a shield. He looked quite valiant in his knightly armor, but Jest was in no mood to appreciate the heroic ambience. Because the rest of the men and women in their group were toppling trees to build rafts. Listen, you know that there are dreadful abominations living in the lake, right? The knight nodded. Right. Jest took a deep breath. And although we don't know what exactly lives in the castle, we all saw the dragon breathing fire from the roof of the main keep. Right? Their intrepid leader nodded again. That thing did look like a dragon, true. Jest exhaled through gritted teeth. So why are we going to the castle? Even the crazy fools who went downstream agreed that going to the castle is suicide. The young knight looked at him with a smile. You know, I always wanted to kill a dragon. Jest blinked. Really? The knight laughed. Heavens, no. Despite what you think, I'm not crazy. Who in their right mind wants to fight a dragon? An actual dragon. Those things are unscientific, they aren't even supposed to exist, weren't supposed to exist, at least. Jest shook his head in bewilderment. So why then? The young knight remained silent for a while. Then, he looked at the castle again, his expression finally turning somber. Because I left my pregnant wife alone in the real world. There was a way back the last time, so, there has to be a way back this time, as well. The castle is the only man-made structure we've seen so far. Plus, it's rather conspicuous. So, I am going to conquer it and return home, even if I have to kill a dragon. Jest stared at him with a mix of envy and admiration for a few moments. It had to be nice, to still have a home, and someone waiting for you to return there. Eventually, he sighed deeply. Well, all right. Let's kill a dragon. The young knight glanced at him. What, no joke this time? Jest gritted his teeth. Bastard. This entire situation is a joke. Is this not fun enough for you? The knight looked away with a wistful expression. To be honest, I don't really have a sense of humor. I've never been good at having fun. So, Jest. I'll delegate that part to you. Jest stared at him with wide eyes. Huh? I didn't volunteer, though? What am I, a clown? No, but what is this bastard even saying? The next morning, they sailed across the lake toward the castle. The lake had turned out to be utterly deadly. Even after preparing thoroughly for the battle against the terrifying creatures that dwelled in it, the sleepers led by the young knight still ended up losing one of the rafts. They managed to pull a couple of people out of the water, but the rest were pulled into the depths, never to be seen again. The clear water was painted red with blood. The rest of the rafts only survived because they were crafted from the unnaturally sturdy wood of the cursed forest with the help of their leader's aspect. Otherwise, there would have been only drifting splinters left on the surface, with all traces of the sleepers washed away by the clear water. Even then, the journey had not been easy for those who survived. By the time they reached the walls of the castle, each and every one of the sleepers was bloodied, barely conscious because of exhaustion, and numb from terror. Except for the knight, of course. He was bloodied and tired, too, but his calm confidence had never waned. By then, Jest was starting to suspect that his new buddy was the craziest one of them all. Or maybe simply the most driven. The castle, meanwhile, was huge. It was many times larger than they had assumed, to the point that one would feel vertigo when trying to look up the immense expanse of the towering ramparts. There was more than one layer of walls, as well, rising in concentric circles up the slope of the mountain. The castle was like a city in and of itself. The sleepers were currently at the lowest point of that stone city, while the main keep was at the highest, built upon the very peak. That was where the dragon had made its nest. The dragon wasn't the only monster inhabiting the gargantuan fortress either. They learned it immediately after approaching the towering gateway. For the next few days, the sleepers had slowly made progress toward the main keep, enduring one harrowing battle after another. The monsters they faced were different from the ones of the forest. Not all of them were beasts, some wearing armor and wielding steel weapons with chilling skill. And the higher they climbed, the more powerful the monsters became. Still, the young knight led them from one structure to another, from one bastion to the next, carving a path to the main keep. They fought when there was no other choice and hid when they could, bandaging their wounds and absorbing the power from the soul shards they had scavenged. It was quite amazing, really. Jest would have never expected that they would get that far, but the disorganized group of sleepers had somehow turned into a stalwart and cohesive combat force somewhere along the way. They all moved with purposeful determination, acting as one enormous being that possessed 100 eyes and 100 hands, its resilient body brimming with sharp weapons. Was it experience? Was it survival instinct? Was it the benefit of having a daring and indomitable leader? He did not know, but whatever it was, it seemed to be working. Except for the times when the moon was high in the night sky. There was always something eerie about the ancient castle, but its chilling, mysterious presence grew so much more sinister and palpable in the moonlight. That was why even the young knight did not dare to leave their shelters when the moon was shining upon the beautiful lake. Just like that, they fought and sneaked their way to the last and highest circled walls. Beyond them, only the main keep remained. Everyone was tired. No one knew what would happen to them, and everyone felt grim about the future. But, strangely enough, they also felt hopeful. They remained in one of the towers of the last rampart for a few days, observing the main keep and gathering strength and courage for the last push. In the morning, the young knight and Jest snuck to the top of the wall to take a peek at the keep. The great winged beast was sleeping on its roof, its vermilion scales glistening in the light of the rising sun. Thin plumes of smoke rose from its maw from time to time, only to be scattered by the wind moments later. Despite the distance separating them from the dragon, they could feel the deep reverberations of its steady breaths. The creature spent most of the time asleep, only waking up once every week or so to fly over the lake and burn the forest. No one knew why it was doing that, and it almost seemed as if the dragon was simply unleashing its accumulated fury. It would fly above the forest for a while, roaring in anger and sending great jets of incinerating flame barreling down. After a while, when large swaths of the forest became shrouded by acrid smoke, it would plummet into the billowing black veil of it and disappear from view. Some time later, the dragon would return, sometimes carrying the charred carcasses of enormous, abominable beasts in its maw. The sight of it was both majestic and terrifying. The scales of the red dragon had a metallic sheen to them, almost making it seem like the great beast was forged from vermilion steel. Surrounded by black smoke, the dragon was like a herald of hell, bringing hellfire wherever it went. And that was the thing their leader wanted to kill. Jest glanced at the young knight darkly. "What are you thinking about in that handsome head of yours?" The knight's steely gray eyes were focused on the sleeping dragon. After a while, he spoke. "We watched the beast fly over the lake yesterday, did we not? And 7 days before that, when we were preparing the rafts." Jest nodded. "What of it?" The knight remained silent for a while. "Have you noticed, Jest? When the dragon was flying across the lake, there was something missing. I wondered what it was for the longest time." Jest frowned. "Your sanity is missing. What else is new?" The knight smiled, then leaned his back on the wall and raised his sword carefully, extending its blade beyond the entrance of the tower. Jest could see the keep reflecting in its polished blade. "Do you see it now?" Jest blinked. "Huh. Something was indeed missing." Chapter 2150, A Place to Call Home Plus, Turn Off Reset. He hesitated for a few moments. The sword was not exactly a mirror, and its blade wasn't truly flat either. So, the reflection was somewhat distorted, and yet, he could discern the shapes of things. There was the parapet of the rampart, the beautiful edifice of the main keep, its roof and towers, tattered flags hanging limp in the absence of wind. There was also the lilac sky behind the keep, and the clouds drifting in its vast expanse like pieces of a torn shroud. However, there was one thing missing. The great mass of the sleeping dragon was not reflected in the sword. Jest rubbed his eyes, then carefully leaned through the doorway to look at the roof of the main keep with his own 2 eyes. The damn dragon was there, sleeping soundly. It was hard not to notice its vivid vermilion silhouette contoured against white stone. What the hell? He retreated back into the tower. "Where's the damn dragon?" The young knight nodded. "Indeed. I noticed it yesterday, the dragon did not reflect in the lake while flying over it. Strange, isn't it?" Jest rubbed the back of his head, then shrugged. "Well, yeah. It is strange. But what does it mean?" The knight smiled. "Who knows? I do have a theory, though." His smile dimmed slowly, replaced by a serious expression. "You see, Jest, I don't think that this dragon is even real. He paused for a moment, then added in a wondering tone. Maybe it's an illusion, or a phantom. Maybe it's merely a lingering reflection, and the real dragon is long gone. Cassie was quite curious to see how Warden of Valor and his first group of followers had conquered Bastion, and what they found inside. After all, it was not just a citadel left behind by one of the demons. Somewhere along the way, the young knight had also discovered a lineage memory and inherited the bloodline of War God. Perhaps he had received that memory for slaying the reflection of the Vermilion Dragon, even, or discovered it in the throne room of Bastion. But no matter how curious she was, she could not allow herself to get distracted. She had already spent too much time exploring the dawn of the nightmare spell era. Jest was resisting her aspect fiercely, and her essence was draining at appalling speed. In fact, even though the old man was supposed to be completely mesmerized by her gaze, she suddenly sensed one of his fingers twitching, almost as if the abomination was struggling to regain control over its hands. So, Cassie had to abandon the vivid memory and reach for the next one, hoping that it would bring her closer to the secrets of the sovereigns. She saw. Jest was unawakened now. His gaunt figure had turned lean and strong, and his gaze was more confident. That said, he had only been unawakened for a few weeks. He was standing on the wall, armed with an actual steel spear, something he had picked up from one of the abominations they had slain on the way to the main keep. Hardship had not ended after the dying dragon fell into the lake. They had found the gateway and were able to wake up, true, growing vastly more powerful in the process, but the castle was still teeming with monsters, and so was the lake. Their damned leader was not satisfied with simply hiding in the keep either, and insisted on organizing rescue parties to search for more sleepers in the forest. That was just how that guy was, and people tended to follow his example. So, Jest was forced to fight for survival when he was awake, and then fight even more when he slept. Life was miserable. At least his awakened ability was not as useless as his dormant one, as long as he had a partner to make use of it. Being professional bait, what a fate! Jest scoffed. Just as he did, there was the sound of footsteps, and a familiar figure appeared on the wall beside him. The polished armor was the same, but now, the knightly young man was wearing a vermilion cloak, a memory he had received after slaying the illusion of the dragon. He was smiling. Jest sighed and shook his head. Hey there, what are we supposed to call you again? Warden? The young knight chuckled. Don't be jealous, Jest. I'm sure you'll earn a cool true name too, one day soon. Oh, don't doubt it. Warden of Valor was really too cheesy of a name, anyway. Jest would surely receive one that was 10 times more impressive. He hesitated for a while, then asked. So, how is your wife? Everything is fine, I hope? Warden nodded happily. It's a healthy baby boy. We named him Matic. Oh. He looked at Jest with interest. But don't I need to congratulate you, too? Honestly, it's unbelievable. A guy like you, with a girl like that, everyone is stunned. Jest suddenly coughed. Well, it's not like I'm holding her hostage, okay? She was just impressed when I pulled her out of the flames, back when we were fighting that damn lizard. And, well, you know what they say. The best way to get a girl is to make her laugh. Warden nodded thoughtfully. Exactly, so how did you get her? Jest frowned. Go to hell, bastard. The young knight smiled. When are you planning to make it official? My son will need playmates, you know. Jest coughed again. Listen, it's not like I don't want to. But we are in different cities in the real world. You and I ended up in NQSC, but she's from up north. It was already lucky that the two of them were in the same quadrant. After explaining the logistical problems awakened couples faced, Jest sighed. I'm thinking of going to get her soon. Warden's expression was somber, though. Jest frowned. What? His friend and benefactor shook his head. No, it's just that. I heard bad things about that city. Jest raised an eyebrow. Oh? Warden hesitated for a while, then leaned on the parapet of the rampart. His expression changed subtly, losing its usual veneer of confidence. Instead, what Jest saw was weariness and fear. People can be as terrible as monsters, you know. Jest laughed. Did he know it? There were very few people in the world who knew it better than him. That is where you are wrong, Warden. People are not as terrible as monsters, people are monsters. Some of them, at least. He remained silent for a few moments, and then added in a cold tone. But haven't we gotten pretty good at killing monsters, though?